drafting great talent on their rookie contracts that you can make more moves around those guys as opposed to paying a guy more than you think he's worth. I mean, I get it. It's a long shot this year, but if Ricky Pearsall's pretty good, well, then guess what? They've got a guy to replace Brandon Aiyuk.
Because that pick was still strange,
at
right?
a third of the price.
Yeah.
And then that gives you more flexibility every single other place on your roster. Like, honest to gosh, if to me, the greatest GM in football, I would ideally you'd have a great quarterback, and then you'd have a great receiver on his rookie deal. Then you'd have a rookie wide receiver on his rookie deal ready to step in. It's kind of like the Draymond Green, remember when Draymond took over for David Lee?
Yeah.
David Lee was making $25, $30 million or whatever it was. Draymond Green was on his rookie deal. They made a determination that, you know what, we might be better with Draymond Green. So now you have Draymond Green, who makes you better, and I'm not saying Pearsall's going to. I'm just saying this would be the idea. And now you got a guy on his rookie deal, so you can put even better pieces onto the team.
Yeah.
Like I feel like we all have an understanding of what's going on, and I get we all would go about it differently, but
there's a lot we don't know. How much is Brandon really asking for, Stoney?
That's another thing.
If it's that
Exactly.
Steph Curry stepping him off as BA, I love you, man. You got skills, but you ain't that good.
Maybe that is what they're saying.
And maybe they're looking at the Super Bowl production. 6 targets, 3 receptions. I'm not blaming Brandon.
If they're looking at Super Bowl production, well, then they're both in the same boat, Aiyuk and Trent Williams. If you're gonna bring up the Super Bowl, then
I could bring up Super Bowls, but they weren't around. Well, yeah, Trent was, but
all right. 888-957-9570 is the number. What is going on with the San Francisco 49ers? Do you guys feel like you understand the issue and the challenges they have? Knowing that there are no good answers, what would you do? Do you like the way this thing is playing out? Do you like the tact that the 49ers front office has taken, at least up to this point? Or are you worried that what's going on now may spill into the season? Hell, you may think it already has. 888-957-9570 is the number. At 1 o'clock, we're going to have Eric Crocker, Locked On 49ers podcast. At noon or around noon, we're going to go to the Kyle Shanahan press conference live. I'm sure he's going to get asked about it. I'm sure he's going to evade, but people are interested in what he has to say. But your time is in the next 90 minutes. 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body.
seen ghosts.
It's the Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny show. Let's go.
All righty. Got action.
Yes, we do.
Got 49ers action. Got Warriors action.
Giants.
Got Olympic action, too.
It's always fun game.
Giants.
Yeah.
Another win for the Giants.
Diamondbacks came back in the ninth, man.
No, they were leading.
Oh, yeah, they blew
Then
it.
they lost the lead.
They came
then
back.
they won the game.
Look at him. 4.5 steal.
Yep.
Hey, let me read this to you real quick, Stouty. 510. Guru, do you really think the Niners need Aiyuk to get back to the Super Bowl? Yes.
Yeah, maybe. That's the way I would say. Yeah, I mean,
well, maybe it's taking a step back.
Maybe
if he's here, it's for
Maybe.
sure. Like there are times, that's just me.
I mean, it's a logical point of view that if Brandon Aiyuk's not a Niner, they drop off in the receiver position.
Who
It's
would have thought when they drafted him that the payday? Shout out to the candy bar. He wouldn't get his payday. It would come to this, to where he might be donning another uniform. Seriously,
I totally get it. They don't want to pay him whatever he's asking for. And he might be, what if he's asking for 30?
Now, I told you, the Steph Curry.
Do you just give it to him?
Well, obviously not, but I just hate the theme of this whole thing is it's up to Brandon. Dude, if you want to get out and get your chicken, you'll go to anywhere.
Yeah,
you'll go to Mars and play if they'll pay you.
Yeah, I think that, I'll tell you what I think may happen. I don't.
Put it in the cap.
Yeah.
No,
this would be more of a hot take. Brandon Aiyuk will be a Niner playing for $14 million, and Trent Williams is going to be a Niner playing for $22.
Oh,
show up!
I would take
get
that.
Out.
Man, that's not what's going to happen.
Oh, Trent.
One of the baddest left tackles in the game.
Oh, so where'd you? Hey, $1 million for you, $2 million for him, $3 million for that guy.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
Do you know my quarterback is playing with a bionic elbow? Your current quarterback.
What do you mean?
I protect his blind side.
Well, if it's bionic, then you don't need a great left tackle.
He said, no, it had that much attention. But come on, Steiny. Trent's getting what he wants. It's just about win. It's this Aiyuk thing. And I love Lori Matthews.
How come he hasn't gotten it?
This is getting to her, Steiny.
If Trent Williams is so great, so dynamic.
It's the OG, 36. He's chilling at the crib.
So necessary.
Wow.
Why have they not figured it out in 4 months?
Because in football, the veterans like Trent Williams, where know what you're getting.
Fine.
You know what I'm saying?
So then
he's on a boat somewhere.
So then he should get the Aaron Rodgers treatment. Just, show up when you want.
Pretty much.
Okay, well then give him his money and tell him, show up when you want.
That'll probably happen right before week 1 against the Jets.
Okay, I hope it works out. Hope he's in good shape.
But Aiyuk is totally different. He's not that type of player at his position, or the Niners feel like, Steiny, why was Pearsall drafted? If we just hone in on that.
Exactly.
Why are we all shocked then?
I don't know. I'm not.
I'm shocked that he hadn't been moved. Why did they trade him on draft night?
Because maybe they didn't have a good deal. They didn't like what they were looking at.
But what are you really looking for if you didn't pull the trigger then and you got your replacement allegedly in Pearsall/Jennings and whatnot? What are you really trying to get? That tells me you're hanging on.
Thank you.
You're telling me you want a divorce, but you're not signing the paper.
Yeah, they also told us they wanted Jimmy Garoppolo. But they were asking for something exorbitant that they knew they weren't going to get.
So what does that mean? They really don't want to do it.
It means
they want him for 14.
Thank you.
Boy.
That's exactly what it means, I think. But I could be wrong. What do you guys think at 888-957-9570? Here's the part that I think is interesting, is we're treating today like a news day. Matt Mayoko of NBC Sports Bay Area, as respected as they come, wrote that the 49ers have negotiated a framework of a couple deals with Cleveland and New England, two teams that are willing to pay Aiyuk, apparently. And now, it comes down to where Aiyuk wants to go. But I'm going to take you back to April 22nd.
All right.
April 22nd, at the beginning of the Brandon Aiyuk 49er negotiating period. Remember this when Matt Mayoko asked John Lynch this?
Given permission to his side to go.
I'm not going to get in all those details. We're really focused on BA being part of us. He's under contract, and we're looking forward to that.
So the question of whether Aiyuk's agent was given permission to talk to other teams, that came up in April, and at that time we were all under the impression that he had. Otherwise, Lynch wouldn't have interrupted the question and said, I'm not getting into that. To me, that was John Lynch saying, yeah, we probably have, but I don't want to say that publicly. Because it's none of your business.
When you have details, that means there's something to talk about, Steiny, and he did say that word, details.
Yeah. All right, 888-957-9570. Let's get into it because I do think there's a lot here. Let's go to Manny. Manny's on the Dunbarton Bridge. What's up, Manny?
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Hey.
All good points that you're trying to make. But, however, there is something I wanted to bring up.
Sure.
So when Brock was going through his struggles last year when he lost BA and Trent Williams, the guy was still basically playing on that rookie time frame. I mean, whatever weeks we were talking about, basically he was still in that rookie phase. So I'm not going to be too overly worried or concerned that if we lose BA or if we lose Trent, that there's going to be a significant drop-off. The guy basically, and when I say the guy, I mean Brock, he's basically got his feet wet. He's got his experience underneath him now. I would not have expected him to perform miraculously at the rookie level he was playing at realistically still when he lost his weapons. But now he's more honed. If we lose anybody, the guy should be able to adapt properly because he's got now the seasons behind him. So there's that. Number two that I wanted to bring up.
Yep.
Y'all had an agent there a few days ago in the morning show, and he was talking about how agents have to protect players from themselves because some players think they get Justin Jefferson money when they clearly don't dictate it. Now, does BA dictate that kind of payday? Does Trent? Let's put it in perspective. There was a movie back in the 90s, right? Jerry Maguire. Yeah. How did Rob Tidwell get there? Because he played ball, he played lights out in the big game. We didn't get that from either of those two guys. So how do you expect a payday if you going back to what you did, results in bogus? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I do know.
So if they want the Niners to show them the money, they sure gave the Niners plenty of reason not to, right? 3 of 6. That's all we got to say about that. And we all saw what Trent Williams didn't do for Brock to help him win that game. So, guys, I mean, all sentimentality behind us, if it's time to move on from them, let's move on from them because we still got plenty of guys that'll be able to bring us back to where we were a year ago. And who knows, with this young kid, Pearsall, it might actually get us over the hump. Let's just go and wait and see. But like I said, I'm not too worried if we lose BA, because here's my last point I want to make.
Yep.
And you guys can answer this. Does BA dictate that kind of money and that kind of, or as we would say, does he deserve those kind of flowers at the Jerry level, at the TO level? If he's at the Jerry level and the TO level, I would say pay the man. But until he gets there, he's more of a Marquise Goodwin level to me right now.
All right. Thanks, Manny. I was with you there.
Yeah,
I was with you.
A little shade at the end, Steiny.
I was with you. And also, according to Matt Barrows of The Athletic, he is reporting that it's not just the Patriots and Browns, but that the Steelers and Commanders are still in the picture, though maybe not as intense, let's say, as they are with the other two teams, Cleveland and New England.
Yeah, it goes back to my baby analogy, Steiny. You ever go, we got children, multiple. Oh, it's baby's coming. The baby's coming.
They're grown-ups now.
Yeah, but when they were getting born.
I miss my babies.
Yeah, well, boy, my bad.
They're women now.
Yeah, but you know what I mean when they were trying to come into the world and everyone was coming out the womb. You get false alarms and you drive back home. You got contractions. I thought there was no pregnancy. I thought he was going to stay. He didn't get traded. Like, this is tiring. And it's not good for the ball. Like, the boss, is this a distraction? Hell yes, because your team is leading off every show and every outlet
now, so nobody's watching TV.
But you know what I mean? This ain't good.
Yeah, probably not. But this is life in the NFL.
So you don't like if I could put some of my phrases in the Hall of Fame, the Goo Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Get your books in order would be in one. That's not on your Mount Rushmore. I love it, but get your books in order.
But you don't use it as much as.
Do you think that applies to this situation?
It's short for fanatic.
That's Pete Franklin.
Your other one, of course, now is the math works.
Best ability is availability. There we go.
Yeah,
but you get what I'm saying. I don't think this looks good for anybody. Yeah, you're playing hardball, Steiny. You're correct, but
Well, I don't know. Let me ask.
We're finding out about Trent. You knew this months ago.
Yeah.
Get in front of it.
How? Okay, whatever you want.
See,
whatever you want.
You did that with McCaffrey.
That's right. And
went to his house.
Well, that's right. And that's where, to me, why I don't understand why people sometimes ask questions about things when the answer's right in front of us. The 49ers have absolutely, positively shown that they think McCaffrey is more important than either Trent Williams, or at least they made it more a priority up to this point than either Trent Williams or Brandon Aiyuk.
I understand
that's just what the scoreboard says right now.
Right, but when you're talking about this dominant left tackle, he affects the run and passing game, Steiny. So I get, hey, we got him slided right below McCaffrey, but that doesn't mean, again, this could all be, hey, Trent, you fishing? You in good? Hey, we'll get you done. So I can't wait to hear Kyle talk today because they're going to ask about both of these situations. And
I wouldn't bet against the 49ers doing something with Trent Williams. Obviously, I wouldn't bet against that. But I also am starting to think, the 49ers are giving signs here. And who's to say the Niners aren't thinking, hey, Trent, we freaking love you.
Yeah.
You're still a top 6 paid left tackle. You're 36. You're under contract. You know what? Let's see if you don't show up and give up that money. They're clearly, it seems like playing a little game of chicken right now. And obviously Trent Williams is less of a, oh gosh, how do I want to put this? Trent Williams, if it happens in a week, that's fine. Yeah. 2 weeks, that's probably fine. I don't know how they feel about Brandon Aiyuk and the urgency that they've put on his situation.
Tell me if you think I'm from Mars with this take. So Kyle grew up in the NFL with his dad.
Okay.
John played the game. I think both of those guys know and have seen this Trent Williams situation happen a million times.
No doubt.
And when you're still at the top of your game, like Trent Williams is, this is just, it's almost simple to me.
What if the Niners don't think he's at the top of his game anymore?
Wow.
Now, I have no idea, but maybe that's something that's in the equation.
I don't think they're in a position or have anything, not a player not named Trent Williams that could even give you half of his production.
You might be right. But let me ask you this, because I was thinking about this the other day, or last night. Let's say for Trent Williams, it's not about guaranteed money. It's about being the highest paid at his position.
Totally.
Okay, so he's making 22 this year and 22 next year.
He's the 6th highest tackle in the game.
Okay. He says to the Niners, I want to rip that up or redo it, and I want 2 years, $56 million. I want 28 and 28.
Oh, my gosh.
You just do it?
I would do it.
Okay. And then you play the year out.
All right.
And another left tackle gets paid 30 next year. And one after that gets paid 31. What's he going to say? Hey, you know what? I want to rip up this deal now. I want 33.
But the jig will be upside. He may be retired he knows this is the last time. I have to believe. And that's why he's doing it.
Well, that's the other thing. If he knows it's the last time, why would the Niners give him any guaranteed money?
I don't want to, you're going to laugh, and I know how you think. It's the right thing to do and take care of your own, especially the ones that are kicking ass on the field.
According to you. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I've got to allow for the possibility that the Niners don't think it's as easy as we think it should be at times.
Now, I'll tell you this before you go to the call, Steiny. They didn't draft a Pearsall in left tackle. Now, had they done that, then I know they drafted linemen in the later rounds. Then I'd be up here like, partner, you might be onto something. But my gosh, a beverage of leverage is what number 71 has.
They better not trade Brandon Aiyuk for a left tackle.
Wow.
Because that would show you that they're going to play hardball with Trent Williams. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Simple question, 49er fans. Maybe not do you like, but are you okay with how the San Francisco 49ers are handling these two situations? One guy's holding in, one guy's holding out. Are you okay with how John Lynch is handling, and Kyle Shanahan and Jed York and Parag Marate, are you okay with the way they're handling it up to this point? Or not? It's pretty simple. You guys are the fans. I'm interested to know whether you put, and I don't want to say blame, but who you're more annoyed with, or who you kind of siding with on this. Do you understand Trent Williams and say, hey, you know what, Trent's this case, pay him his money. You know what, Brandon Aiyuk, I could see why they're not paying him his money. Should they just pay them both? Get them both in here and let it roll. What do you guys think at 888-957-9570? There was one other piece of sound that
While you look for it, it's funny you asked that because I know you're not on Twitter. I am.
Oh.
And I'm citing the source. But Steiny, on social media, Brandon's getting killed. I think a lot of Niner fans think he's being greedy. Again, I talk about the silver tweet to where he's not being an adult. Now, I may have to double back and what do we call it? Put the car in reverse, because I do not like how Brandon went on the Pivot podcast. I do not like when he FaceTimed Jaden Daniels, a quarterback for the Commanders, saying, come get me. So I forgot, when I heard that, I was like, come on, holding out, trying to get more money rather than risk it all, in on the fifth year. But when you look at everything he's done verbally and on his Twitter, Steiny, I guess I got to check myself like that. I've even said it to you. That's the part about Brandon Summer that I don't like.
Yeah, I honestly, just me personally, I don't really care about that.
And I wonder if the Niners feel the same way. Like, do what you do. We ain't tripping.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if the Niners were like, boy, we wanted to give him 30, but he was a jerk on social media. Right. I mean,
that's valid.
Like, to me, this is just business, and it's what NFL teams do. Here's the one. This is the one I wanted.
All right.
So Kyle Shanahan went on the Tim Kawakami podcast about 2 weeks ago and was just talking about how the 49ers make their decisions and what goes into it. And he talked about DeForest Buckner, defensive lineman who they ended up trading to the Colts. And what a tough decision that was. Just listen to what Kyle Shanahan said, because I believe we're going through the same situation right now with Brandon Aiyuk.
The Buckner thing was one of the hardest things I've ever gone through. I love DeForest Buckner. We don't want to get rid of him at all, but we're trying to budget a certain amount of money, and then when it gets to a certain price and we know what the options are, you got to choose paying Buck whatever it was, which is a few more than what we were willing, which, all right, let's go there. Guys, what does that mean? Well, you got to get rid of Jimmy Ward and Armstead. Ooh, that's a tough decision. Well, I don't know where I'm going to go with that decision. What if we told you, if you get rid of Buck, you get Jimmy Ward, Armstead, and the 13th pick in the draft? Man, that makes sense from an organizational standpoint. Man, I don't want to lose Buck. He's like everything you want for a Niner. But those are the tough decisions you got to make for that. And that does make sense. You can go either way, but I understand that decision and had nothing to do with Buck. That just had to do with what we were trying to build and how many more people we could get, and we think it's 3-1. Those aren't easy, but I don't shy away from that.
That tells me that the 49ers, on some level, know that if they pay Aiyuk, they're going to lose 2 or 3 guys.
And it's funny, those two dudes that they kept for Buck are gone, Armstead and Jimmy.
Right.
But wow, what made you find that sound or dig that up?
Because I'm smart. And I remember things.
Man.
And Evan told me.
Oh, but wow, that's some math right there.
Yeah.
But they had Kinlaw, and hoping that he would hit, and how did that work out? Now, and
how did it work out? They've been in the Super Bowl hunt
right, but
for
they
5
never
years.
had one guy on the line go Chris Jones and wreck the game at the most important time of the game. But they got there.
Bosa can't do that?
Well, he hasn't, is my point.
So you paid Bosa the most of any defensive lineman, and now you need another monster pay defensive lineman.
Well, I'm just talking about the replacement, and Pearsall may be it, but Kinlaw at that time, he was supposed to pop. He didn't.
All I'm saying is I could completely understand if the Niners traded Aiyuk to the Cleveland Browns, got Amari Cooper in here for 1 year,
deal.
and got a second-round pick out of it.
I would do that deal.
But again, I just don't know why
Cleveland would add that.
Cleveland would do that, but maybe that's how highly they think of Aiyuk. Yep. Exactly. Let's go to us. Who's been waiting the longest? Trucker George. He's at the Port of Oakland. All right. Hey, what's up,
Hey, guys,
Trucker?
how you doing, man? Love the show, as always.
Thank you.
Going along with you guys' point, you're welcome. Going along with you guys' point, though, with Cleveland, the previous show, they had a member of the media speaking about it earlier, about the Cleveland option, and they were saying also that they have a plethora of offensive line talent that, possibly could be involved in trade scenarios. And I just thought it was interesting considering the Trent Williams scenario, and also a need that we have, maybe not just this year, but in the future. I just wanted to know what you guys thought of that.
Yeah.
Take care, guys, okay?
Appreciate it.
That goes to I'm laughing at you, Steiny, radio laughing, when you have me now thinking, are the Niners behind closed doors? They won't come out and say it, but actions speak louder than words. Do they really feel like in some type of football world that Trent is slipping a little bit? But they have right now, to me, no viable option. So if they pulled off a trade, you're not getting anything remotely close to Trent Williams. That's why that's business. That's leverage from Trent. Even if he is slipping a bit, he's still an all-pro and he's the best effing lineman you got.
Yeah, you're right, but maybe.
That's a long maybe, though. Long shot maybe.
What do you mean?
I got to believe they still know your boy is 71 is badass, and they'll get him in the top 3 or top 2 paid left tackles.
And let me be clear, I wouldn't bet against you. I wouldn't bet against that. I'm just saying, they knew since March. They knew since March. And I get he's Trent Williams, but why can't the 49ers dare Trent Williams to not come in and get his $22 million? You know what, Trent? We dare you. Don't show up and start not getting paid. I don't know.
Maybe Chris Jones do it last year for the Chiefs. Was in the stands at the game.
Yeah. Fascinating stuff, as far as I'm concerned. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the conversation. I see Scott. I see Pete. So we got some open phone lines. But how do you feel the 49ers have handled this situation? Hell, how do you feel Trent Williams has handled it and Brandon Aiyuk has handled it?
And the Niners.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how worried are you? Has it already leaked into the season? Are we still in the no big deal, nothing to see here category? You tell me. You're the fans. 888-957-9570. That segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this member deal and
Them in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Yeah, I miss Guru, but you're also good.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Let everybody know what's going on. Today at around 12 o'clock, 12:15, or whenever he comes to the podium, we're going to take Kyle Shanahan's press conference from Santa Clara live, and he's sure to be asked about Aiyuk and Trent Williams. He'll likely evade, but it's something you all deserve to hear.
Again.
No doubt about it.
Yeah.
And then at 1 o'clock, we'll have Eric Crocker, Locked On 49ers podcast, and he will come courtesy, of course, of the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? And lastly, but not least, join 95.7 The Game at Harding Park Friday, September 6th for the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament. It benefits the Autism Society of the San Francisco Bay Area. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by Atco Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally family-owned pest control company. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, you got me thinking the baby might be close. You mentioned some players in other locales that were taken out of practice that have been rumored to be a part of this package. And if that happens, Steiny, then it is Buffalo Springfield. Something's happening here.
Oh, boy.
You're the worst singer at the station.
You're referring to what happened in New England today. Matt Judon and Kendrick Bourne were taken off the field. Their coach said, don't ask me questions like that, essentially.
Well, so it's none of your business.
Who would you rather have, Judon and Bourne or Amari Cooper and a future number 2? Second-round pick, I should say.
I'm going to shock you, Judon and Bourne.
Oh.
Yeah. That's just me.
Oh.
But the Niners still win either way. I like both of those packages.
Okay. I like them so much, I'm not convinced they're on the table like that, to tell you the truth.
But it's up to Brandon. If he wants to get out of Dodge, you go.
Hey, I got to tell you. So 888-957-957, whatever, you know the number. 888-957-9570 is the number. And we had a couple callers, and one caller dropped, and the caller was from apparently Wabasha, which is in Minnesota.
Look at my man.
And of course, I mean, you know where I'm going now, right?
No, I don't.
Oh, it reminded me of the great Bob Dylan lyric, "Meet me in the morning, 56th and Wabasha." You ever heard it?
No.
Meet me in the morning, 56th and Wabasha.
Stop! Dude, the morning's underrated, man. Shout out to the roast. Things you can do in the morning to set your tone for the day. I'm telling you, Scotty.
Hey. No, I know what you're talking about.
You guys, man.
Keep it to yourself. All right, but anyway, Wabasha, call back. I'll put you right on.
Can you spell Wabasha?
I think it's spelled like it sounds, Wabasha. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. One other time.
As the world runs to make sure you're wrong. Yeah.
So we're gonna have some lively discussion today. I'm excited.
I just want to see how Kyle handles it. No John there. It just
know how he's going to handle it. Stuff. Really I don't talk about that stuff and
we really
stuff.
Like Brandon.
Let's go to Scott. Scott's in Hayward. Hey, Scott, how you doing, man?
Well, I was doing pretty good. To say you had 2 callers, one of them dropped, you still managed to go to the drop call first. That's making me feel some kind of way. But
no. You're number one.
There you go.
I appreciate you guys. Hey, back to Aiyuk. You know, I'm kind of comfortably at peace with the idea of letting him go somewhere else. And if we got a package of Amari Cooper and a second or even the New England package, I'm looking at Aiyuk's last few years of production, and I see where he went from his sophomore year around 14.5 yards per reception, and he even actually dropped down to 13 yards per reception. Then last year, he blew up. He had 75 catches for 1,300 and something yards. So he actually had 3 fewer catches and almost 4. He got 4 more yards per catch. And when I look at his career numbers versus last year, I'm kind of thinking the real Aiyuk is the 75,000 guy, not the 1,300 guy. And I think the 49ers are seeing that too. And, from the perspective of how they're handling it, you asked how I think Aiyuk's handling it, how I think the Niners are handling it. I think the Niners are handling it just fine. I think Aiyuk has been very vocal on social media, starting with the Super Bowl loss. Right after that, when everybody's having a tough time, he came at all me first and get me out of here right from the jump. And so, the lack of maturity is what was he was in the doghouse early on in his career because of that, and it seems like nothing's changed. So I feel like the Niners tried to give him a $12 million raise off of his $14 million tag. So let the guy go. Let him go freeze his butt off in New England or Cleveland and have a mediocre quarterback thrown to him with no chance of winning a Super Bowl. I think the Niners are better off without him if they're bringing back an Amari Cooper, who I actually think is better. He has 4,000-yard seasons in the last 5 and something like 35 touchdowns over that span. So, yeah, go Niners. Get it done and get the malcontent out of here.
Appreciate it, Scott.
Well, I got to stand up for Aiyuk. There's a new world out here, Stoney. It's called the social media world where athletes, that's their diary.
Sure.
So, if I'm a Niner fan, I'm just worried about replacing that production. And I got people here on the text line saying Pearsall could be the next Kinlaw if they were going to empower him with the first crack at it and no Amari Cooper comes back. But if Cooper were to come back, Stoney, damn it, I feel like the Niners wouldn't skip a beat and couldn't, as crazy as it sounds, be greater in their aerial attack. But to say this is what the kids do now, or this is what the athletes do.
I was just looking at a headline on ESPN, and everything it said I agreed with. It said, or I think is what's going on, it said Brandon Aiyuk is more likely to be traded than sign an extension, and then it had semicolon, no deals in place. That's what I really think is going on. I absolutely believe that he's more likely to be traded than sign an extension because he ain't going to get an extension.
So his 5th year a bust, huh? You and Evan.
I mean, are we, let me ask 49er fans that. Let me ask you that, or you, I'll just ask you, Goo, but 49er fans can weigh in. You know the number, 888-957-9570. Are you now under the impression that the 49ers are simply not interested in signing Brandon Aiyuk to a long-term extension?
Yes. And you said hardball earlier, shout out MLB. That's what they're doing, and it's up to him. This thing may bleed into the season, but Aiyuk, you've done the tour on the podcast, the Pivot podcast. You've done everything, FaceTime. You've been super vocal, but at the end of the day, that looks like it may not be enough. And you are right. If the Niners had deal on the table for Amari Cooper and a second round for next year, please, that thing would have been done Sunday night. Come on, Stein.
I don't think you're wrong there.
Man,
I don't think you're wrong there. I think you're right on the money.
But Cleveland's, in regard to what Cleveland or what you deem the Browns to be, they're not the Niners, but they got some stuff going on. Stein, I expect them to be a playoff team and a bounce-back season for Deshaun Watson. So, I mean, man, I just don't think that's on the table. But I think the Niners, like you said, they want his services this year and then let the cards or the chips fall where they may after this year. Poor Brandon. It's bad timing.
Wait,
it's bad timing.
What? Did you say poor Brandon?
Yeah.
I think people would challenge you on that. I'm not going to do it right now.
Well, the McCaffrey in the middle of the night deal, that hurt you. Trent pulling this, that hurt you. You know what I mean? And I'll say this for the Niners. Who, outside of Buckner, who got effed? Everybody got their chicken. And that was a while ago. So the Niners have been good taking care of their own.
What's the guy who they played out of position in the defensive back?
Jimmy Ward.
Jimmy Ward. They do right by him?
Well, you could chalk that one under. He would say no.
I could probably come up with another. Did they do right by Jimmy Garoppolo?
Yeah, they did.
Okay.
And Jimmy's body failed him.
Yeah, I'm not saying they didn't. Did they do right by Charlie Warner?
Well, he ain't in that caliber.
Oh, my God.
Hey, and I used to be on the Eagles. Yeah. Oh, boy.
Dwelly?
Dwelly. Your boy.
That is my boy.
But the Niners, you got to give them kudos up into this.
I don't give anybody kudos. For what? It's
for
business.
Taking care of your own.
Oh. They take care of their own who they believe in.
And that's what I think is the hard lesson for Aiyuk, Steiny.
They do right by Armstead?
Yeah. Up until telling him to do a pay cut.
Well, then they didn't do right by him.
Yeah, they believed he could be something he was when they said night to Buckner, and he never stepped it up. He was okay against the run.
Hey, Armstead, we need to cut your salary. I really don't want to do that. Hit the pike. They did right by him. Oh, yeah, this is a player.
They did right by Fred W.
You know what? You're right. It's not a business.
Well, how about Debo? How about Bosa? I'm telling you,
exactly, because they are big boys.
I'm trying to pick a fight. I don't know why. I'm in a good mood.
Yeah, you can't.
My lights are on Bosa. You better be dominant this year. I mean, you took every cent in the piggy bank and needed oxygen in the Super Bowl and the playoff run. This year, 28 sacks. I'm playing. But, Snyder, you got to be disruptive.
Or?
People going to come
out. Are they going to wave him?
No, people are going to write stuff.
No.
Go to social media.
Oh, no. Bosa's going to get criticized.
Know what I mean? And quit crashing down when you play the Chiefs in the Super Bowl thinking the running back has the ball when the quarterback had. Dude. But it was Wilt's fault. Let me be quiet.
Yeah, you're on one right now.
No,
now you're challenging
I'm thinking
Bosa.
about who got the money. Like you always talk about Curry took every dime.
He did.
But he was still giving it back to you on the court.
He was. By the way, also, the bottom line is we've got 49er news. And in case you haven't heard, we've got Warrior news also. Shams Charania of The Athletic is reporting that Lauri Markkanen will sign a long-term contract with the Utah Jazz tomorrow.
I'm out.
That means Lauri Markkanen will be on the Utah Jazz all season long, at least.
And that will
put an end to Lauri Markkanen for 1 year.
And I didn't understand how Danny Ainge didn't understand. I'm not saying
I don't
think
he what didn't he understand?
No,
this is a gutsy start to a sentence.
No, that Markkanen's a player, and they're about to build around him.
Or else he was like Moses Moody.
Or no pods, allegedly.
Yeah, well, and according to Charania, the Warriors, the deal was for Moody and future picks and pick swaps. So Moody and Markkanen wouldn't have gotten it done. Gary Payton had to be in there, one other player. Yeah. But if I'm Danny Ainge, I'm not moving him for Moody either.
I got you.
888-957 888-957-9570. Yes. Let's go back to Minnesota for the first time. Let's go to Pete in Wabasha. Are you really in Wabasha, Pete?
I was born and raised there.
Fair enough.
I'm in, but that's what I call myself, I guess. Pete in Wabasha. Long time listener, first time caller.
Population of 2,500 people, man. Wow.
It's more than that.
2559.
24.99 now.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I love that you always make me think.
Okay. Appreciate it.
Drew, you always rile me up. Steiny, you always make me think. Guys, maybe I'm making this too simple, and maybe it's not the way business is done, but overpay both these guys right now. Are you trying to lose an NFC championship or win a Super Bowl?
Wow.
Get your house right.
Yeah.
Pay him for 1 year and make him negotiate again next year when there is no more money, because you got to pay Purdy $55 million. Excuse me.
I mean, that's one.
Why is the 1 year deal dead? Why is a 1 year guarantee dead?
I mean, I know what you're saying. The 49ers could give Aiyuk $30 million for 1 year
and give Purdy $60, and that wouldn't kick into the year after.
Yeah, that's something. Who said that? Thanks a lot, Pete. Appreciate it. So, there was a writer, a media guy, who suggested that Aiyuk may end up taking just a 1 year deal. I don't think the Niners want to give him a 1 year.
Wouldn't that be risky for Aiyuk in itself, though? When you're at the table, cash in, get that security, not half of the security.
He ain't getting it. Wake up! Seriously. Wake up.
He deserved it.
Oh, boy. I tell you what, I'll change my pick and what I think this team could do if there's no Brandon Aiyuk. That's nobody cares, but that's
5-12?
No, nothing like that. But
4-13?
It's just, why would you do that to Brock? People out here thinking he's Jesus back there. He needs somebody to throw to. He's got a guy.
He needs somebody to throw to.
He's
got the best running back. He's got the best running back as a receiver. He's got what everybody says is the best tight end in football.
Left tackle,
Kelsey.
Two.
Don't say he doesn't have anybody to throw to. He's got too many guys to throw to with Aiyuk.
Even Jesus had disciples.
Wow, that's
they didn't block for him though, especially at the Last Supper.
Not at the end.
Dude said 24.
They hung him out to dry.
99.
So you're telling me? I thought Wabasha was big. Are you sure it's not 25,000?
No, 25.59. He says it's now 24.99. Small place.
I thought it was bigger than that. A little bit bigger than that.
You got the spelling correct, too.
There it is. Multiple teams have been granted permission to speak with Aiyuk's agent regarding a contract extension.
That was the news before the draft. The nights up leading up to the draft.
Yeah.
Give me some new news. We'll get it today at 12.
No, we won't. We will get no new news.
He's got to say something like, he's got to let us know.
Okay, why don't you be the media and I'll be Kyle Shanahan. Okay.
Hey, Kyle, Daryl Johnson, 95.7 The Game, Union City. How you doing? Hey, do you expect Brandon Aiyuk to be traded?
I don't get into personnel. That's John Lynch's department.
Well, do you think it's affected your team? Because right now, every outlet is reporting the Niners don't have their books in order.
No, I think we're locked in.
Well, where's Trent Williams?
It's a question. It's a question for John. It's a question for John Lynch. It's a question for John. I'm busy coaching the team right now.
But you do have a say in personnel decisions. Come on, coach.
Yeah, I coach the guys who are on the field. I'm dedicated to coaching right now.
I'm done.
Yeah, I know you are. Ate you for lunch.
Please. Oh, gosh, man.
Yeah, fun times.
It's not really.
Well, it's fun for us. What you think?
I'm just tired of this is a big thing. It is a distraction. Give me that. Who can call in and say this? Whatever's going on with Trent and the Niners across the board is not a distraction. This is not
single
what
player on the team would probably
Let me tell you what the
not.
Rams doing. They're practicing. They're getting better. The quarterback's throwing to who he's going to throw to. Nakua a little hurt.
So is Brock.
So are the Cardinals. So are the Seahawks. Right. Keep playing around. That's all. Just keep playing around.
The 49ers are playing around.
It seems like they're playing a game of chicken.
Okay.
Back.
That's what front offices do.
Nah, not to guys like the studs. Trent Williams is a stud, Steiny. Okay, he's arguably your second best player.
Come on. No lineman exists who can be a team's second best player.
I know
you must
don't
be a skill position player in my book.
That is a skill position. He opens the holes for the guy that's getting.
McCaffrey can run through any hole.
Yeah, okay.
He's that good.
Did you see him with the therapeutic gun in the Super Bowl?
They have therapeutic guns on every single seat in that locker room at halftime. Every single NFL player has their own Theragun.
But you don't turn it on unless something's parking, is my point.
Right. And everybody turns it on at halftime. Mm-hmm. What do 49er fans think? Are you guys
they're waiting. I think they're antsy.
I think I actually found Kyle Shanahan's answer. He hasn't been to the podium yet, but I think I already found his answer.
Same as always. He's unbelievable.
How did he find it? I'll tell you who's not dealing with this well. Shout out to Lori Matthews. She got some good news on her husband's health yesterday. I follow her on Twitter. But she just really thinks this is not going to happen. And I'm like, knock, knock. Lori, he could be traded, Lori. And I don't want him traded for Lori's sake. And other Niner fans, they got an attachment.
Right. And for those who have no idea who Lori Matthews is, which is every listener we have other than Lori Matthews, she is one of our most dedicated listeners.
Yeah.
And she also is very present on the YouTube chat.
From Arizona.
Yeah. But a big 49er fan.
But she's kind of in denial about Aiyuk and where this thing really is.
You want to do a show with her?
No. I care about her.
Okay.
That's all.
Do a show with Lori Markkinen.
My man's quietly on fire.
Lowry. Like the steak sauce.
No, like the salt. Lowry.
Who's on second?
Thank you. I'll tell you what, Giants have a lot of ducks on the pond these days.
Well, they're playing bums, but they're taking care of business.
925. Wrapped it up in one sentence. I dare Aiyuk to sit out and not make any money. That's what John Lynch is saying.
He might be, man.
John Lynch and Shanahan might be laughing at these guys.
Because he did show up not to get fined. I'm here so I don't get fined. That happened.
Mm-hmm.
Also, this was 15 minutes ago, apparently from Niners practice. Brock Purdy, 45-yard touchdown pass to Ricky Pearsall.
I want to see it. Put it on Twitter.
He's the new Trent Sherfield.
I remember that bomb he got from
the bomb that will live in infamy.
Evan and I were on the field at the Giant Pirate game when that happened.
Yeah.
Yep.
650 on the Xfinity Mobile text line says he has a question. Why does Brandon Aiyuk need to agree to the trade terms? After all his social media crap, we're still giving him that. Please hit the pike.
No, the team would want an agreement for him to get extended because they wouldn't just do it for him to just dip out.
What?
Brandon, like when he says he has to agree to the team that's trading for him that he would sign an extension.
Maybe the team that's trading for him doesn't want to give him an extension.
Well,
maybe
they don't want him then.
No, if I'm the Browns, the first thing I try to do is say, hey, Brandon, we'd love you. Let's get you in here for 14. You have a hell of a year,
stop.
And then we'll pay you. We'll make
He's not playing football for 14 anywhere.
You want to bet? I'll bet on that.
Like, he needs somebody in his ear, like, bro, you're facing that reality. You know what I mean? Like,
well, if he doesn't
just
know
give in and start practicing now, man.
If he doesn't know it by now, he really didn't read the room very well. And who knows? Maybe Trent Williams in the same boat. I could just see Kyle Shanahan today. They're asking about Trent Williams, and oh boy, he's greatest. He's unbelievable. Yeah. And all Shanahan said, yeah, you know what? We've graded out all the left tackles. We think he's about the 14th best.
Oh, yeah.
My favorite player. Oh, but what about the boombox? What'll happen to the boombox?
Oh, that was great.
Yeah,
him and Debo. Boombox boys. That sets the tone, though, Stoney.
What does? The boombox?
Yeah, and then the game that...
Let me guess. If the boombox wants more money, you going to give it to the boombox, too?
Nah.
Boombox going to hold out or hold in?
That didn't work when they played Cleveland. They put Debo on his ass, and he went out the game.
Let me tell you what. The boombox hasn't won a game in 7 years. No boombox has. All right. Let me tell you what's going on. It's called a reset, people. At about noon.
I know everything.
Probably a little bit after. Kyle Shanahan's he's gonna grab that podium by both hands, and he is going to unleash a torrent of information. So we're going to bring it to you live. About 12:15. Don't go anywhere. And then at 1 o'clock, Eric Crocker, Locked On 49ers podcast, will join us will join us then.
Yeah.
So there you go. Also, another piece of news involving one of our local teams, our Golden State Warriors. And I say our because we're the flagship. And we dictate a lot of the conversation about that team. Lauri Markkanen reportedly will sign a long-term contract extension with the Utah Jazz tomorrow, which means he will be ineligible to be traded during the upcoming season.
Somebody's going to be put on the PIP with the Warriors.
Which would shut the door on the Markkanen Warriors talk for at least a year, thank God. Oh, my God.
They had a Farhan offseason.
I mean,
couldn't close it.
Here's what I'm glad about. I'm glad that this is the way that's coming down. Because either if he didn't get an extension or he got one today, we'd still have to talk about, are they going to move? They still got action.
But the euphoria of if they had pulled off the trade and he was in a Warrior uniform.
I wouldn't categorize that as euphoria.
Oh, for me it would be this.
Right, but there are a lot of Warrior fans that don't think he's him.
But they can be, I'd like to find out. Duke can ball, man.
Mike Dunleavy knows he's not. That's why he didn't trade for him.
No, that's not why.
Of course it is.
Yeah, he tried, Evan.
Yeah, he tried so hard.
Improvement plan.
He tried
Close the deal.
Let me tell you something. Markkanen is so good that the Warriors wouldn't give up Podziemski. Come on.
If I'm Pods and that's true, I'm feeling good. This team drafted
Pods,
me and they believe me, and I gave them
he's got
I made
pressure.
All rookie team.
Yeah. Untouchable.
Elliot Ness.
All right, 888-957-9570. I'm going to open up the phone lines for a half hour. That's what I'm going to do. Guru's going to help me. And we got Kyle Shanahan at noon, Eric Crocker, Locked On 49er podcast at 1. Have the 49ers handled this well, as far as you're concerned, 49er fans? Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
If I were Kamudi,
Give me the meat.
This is Macklin Celebrini, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru.
Guru just asked, when's the YouTube chat back up? I told him 45 minutes ago.
No, please, it wasn't that fast. Wow.
It went down for a little.
Yeah, I did. It's back up now.
We're talking about Brandon Aiyuk. I'll get to him in a second. I got to tell you, I had a conversation with some of my young friends today.
I remember us
Evan
talking.
Giddings
Yeah.
was one. And I believe Joe Hawks might have been there, the great Joe. I'm not sure if you were there or not. But I brought up something, and nobody knew what I was talking about.
It wasn't just your younger friends.
That's right. It was the legend, what can't I think of her
Sarah.
name? Sarah of Sarah and Vinny.
Okay.
So I can't believe this. It's been around now for at least a decade. I said, Evan, hey, what are you doing tonight? Of course, he said nothing. And I said, well, tonight's the National Night Out. And he had no idea what that was.
What the hell is it?
You've never heard of the National Night Out.
No.
They've been doing it forever in early August. It's about community building. So, for example, the goal is to have just thousands and thousands and millions of block parties tonight to bring communities together. I know that I've had one on my street for 10 years, and we'll go down there tonight, and there'll be about 60 people from the neighborhood there barbecuing, having a couple drinks, and meeting your neighbors. I thought that was a fixture.
It's not, and that sounds like more of a neighborhood thing. And I'll say this, KTVU or
national
the Bay has dropped the ball on that because we would all know what it is.
You've dropped the ball on it.
Evan and Sarah, nobody heard about it. So that you live in a nice community and you guys do that.
It's got nothing to do. It's got nothing to do with the socioeconomic.
I've been here forever, bud. I've never heard of that.
Have you ever read a newspaper?
I used to deliver them.
Help me.
And KTVU would be promoting it, or KPIX.
They have.
I hadn't seen anything.
It does sound like a cool idea.
And I got the paper bucko on my phone. I got the Tribune and the Chronicle. Nothing about National Night Out.
However, it's not really night out because all the block parties are from 4 to 6 from what I saw. That's not nighttime.
Clean up on Steiny.
It's what is it, the great afternoon out? Like, what is this?
The bottom line is this. You guys have no interest in your community, and that's why society's falling apart.
Please. I love the community.
Help me out, Bay Area. Can you believe these guys had never heard of it?
Nice.
I don't think I have.
Well, 4 to 6
Marcus
is not...
Stop.
4 to 6.
Stop. I'm looking at the YouTube chat. Jeffrey Jeff. Yeah, every neighborhood does something.
That makes it right.
The great Damon Cheng, who, by the way, works at...
Where?
Unemployed. No, he works at Vacation. That's what he has. He says, I've been to Adams Point's neighborhood party all the time. Soft like Lubs. I guess that's a little takeoff on Lubman. Yeah, most neighborhoods do it. Jason Mishler. Yeah, National Night Out. There it is. Union City. Pittsburgh. Steelers.
Where in the Union?
Let me see.
Yeah, I haven't heard about it.
We have National Night Out here in East Palo Alto. Guru, you live under a rock. We do it in Oakland all over. Union City been doing that for years. Curry 900.
Stop. I like whoever's in charge. We need more flyers. We need, you know what I mean? Like, get it out there.
And you're the same guy that throws away everything that's under his windshield. You don't even read it.
I don't get too much on the windshield these days, Tiny.
Anyway, Clifton Bailey. We have it every year. Yeah,
well, I'm going to come over then.
You can go anywhere you want.
No, I want to come to your hood.
You're
I
not
met the
in
criteria
my community.
to be selected, but I wasn't.
Now you don't want us to come over.
Tell Norm
we don't
to
do
start organizing one.
That's starting to bug me. Never heard of it, Steiny.
Yeah, 925. My court, meaning his cul-de-sac probably, he's been doing neighborhood parties since I moved to my house 11 years ago.
You live in a cul-de-sac, right, Sonny?
No, I live in a dead end.
Yeah, I've been to your crib.
Yeah. There's literally a poster in Union City announcing it, Goo. That according to the 510. NNO. Look at that. It's got an abbreviation according to the 925. NNO is all over Facebook. Tracy, California, having a huge get-together in downtown tonight. It should be great. It should be so great. I'm taking a sick day
Well, where's
tomorrow.
the one in the city then? That's what I mean.
They're all over.
Yeah.
That's the point. Every community tries to do one.
The 510 with
Careful.
a 5.
Oh.
Please read it.
Give it to us.
Sorry, Goo. Union City does it on a Thursday. Maybe that's right.
Wow, they gave me the Fidel.
Oh, boy. All right. Back to Aiyuk.
So you guys, real quick, you're making something to eat. You bring a dish?
We'll bring something.
Yeah.
We'll bring something. My buddy Drew lives around the corner. He's going to be barbecuing right in the middle of the street. They block off streets.
Will there be music?
Yes. It's action.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm serious. Hello, Jen. A national community building campaign that promotes. There it is. Hello, gents. It's a national community building campaign that promotes police community partnerships. Thank you. That's my main man, Pete in San Ramon.
Well, I want to know where the
Maryland.
ones are in Oakland and San Francisco.
Just walk around.
Oh, no. You got to be careful.
You're
gotta be careful.
You know what?
Head on a swivel,
They say this about the United States, but they may as well say it about the Bay Area. Love it or leave it, Goo.
Oh, I love it.
Oh, well then stop.
I'm mad, but I love
Stop working. He's scared. He's scared. He doesn't want to go around the block. Something might happen.
I just went to the Collie, baby, Evan and I.
Yeah, you had to have
Greg
two guys
Seats.
with you.
Please.
All right.
Just shut up.
Brandon Aiyuk still stinks. No, Brandon Aiyuk.
Hurry up, 12 o'clock, 12:30, right?
I don't know. Kyle Shanahan, we're going to take his press conference live. It'll be between 12 and 12:30, most likely. That's about when he talks every day. Then at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, we've got Eric Crocker, Locked On 49ers podcast. The latest news on Brandon Aiyuk is that, according to Matt Mayoko, the 49ers are dealing with the Cleveland Browns and New England Patriots, two teams that are interested in Aiyuk, and now we see what happens. I'm not sure anything's going to happen.
So do you fight me on my premise of if Aiyuk were to be dealt, the window, the Super Bowl window closes a little to me on just this year? I'm looking at just this year, Steiny.
I mean,
you're going to run a rookie out there, and I'm not saying Pearsall can't
they
be
have Juwan Jennings. They have Juwan Jennings. I mean, look, would it appear that the Super Bowl window would close a little bit? Okay, yeah. Can they still win a Super Bowl? The question is this. Do you think they can't win a Super Bowl if they don't have Aiyuk?
I don't. I don't.
Well, and that's probably a decision that the 49ers have to make. Now, Trent Williams, they may think we cannot win a Super Bowl without Trent Williams. Therefore, they'll pay him, or they'll come to an agreement with Trent Williams if that's what they believe. So 888-957-9570. How do you think the 49ers have handled this situation? I'm hearing not a lot, but I'm hearing some people say, boy, they've botched this. Well, they haven't botched anything yet, have they?
Well, all depends on when you talk about continuity and structure and focus. I mean, Brandon Aiyuk has not caught one pass in OTAs and in practice thus far from Brandon.
I thought you were talking about the Super Bowl.
Oh, Brock Purdy, Stoddy. Like, you could say, goo, that means nothing. You could be right. But, man. And then, you know what and then how many times does this happen? Soft tissue injury with said player that holds out. And I'm going to Trent Williams now. Like, get into it. And I don't know what he's doing, where he's at. But do something. Put the pads on. I just don't like it. And then week 3, Steiny's got a hammy. It'll be 2 weeks. Like, that type of stuff follows this type of stuff to me.
This is, you know what? This text from the 650, I think, does say a lot. If you believe that Aiyuk is needed to win the Super Bowl, then you don't think Brock Purdy's a great quarterback.
Like that sounds like shade at Brock, and I'm not ready.
It is.
I'm not trying to deliver shade. I'm just telling you, I'm not ready to tell you and the masses that he's Patrick Mahomes. You can pull this and play this card when you got a Mahomes. I can't even think of another quarterback because I'm so down on all of them. Maybe Burrow. But you can't play this card when we've all agreed Brock's been stellar, but in a year that's going to decide what you pay him and how well you feel about paying him, you're going to take away one of his favorite weapons on the outside that could be his weapon until they retire?
Ricky Pearsall could be his weapon until they retire.
Yeah. And you know what, Stoney? I want a lot of things that I can never get. I want info I'm not or never will be privy to. What did Aiyuk do for the Niners to feel like they needed to draft Pearsall? Or what did
Maybe they knew. They I have no doubt.
I want to call you crazy. I can't because that they said we need an addition to what Guru thinks is one of the top tandems in the NFL.
Well, they knew it wasn't going to be the top.
And they sure didn't show it in the Super Bowl. And I'm not blaming Debo. And they were quiet as a church mouse. Okay. The whole offense was.
So pay him 30. Brandon Aiyuk.
I told you I'm not in that camp. That's too much.
Okay. Right. So then there's nothing to see here with you. You got to move the guy.
Well, I'm tired of what's going on right now. Him on the sideline. People said you like chaos on the chat.
No, I don't like chaos. I like action. The worst 3 years of sports talk radio, but for that one fight between Draymond Green and Durant, was when Durant was here.
I got
one. That was the worst radio of all time.
Now, worst in what you mean? If the phones were off the hook.
Golden State Warriors 132.
Oh, yeah.
Memphis 101. Golden State Warriors 126.
We did pre-impose on that.
Los Angeles Lakers 104.
Guru, the game's over. Sorry. Hey, let's do the flip side of that. We got Carter here. Will you give me this?
Probably
the most electric radio since I've known you, since I've been on air. The most provocative subject matter, here we go,
is Draymond Green.
Cap versus Alex Smith.
I don't even think I was on the radio at that time.
I thought you had the show with OC.
Yeah, that lasted 11 months. Then I got fired.
Why do you keep doing this? Stoney, that was the most electricity ever.
Well, I missed it.
No, you're on air. You just don't remember.
Yeah, I was on weekends. Nobody heard me. It's like that show Evan does on. I'm
Carter,
kidding.
who is this dude?
I'm kidding. Oh, man. Also, there's other news involving the Warriors, or at least tangentially.
Draymond criticizing his coach?
No.
Could you believe that?
Of course I could.
Like, that's the last straw.
Okay. Yeah, and he's not going to get suspended anymore. In fact, he's not getting any more technical fouls.
Criticize the coach, man. You say that at the domino table with 40 and whoever you got over. You don't go public, bud. He don't answer to no one.
Thank you.
That's what I know.
Right.
Back to the Niners.
You're right. He doesn't.
Why?
But keep supporting him. Keep backing him.
You would think he was Shaq.
Exactly. It's a good point. It's a good point. I mean, he's talking.
Oh, my goodness.
It's like the worse he gets, the more he talks.
And it's like he's looking at us like, I'm untouchable. Anyway.
He is. He absolutely is. Anyway, Lauri Markkanen is expected to sign a long-term deal with the Jazz on Wednesday. That's tomorrow. That ensures that he will be on Utah's team all season long, which would mean, at least for this season, the Warriors would be out on Lauri Markkanen.
So the Warrior team is complete, Stoney.
The Warriors, at least the way it looks now, the Warriors, here's what I'm hearing through all the reports. Not all right. The Warriors didn't want Markkanen that badly. If they didn't want to include Podziemski or Kuminga, they didn't want him that much.
But what hurts me is you didn't want him because you knew it had to take one of the two. Or you didn't think highly of him.
That's right.
I'm going to give you the dub on that. That's shocking to me. Oh, stop. You've been
seriously.
But the giant take, I'm about to win that one. They're gonna
what giant take?
That I said they're going to win a series in the playoffs because they're going to make the playoffs, Donnie.
Okay. Yeah.
But anyway.
Give me that piece of opinion and a nickel.
Why would you, Markkanen's a pretty good player.
Pretty good. Don't cut it.
Well, he's better than what you got.
You don't know that.
I do know it.
Oh, he's better than Kuminga.
I would take him over Kuminga right now with confidence.
Yeah, again, all you care about is right now. You have no foresight. You never put into the equation what will happen 2 years from now. You just don't.
It's interesting.
You what is the word? Right. You need instant gratification.
No, I'm trying to fire on what's leaving pretty soon.
What
and that means years. Steph, okay. I'm all about that timeline. Okay. Same with the Giants. Get in. Who the hell knows? You're worried about 18 years from now.
No,
that's why we're fundamentally different.
No, I'm worried about 2 or 3 years from now. Like any rational and reasonable general manager or front office.
But you got to be realistic enough to know that, Steph, you can't do anything about that until this man is gone. You have no resource.
Well, they're showing you you're wrong.
Well,
they're showing you that all your perceptions and all your conventional wisdom means nothing.
Well, in result, but I'm right because they tried for Paul George.
They tried.
Your boy nixed it.
Who?
The owner. Ballmer.
They were never going to trade Paul George to the Warriors because they would have had to take back a player they didn't want to pay.
Speaking of which, we're going to find out what's going on with him.
Who?
Kuminga. If he gets new money.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. I've been in the Bay Area for 30 plus years and I'm detecting a trend. No more Mr. Nice Guys from front offices around here.
Oh, boy.
Just because you want something doesn't mean you get it. Oh, Jonathan Kuminga wants 30-80. It's great. That's great. We don't just give away money here.
Yeah.
You must earn it.
Yeah. You're right, but you got to allow that he might get an extension with the Warriors this offseason.
Okay.
I wouldn't do it.
Oh.
But there's a possibility.
And take it to the bank. That extension will be coming August 28th. Oh boy. Steiny is it's a limited window. 3 firsts plus Pods and Moody is not egregious. I think it is. I wouldn't give up 3 future firsts for Lauri Markkanen. No chance.
Yeah, that's a bit excessive.
Okay. Well, and if I'm Danny Ainge, I'm not trading Lauri Markkanen for just a guy, Moses Moody. Wow. Danny.
Yeah.
We'd like, hey, Danny Ainge, we'd really like Markkanen. Oh, okay. Yeah, we think he could be really good for us. Oh, okay, what are you going to give us? Moses Moody. I mean, what are we doing?
Yeah, I wouldn't even picked up the phone. It's like,
well,
wow.
He might not have. They might have just left a message. Like the dude in, what was that movie? Great movie. Swingers.
Oh, man, classic.
Remember when Favreau kept leaving the messages?
I might watch it tonight.
And they got worse and worse and worse.
Your money, baby.
Look at it. It is, man.
Oh,
great
boy.
flick.
No, you're right, Kevin. Who may still believe in Santa Claus? You are. No, that's not fair.
No, it doesn't penetrate. It does nothing to me.
I'm sticking up for you.
You don't need to.
I'm gonna.
Because you tear me down.
You're optimistic.
No, I am.
I know. And
but it's running out for this. It's running out for this team, this Warrior team.
Well, should
Giants got action.
They haven't made the
playoffs.
Look at the
schedule.
3 of the last 5 years. I mean,
well, Giants haven't won a series. Won in the last 8 years.
9.
Well, same.
Yeah. Not. Hey, go. Not every team can win it every.
And I'm telling you, the Niners are running out of chances. That's what
the Niners are.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you right now.
Open. It'll be open for okay.
And I'm telling you right now, that's not the way the Niners are looking at it. I guarantee you the way they're looking at it is if we acquiesce to these guys, it's going to shorten or it's going to diminish our window in the future. I'm telling you. How many signs do you have to get to realize that, yes, they'd love to win a Super Bowl this year, but like the Warriors, they're not mortgaging the future.
Well, you've already wrapped up a bunch of guys, and you should have already had a chip or two. I'm talking about the Niners.
They don't.
So it's a missed opportunity, and I do appreciate them saying, Fred Warner on with Willard and Dibbs at the juncture the last couple of months saying, we understand it. We're not running from that. And Kyle's done that.
It's so funny. You all as fans, Super Bowl or bust. Super Bowl or bust. What if John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan and Marate are being like, win a Super Bowl and we'll pay you? You guys are both under contract, and we haven't won a Super Bowl, but you want us to pay you? Win a Super Bowl. Then we'll talk. And I'm not saying they're right. I'm just saying
that
they have that right.
That can apply to Aiyuk, especially if he's asking for something ridiculous. But Trent Steiny.
Has he won a Super Bowl?
No, Trent is the reason you got to those Super Bowls.
Right.
The reason you dominated the Packers and the Vikings
clearly
during the years to get to the Super Bowls with an S, he's getting broken off.
Okay.
All right. And I know you kind of,
we'll see.
Aiyuk, different story.
Okay.
And I don't think he's getting traded because, like you said, Steiny, they want him to play on that 5th year. He's going to it's going to be the 9th inning of his whole den, and he's going to either have to say, you know what, honey and brother, talking about his girlfriend and his brother, I got to go out there to get this chicken, this 14 meal. We all need it.
I'll tell you what, if Brandon Aiyuk.
Then what was it all for?
What do you mean?
If all this posturing he's doing, if he K's in at the last second in the bottom of the 9th, he's like, you know what? I got to be out there Monday night against the Jets. I need this. We need this money.
If Aiyuk's if he really means business, I mean, I would give up $7 million. I would miss 8 weeks.
That's what Carter and I were talking about.
Then show up.
Yeah, and he would get service time for
exactly, and he would get $7+ million.
Who's to say that's not what if it stays status quo? Like, you almost need to do that, as crazy as it sounds. Show them you mean business. They don't want to go to Cleveland. I don't buy that. Cleveland would be. I mean, they got some stuff happening, Steiny.
What specifically?
Just their team. They got a great defense. Team. They beat you last time you saw them. He had a big catch to put him in field goal territory. Remember, Aiyuk had that big catch last year against the Browns.
In a loss?
Yeah, to get him set up for the field goal that Jake missed.
To set him up? Yeah.
Yeah.
Boy. Yeah, I mean, what more do you need to see here? The 49ers don't consider Aiyuk in the same class as Jefferson, Waddle, and those other guys.
I think the Steiny shots have been fired, and I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, I think it's fascinating.
But I'll say this: I still would. But ask me what bothers me, real quick. Lynch
Can I do it on the other side?
Let's do it on the other side.
Because it's 11:55,
Gotta pay the bills, bud.
Yeah. Kyle, and if Shanahan starts at noon, you're going to have to hold that thought. But that guy's been on time like once in 3 years, Shanahan. All right. On the other side, we're going to take Kyle Shanahan's press conference live from Santa Clara. It'll be either right after the break or shortly thereafter. What's coming up next on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Wesley Financial Group is not a
Hey, it's Moses Moody with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
All righty. Coming up momentarily, we're going to go down to Santa Clara and hear from Kyle Shanahan, coach of the 49ers. He's meeting the media. And in light of what's going on with Brandon Aiyuk and probably to a little lesser extent Trent Williams, we're going to take that live, see if we can get any clarity. I'm not holding out hope, but
I'm out.
We owe it to the listeners to give it to you straight from the horse's mouth. So Kyle Shanahan momentarily. Eric Crocker will be joining us at 1 o'clock, Locked On 49ers podcast, and he will come courtesy. And you know what? I'm going to go ahead and do this. I'm going to say, you know what? Kyle Shanahan, too, is also coming courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Burning question, I guess. Okay, Goo, what bothers you? What bothers me? Before the break, you said, ask me what bothers me.
Oh!
And then I said, let's do it after the break.
I was trying to bother you by not remembering what bothered me before the break, but it was Aiyuk texting fire emoji after Pearsall got drafted on draft night. Miss me. He had to know this was coming or this is going to affect my chicken. And when it's all said and done and the smoke settles, Steiny, he may be right. So that whole facade, Brandon just texted us it was a good pick. Like, yeah, right.
It's called being a team player.
Yeah.
Gotcha. You can't see the good in people.
I work with you every day.
Brandon,
dude, I can see the boy. It's hard sometimes, but I do see the good in you, pal. I explain it ad nauseum. Steiny, dude, I'm your biggest fan. Just know that, buddy. Just know that.
Hey, join 95.7 The Game at Harding Park Friday, September 6th for the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tourney. That benefits the Autism Society of San Francisco. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. This is all presented by our friends at Atco Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally family-owned pest control company.
Billy.
Other news, in addition to Aiyuk, Lauri Markkanen, Utah Jazz, expected to sign a long-term contract tomorrow, which would mean that he would be ineligible to be traded this season, which would take the Warriors out of that conversation for at least a year.
Yeah.
So
also a minor update from Adam Schefter on the Aiyuk and Steelers front. Remember, there wasn't a team that was listed. Well, according to Adam Schefter, Steelers and the Niners have re-engaged in conversations midday regarding Aiyuk per league sources. As of Monday night, the 49ers talks stalled, but there have been further conversations today in an ever-fluid situation.
Oh, it's very fluid.
Pitt Filipponi back on in Pitt. Oh, boy.
For those who don't know, Andrew Filipponi is a media person in Pittsburgh.
On our sister station, Desert Morning Show.
What's the name of the station?
93.7 The Fan.
Actually, you're right, probably, right?
Oh, wow.
Is it also the Pirates flagship?
You've called into that station.
Oh, lay that out. Good God. He was like, my boy got it. Yeah.
All right, so keep in mind, we're going to go to Kyle Shanahan as soon as he gets to the podium. It could be abrupt, but in the meantime, Tom Pelissero, NFL Network, here's what he has as the latest on Brandon Aiyuk.
Well, Mike, it depends if you choose to listen to people who bought blue check marks on social media to pretend that they have information. And then the scam, as they do it, is they take real information, bits and pieces, and then they try to do the fake thing where they say, this is now done, where they're really just guessing and they're hoping, and then they just pretend the 9 things they got wrong didn't actually happen. And then they'll just be like, when they get one right, they're like, oh, look at this over here. So no, there is no trade done to the Pittsburgh Steelers. There is no trade done to any other team. No, the bro hug and the dap the other day does not mean Brandon Aiyuk has agreed to terms on a new contract with the San Francisco 49ers. What I can tell you, since this is the Insiders, and this is a show that you should trust for accurate information and not whatever somebody's decided to aggregate and misrepresent for their own benefit, is that there certainly have been trade discussions surrounding Brandon Aiyuk. In fact, certain specific other teams have been granted permission from the 49ers to speak with Aiyuk's agent, Ryan Williams, and try to work out a contract that would have to be a part of any deal getting done. Now, that has a couple of effects here. One, of course, is that it allows Aiyuk and his agent to see exactly what the market would be for a contract someplace else. it also does potentially allow them to get closer to finalizing a trade, but we're not there just yet.
Wow.
Was that the right clip, or was that
went off?
Pelissero ripping other people?
He went Ghostbusters. Man. Boy.
All right.
Brought out the bazooka, Steiny.
I mean, outside the 4 flat-out insults he threw to the entire internet, he seems to believe that they're just engaged in talks.
Re-engaged now with the Steelers.
Pelissero. That was Schefter.
Yeah, and I'll ask Eric, what area needs the most attention right now, in your estimation? Steiny? Mine would be O-line. Assuming Trent is back, that's where I would go.
All right.
Maybe a Greenlaw, somebody that plays his position we don't know when he's coming back. Some people saying 5 weeks. Some saying he may not come back. It'll be interesting, but they need him.
I mean, the free agency is pretty much over. So this is going to be the Niners team pretty much.
Right.
We may see something on Aiyuk. We'll probably see something on Trent Williams, but you're saying if they end up trading?
Yeah.
Okay, I got
what would you need?
I got you there. 888-957-9570 is the number. Again, we're going to go to Kyle Shanahan as soon as he gets to the podium today. There's Brandon Aiyuk news, and we're talking about it. Here's Mike Garafolo, also of NFL Network, talking about what's going on with Brandon Aiyuk.
What seems to be clear is that if and when he is traded, and I would say we're closer to a trade than we are to him staying in San Francisco at this point, he is going to make more than the 49ers offered him. How much more? That might depend on the team that he winds up with, because it sounds like some teams have been a little bit more aggressive than others with regard to the financials. But Aiyuk has a few destinations in mind. One of them was Washington. He made that clear as he made the social media videos that he posted with his buddy Jaden Daniels here. We have not heard Washington and the Commanders bubbling up as of recently, as far as them being one of the top contenders right now. Those other teams that have been mentioned, they're in play as well. But again, Brandon Aiyuk seems like he is going to be a rich man once he gives the green light and once the 49ers have the trade compensation in place with whatever team they're going to trade him to.
All right, that's Mike Garafolo, NFL Network, talking Garofalo.
Well,
I get him mixed up with Jeannie Garofalo. She was funny. I liked her. She had a good little role on Seinfeld, one of the Seinfeld episodes. You don't know who she is?
No.
Very good comedian. Was.
She's not Elaine.
No.
What's her name?
Julia Louis-Dreyfus.
Okay.
Yeah. Icon.
Oh, she is.
You ever see her on Veep?
I don't know what Veep is.
You've never watched Veep?
No.
Oh, that is a great
I did watch Fresh.
show.
You weren't here. That was Evan. Oh, what a great film.
What's it about?
Samuel Jackson and a guy that was estranged from us. I don't want to ruin it. Evan got held last week. How he communicates with his son just about life, and they do it through chess. Yeah, it's not Fresh, and people go, "You seen it?"
We are waiting on Kyle Shanahan. We're going to go down to Santa Clara, but was there some kind of, because I wasn't here last week, was there kind of what they call a kerfuffle about us on the radio talking about the Olympics in real time?
I'm going to let Evan come in and tell you what happened. That is, Evan, speak for yourself, bud.
Well, yeah, apparently we spoiled one of Simone Biles' all-around gymnastics performances for a few of the listeners, which I didn't realize was a thing because I don't have television, nor do I have Peacock, which I explained to our audience. And I would like to think most of them forgave me, but Dan Dibley did not forgive them. I think that was kind of the biggest part of it.
And my boy Reg B, he's taping the Team USA today. He gets mad and hides and tells everybody on the Vine, Steiny, he's taping it. When he gets off at 5, he'll then go home and he'll watch it then. Don't spoil it. But they were calling. I had Evans back. But you can't do this. And then Dibbs was on that side of the fence too. You don't say, they play it again.
So I shouldn't say that the U.S. women's soccer team is up 1-0 on Germany?
Yeah.
You can say they're up 1-0, but you shouldn't give them the final score.
Well, I think it's still going on right now. Oh, it's over.
Hey.
You
1-0
People
US.
calling you a Richard, man.
Just save yourself some time. Go to the National Night Out tonight instead of watching
Evan,
the.
You're not selfish there, but Evan did it from his heart.
Allies over Axis.
There you go.
What does that mean?
And I gave you my login. You should have TV.
I'm sorry?
Like I break out when I hear somebody say they don't have TV. I know he's younger. I gave him my login. You should have YouTube TV. You know, you can do multiple logins.
I have YouTube TV. Now.
When? You just got it.
One of my daughter's friends gave me her login.
That's just, wow. Netflix cracked down on that.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Did they really?
Yeah. They'll be like, 4 accounts have this login. There will not be a 5th. $20. Like, God darn it.
Hey, let's go to Joe in Walnut Creek. He says the Niners have telegraphed what they're going to do. Hey, Joe, what's going on, man?
Hey, man. Nice to hear. Love the show today.
Thank you.
The Niners told you, the Niners told you exactly what they were going to do at the draft. They drafted a wide receiver. Why would they do that? The reason is because the Niners know how to build a team, and I'm a Raider fan. They know how to build a team. They're not going to spend $60 million on the wide receiver room like the Raiders have done, or Matt Millen did when he was a GM of the Lions, because they can't win that way. So they knew going into this year it was going to be either Debo or Aiyuk, and their wide receiver they drafted. I don't even think they cared which one it was, but Aiyuk made their decision easy for them. Now they're sticking and they have this backup in their draft pick.
I couldn't agree with you more.
Can't say that he's wrong, but
I couldn't agree with Joe more.
Well, to put the right on the table, brought to you by Atco. They expected your boy Brandon to cave in.
All right. Apparently, Kyle Shanahan is coming to the podium right now. Take a listen.
For everything, not knowing it could go any direction. So we've been doing the same stuff. If that continues, we'll keep doing what we planned on. And, the hardest thing is just not have as much wideouts out there. So we got to make sure we get through that with some of the injuries and stuff. But, no, nothing's changing right now.
Do you expect or need this to be resolved pretty soon?
No, you always want it to be badly. But this stuff does take time. And, every day I hope it gets resolved. But I have no timetable on it. Didn't surprise me coming into this. Going about coaching our team, getting them ready for week 1, and hopefully it'll get resolved though sooner than later.
He's here today?
Yes.
Normal stuff.
Yeah. Yep.
Is there a scenario where you do a long-term deal with him?
There's a scenario for everything. So I want to rule anything out.
Would this team be better if you traded Brandon Aiyuk? Could you see a scenario where you're better because of that?
Brandon's a great player. So it's real hard to be better when you lose a great player. So we got to look into anything. We got to understand the situation we're in, what that looks like. And that does take time. So hopefully it'll all work out best for him and best for us in the long run.
He has the permission to talk to other teams. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is there a disappointment it's reached this point? I know it could be resolved. But.
It's been at this point for a little bit, so it's nothing really new to me. You're always disappointed when you can't keep a hold of all your players or it's not going exactly right. I don't like losing anybody, so that's why I'm hoping it does work out here. But right now we don't have that solved yet, so I hope it does.
Is the offer you guys made in May a final offer, or is there a chance you...
I'm not getting any specifics with offers, contracts, trades, anything like that, but what I can tell you guys is nothing has changed. I know a lot was out yesterday and stuff, but from the situation that we're in with Brandon, nothing's changed.
If a veteran receiver walked off the street into this offense, how long would it take that player to get up to speed and be ready to roll?
2.5 days. It depends who it is. It depends the situation, experience of the offense, where he's at in his career. So I got no absolutes for you.
Bose's deal took a while last year. Obviously, we know all the way to the right. Why is this one different?
Not going to get into that. Each one's different, and I'm not going to compare Bose's to Brandon's.
What's your current comfortability level with the wide receivers that you have? Obviously, Debo's there, you have Jennings there and stuff, but with the younger guys, where's your comfortability level with them right now?
I love the guys that we have in the building. I love the vets that we've had here that have played at a high level. I love the new ones we brought in for competition, and I love the young guys. They have been banged up, trying to get healthy, battling a shoulder, battling a hamstring. But when they're out there, they're getting better, and I hope that they can get healthy, continue to stay healthy so they can get the time in that they need to be ready. I know they will be if they get that time in, but that's the risky and hard thing about football. Football's a tough thing to practice, tough thing to get prepared for, and you got to do that at a very high level, and you hope they have no setbacks as they go along, and if they don't, I feel very good about the guys because they got what it takes.
From a coach's perspective, is it potentially detrimental to the team to keep Aiyuk here if he's unhappy and doesn't have an extension?
I mean, everything can be. I mean, totally. We're trying to figure out what the situations are. They're always moving, and what the best one will be. But yeah, there's pluses and minuses to every situation.
Does Brandon talk to you a lot about this, or are you keeping that?
No, I think we did at the beginning, but we've kept. We haven't been talking about it much with each other, and most of that goes through his agent and John.
What's Christian McCaffrey's status right now?
Christian has a calf strain. Did a couple days ago. It's all right. He didn't pull it or anything, but you guys probably won't see him this preseason.
Brought in Matt Breida, and we haven't seen Elijah Mitchell lately. What's Mitchell's status?
Elijah has a strained hamstring too. Didn't pull it, but we're going to be safe with him. So he's going to miss probably a week or so. So we had to bring Matt in, which was awesome to have Matt available. We needed some numbers out there, and to be able to get a legit player who's had a hell of a career, who's been here before too. Felt pretty fortunate.
Are you in communication with Trent Williams at all? And do you know what he's doing right now?
I don't know what he's doing. I believe he's in Houston. I know that's where he lives in the off season, but confident Trent's working out, getting ready and stuff, and hopefully that'll be resolved as fast as possible too.
How long do you expect Christian to miss practice?
What's that?
How long do you expect Christian to be out of practice?
Probably a couple weeks.
Would Aiyuk go with the team to Irvine next week if nothing changes?
I'm not sure. Haven't even discussed that. Yeah, he tweets his shoulder, something that he did in OTAs. I don't know if it's too serious, but that's why we removed him halfway through practice.
How important are role players on a team like Jalen Moore? It seems like he's in a tough position where obviously Trent Williams is ahead of him, but you're able to run your offense when he's in the bench. How important are those type of players?
Role players are huge on our team and in every team because, it's always next man up, and you can lose a guy at any time. And if you don't have a guy who can come in and do that job at some important positions, that can take the whole team down. So it's not just Jalen, but, guys who back up George, guys who back up our wideouts, our quarterback. You guys have seen it over the years. You keep your fingers crossed, but you're always going to lose some real good players. And usually your season depends on how good those backups are.
You're listening to Kyle Shanahan on 95.7 The Game, addressing the media in Santa Clara.
Mason was telling us that when he first came in, that he didn't connect right away with Bobby Turner, and that he didn't really know. He found out later he didn't really know how to be a pro. But is that unusual for an undrafted free agent to come in and not connect? But you guys still see enough in him to hang on to him?
Yeah, I think it's relationships with everyone, whether you're young or older, or it takes time to get to know people and really what makes them tick. And Bobby's going to be Bobby regardless. He has a coaching style to himself, and that is very successful. He has a standard, and he demands a lot out of people. And sometimes I don't know if that comes off always the right way to every single person. But I think when you're consistent each day and people realize you're a good coach, you eventually don't care about that style. You just respect that they're making you better each day and challenge you in that way and hopefully you look at it as that'll help your career. And sometimes, especially on your history, how people have coached you maybe in high school or college or before, sometimes that can shock some guys. But usually the guy, once he realizes that this person's real and why he's doing it, usually it's not a problem, and JP's been great.
Ricky, if Aiyuk were to be unavailable for week one, regardless of the situation, how comfortable would you feel with Ricky potentially slotting in for him from the start of the season?
I feel comfortable with whoever it is. That's just the issue as a coach. You always, there's times that I think Aiyuk missed a game last year, and we had to do that. So it's something you're always prepared for. Aiyuk could also be with us, and everything could be great, and he could get hurt, like has happened plenty of times. We lost a running back on a walkthrough the practice before our first game a few years ago with Jet McKinnon, and didn't have him for the whole year. So we had a quarterback who tore his ACL in week 3 one year. So that's stuff that you're always used to and ready for.
Have you mapped out how much you want the starters to play in the first preseason game and maybe what the quarterback rotation is going to be?
Yeah, I talked about it with our staff yesterday when the players were off, but I haven't told any of the players yet. So I'm not going to say it exactly here, but we don't plan on many of the starters to play. I know some guys will have to, but for the most part, starters shouldn't be in much, if at all.
Tomorrow's Dwight Clark Day. Just curious of
maybe your first interaction or a fun story you have with Dwight over the years?
I just always remember Dwight at all the camps up in Rockland when I was in middle school running around, and I didn't realize how good of a player he was at that time because I was too young, and I just thought he was one of the coolest guys in the world, just walking around like he was the man, like where everyone just respected him. I was like, why is that guy so special? And I remember my mom crushing me for not knowing what the catch was when I was in 6th grade. I didn't grow up here and didn't totally know I think I was 2 or 1.5 at the time, so she should have been softer on me, but she wasn't. And she made me feel stupid, and now I get why, because it's one of the best plays ever.
Now that you're experiencing a hold-in for the first time, do you have any thoughts on whether you prefer that to a holdout?
No. I mean, it's nice not finding guys, So but I mean, there's not much of a difference.
Seen Wishnowsky in a few days. What's he been?
He has knee irritation. We're taking it easy on him, having him not punt here for a little bit, and we'll have to figure out something for the game.
As a coach, obviously I assume you prefer just Brandon Aiyuk is on the field and taken care of contractually. Obviously, I know you don't ignore the financial part of it, but I mean, I don't know how frustrating is it? Because I think, as you said, you're a better team when he's here. You probably don't want him to not be here. I guess, what's the frustration level and your emotions as you've gone through this?
Calculated and prepared. I mean, you want everybody out there. When frustrated guys are hurt and can't get out there, all you want to do is practice and get ready for the tough season that's ahead. But you also truly understand the business side of our league and what these guys do and put themselves through and what they have to go through in these deals. So whether it's a hold in or whether it's a hold out, I mean, this stuff is pretty common, and you just got to be patient with it as a coach. All right, guys, thanks.
All righty, that was Kyle Shanahan down in Santa Clara addressing the media. All right, Goo, what were your takeaways? I know what number one.
Oh, seriously.
Yeah, I know. McCaffrey.
Oh, my gosh, and that's why Matt Breida the Cheetah is a Niner again. They knew, but you're telling me he's not going to play all preseason, okay?
Wasn't going to play.
Yeah, but man, Steiny, he's down to where he's not practicing for the next couple weeks. We know, shout out Kevin Durant, calves are sensitive, but Steiny, this could be one of those things that follow him. And now I wonder, when he just last year, Kyle, blew past, hey, why don't you spell McCaffrey in a blowout per se? He's got to do that this year, Steiny. Like, you can't just run him in the ground in regard to his touches. But I know it's early, but I guess I'm more worried that you haven't been getting hit and it's barking, and we'll just follow this going into the season. Maybe you have to rely on your passing game more early and without Aiyuk. But people telling me Curtis Guido on the chat, RELAX. But as far as Brandon Aiyuk, I feel like Kyle's saying, it ain't late in the game yet.
I agree with that. I don't feel like Kyle Shanahan. I mean, the one thing that was interesting is he said, I know stuff's out there, but nothing has changed. Yeah. The only thing that I thought was not interesting, but he did confirm it's the first time the Niners have. Yes, they've given Aiyuk's agent permission to try to find a deal. I'll tell you what, let's put some respect on punters. What about Wishnowsky? He's hurt. That's the one. McCaffrey's going to be fine.
Hey, you're talking to yourself.
Wishnowsky had a great year last year.
I was like, why do they need Breida? And now we
strain.
know. Now that's a special young man.
And then who was the other guy who was a little nicked up?
Ricky Pearsall.
Like, dude,
re-aggravated the shoulder injury that kept him out.
Man.
It's football, Goo.
All right.
It's football. All right, 49er fans, there you go. You heard from Kyle Shanahan. He says nothing's changed with Brandon Aiyuk. He says Christian McCaffrey will not practice for a couple weeks and won't play in the preseason. And Wishnowsky's dealing with some issues. Yeah. And Ricky Pearsall also dealing with a few injuries. 888-957-9570 is the number. I'm going to open up the phone lines along with Daryl the Guru Johnson. And then at 1 o'clock, we're going to talk to Eric Crocker, Locked On 49ers podcast. 888-957-9570. Did you glean anything from Kyle Shanahan's words down in Santa Clara? 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs.
Steiny Guru Steiny Show. Let's go.
I cannot believe. I'm so mad at Shanahan.
Dude, he was, boy.
Giving us.
Possibly.
You're good.
I text Shasky and Bonte already, Willard and Diaz, 49er Frankie. Steiny, what is life? Let's just say running back misses football game. What are the Niners in their backfield? Because his offense is so C-Mac-centric. What are they with? That's why they brought in Matt Breida, the cheetah. I was like, that's odd. Hey, look, he hadn't even been hit in his barking. That's all. And he's 28.
It's not all, because you're going to harp on it for the next 3 weeks. Yes, you will.
No, I won't.
I know you will.
No, stop. I promise I won't.
Like, he's not practicing for at least 2 weeks.
He deserves the Trent Williams.
What's the over-under? We should really do this.
Eric Crocker when we have him.
That's fine. You can't, and that'll be one. What's the over-under on times that we'll hear gurus worried about McCaffrey?
But I've been.
That's one.
Today. But no, I'm just, Steiny, I'm telling you, he's 28. That's 35 in the running back world, dog year. So you got to spell him at times. And I know Kyle's blown past that and kind of scoffed at it. But if you look at like I do, partner, because I'm so bored sometimes in my life, I'm in the lab watching these playoff games. And football players, it's a tough game. He's rubbing on his calf. He's doing something. And now the 18-year-old you just drafted has got another soldier injured, talking about Pearsall. Like, you guys haven't even got down to the nitty-gritty, and there's some little aches and bruises. McCaffrey is everything, Steiny, and so is Trent Williams.
Well, apparently not. Trent Williams, one question was asked about Trent Williams.
And it made me feel like nothing to see here.
Yeah. We'll see.
Yeah.
We will see.
Well, did you take that answer any different? Like, he didn't seem mad. He kind of, I assume Trent's
he has no idea where he is.
Now that.
None. Zero.
I did think, like,
nada.
Can't you say you've been in contact with him? But he did say Bosa and Aiyuk, I think it was TK or Kruger, they're different, Steiny, and I get it. These two situations are different.
As far like the one thing I think we got to acknowledge is it's not like this Trent Williams situation came up a week ago. Right. They knew, according to Mike Silver, at least, of the Chronicle, they knew in March this was a possibility. What confuses me is, so they knew in March that Trent Williams wasn't happy. He's supposed to be the most important player on the team. Well, why can't anyone answer why that isn't wrapped up yet?
Would the delay be, hey, we'll hook you up and just so it'll appear that the contract is what doesn't have you at camp? I know you could be like, well, you got to go to that extent, but Steiny, that's the only thing I can come up with, man.
Or
they don't, oh boy.
Or they're playing hardball. Listen, the closer it gets to the season, the more urgency there is out there. But it sounds to me like the 49ers, at least at this point, are going to, I don't know, hey, Trent, really?
Yeah, and if I'll tell you what, well, they're saying McCaffrey doesn't need preseason, so Trent doesn't need it.
Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably
right. The contract, your boy's getting his money, C-Mac.
Yeah, exactly. Then maybe they pay the guy who's hurt. Uh-oh.
I just find it odd that
maybe that's why McCaffrey wanted that guaranteed money.
Yeah.
He was dancing at the wedding.
Yeah. But no. It's all about the team. It's all about the team.
But he said it in a way like he ain't practicing for he ain't gonna be out there. Now I get that, but boy,
I mean,
and if I tackle McCaffrey now,
who are you more worried about, Trent Williams or McCaffrey?
McCaffrey. I totally get resting both, but I remember you made fun of me on the therapeutic gun or whatever the gun's name is.
I always will.
But no,
every player has a Theragun.
But his seemed to be focused in the one spot, the McCaff strain from Evan. That was a 9.
I would encourage you to go back and read a wonderful story by Matt Barrows of The Athletic The 49ers last year granted Matt Barrows access to a halftime where he went into the locker room at halftime along with the team.
No speeches.
Of course not.
Yeah, that hurt me. You won that one.
But the one detail he had was on the seat of every player at their locker was a Theragun. Just sitting there, waiting to be used. Not just by Christian McCaffrey. There weren't 53 Theraguns all for McCaffrey.
I understand.
Everyone had one.
I gotcha.
And then it was up to each player to decide whether they were going to use one or not.
Practice squad had knockoffs, though.
Yeah, there you go.
Theragun's the real deal.
Boy. Let me just tell you this.
Sure.
So I guess Aiyuk does have leverage in the sense that he'll decide where he wants to go and re-sign. So the deal won't be consummated until he says to that team, whoever it is, that's where I want to go play.
I just saw a report that said there's no deals in place with any team. There's no deals in place with any team. And that's what I believe. I believe there's a lot of talk. But again, when I think of the Cleveland Browns, and they're like, they know the 49ers are in a pickle with Aiyuk. But they like Aiyuk. They like Aiyuk. They like him a lot. But they have a very good receiver under contract for one more year. And unless they love Brandon Aiyuk, why would they give the Niners a second-round pick and Amari Cooper?
It's like highway robbery, Stoddy, NFL version. Like, it's stupid.
I just do not believe the Niners. I don't think they want to.
I'm with you. Go ahead, man.
The 49ers end game here, I still believe, is to get Aiyuk to play for $14 million.
You're right.
Evan?
If you're Cleveland, though, you probably would want Aiyuk because otherwise you're losing Cooper for nothing. And you could just replace him with a younger, honestly, more productive, locked-in wide receiver.
I don't disagree with that. But would you give up a second rounder?
That's where I'm
also?
If I'm Cleveland, I would do that in a heartbeat.
Would you really?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't think I would. I don't.
Who like what other receiver can you name on the Browns?
None.
Well, my point is maybe that could be that your draft pick the next year could be your Amari Cooper if you identified somebody.
But if I have Brandon Aiyuk in his prime, he's coming off a second-team All-Pro season. I'm locking him up for 3 or 4 years. I'm basically just getting a younger, better, potentially version of Amari Cooper.
Or rather than lock into a player for $30 million a year, you ride it out with Cooper for one more year, and then if you have an alternative, you try to go in that direction, or you bring Cooper back again for another year or two.
Yeah, I mean, I think, well, receivers have been productive into their 30s, but Cooper's been in the league for like 10 years.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong because I don't think anybody's wrong or right. We're all kind of thinking out loud here.
Yeah.
I think Goo's right, though. It feels like the hang-up is Aiyuk, right?
Like, if you really want to get up out of Dodge,
I don't know.
Man.
I mean,
But now the Steelers are back in it, allegedly, if you go off the report.
According to Adam Schefter.
Yeah. Wow.
But I do believe, I just don't, and you said this early, and I don't disagree with you. Why would the San Francisco 49ers say to Brandon Aiyuk, hey, we got some deals out there for you. Pick the one you like.
Right.
There's no sense to me.
But I guess for the team, it's bigger than that. It's him telling the team that's trading for him, I'll re-up.
Right. But all I'm saying is, if the 49ers have multiple deals out there for Aiyuk, why would I give him the power to pick the one? Unless they truly don't care or think either one is good enough, but...
Or if you pick it for him, he doesn't want to go to that location, then...
Well, then you say, you know what? Forget it. Play for 14 or sit out.
Right. And what did you say? If he sits out, he could sit out all the way up until, what was it, week 8 for him to then, and I know this is a long shot, him then show up and get credit for a full service for a full year, right?
Yeah.
That would be going hard in the paint.
Here's an interesting take from the Xfinity Mobile text line. Why does everyone on 95.7 The Game disrespect Deebo Samuel? I don't think we've mentioned his name today. Maybe that's the disrespect. Yeah.
Well, the Niners didn't. They paid him.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And this ain't about Deebo. Deebo is not your fluid or typical wide receiver to me, Steiny. He's more of a gadget guy, a damn good gadget guy. He's more of a running back than wide receiver. If we want to put the rat on the table, that's where he eats when he gets the ball out in space and speeds up. That's what Deebo is. I was watching that receiver doc, Steiny. He's excellent, and he deserves his chicken. He got it. But don't act like we're saying he's Lynn Swann or Jerry Rice or Terrell Owens down the field.
I am ready to go.
Yeah, I like Deebo.
Big year from Deebo coming
Great
up.
dad, by the way.
Who?
Deebo on the receiver doc.
Great dad?
Yeah, great dad. You know how I know. I can tell, Stan. It means a lot to me.
And you could tell that Andrew Wiggins was ready to ball out when you looked into his eyes on a TV screen.
That's the one that hurt me.
Which should.
On a game that I attended. Remember you and Evan and I went to the Bull game. Then I went home to watch it again and saw that look.
Hey, I forgot this too. Didn't Jerry Jeudy sign with Cleveland?
Yes.
Well, they're like, I just answered like I answer everything. I don't know.
But he kind of didn't live up to it.
Okay.
Yeah, he was a former first-round pick. There's a reason he's not on the Broncos.
Right, he got you.
All right, but when I said I don't know, a lot of people were like, dang, Steiny.
Well, I think that kind of is a move that flies under the radar.
Yeah, it flew under mine.
Yeah, I didn't like him saying he didn't know where Trent was.
I did.
He did.
He said he's in Houston.
Yeah, he said Houston.
Allegedly.
He was guessing, Evan.
A lot of barbecue down there.
Shout out Jay Prince.
Yeah, no, but he's working out hard. He's you ever see his home gym down there? It's unbelievable.
Now, I don't know if you're playing or not because these guys get so much chicken.
I'm sure he gets
I'll tell you what. Keep your running backs gimpy. We can say that early. And your left tackle is not in camp. Keep playing around.
What are they playing around with? They can control that Christian McCaffrey's. They can control his injury. What are they playing around? Keep playing around with McCaffrey. How are they playing around
with the roster?
He's hurt.
No, the roster and McCaffrey's.
They're not playing around with the roster. They're sitting tight.
My point is, you're playing with fate, and McCaffrey shouldn't be a part of that. My point is,
what do you mean
things
they're playing
happen.
with fate?
Yeah, keep.
Every team is playing with fate,
but every team starting running back is not gimpy. That ain't even got tackled yet.
Gimpy.
What do you call it? He ain't playing the whole preseason and practicing for 2 weeks.
Call precaution.
What?
You're Yeah. No, you watch the game.
I'll call back, lady.
No, don't call back. Oh, boy. This is from the 510. Teams will only trade for Aiyuk if they know they can sign him.
Yeah.
Right? So for a trade to happen, the Niners have to let Aiyuk negotiate with potential partners.
But what does he want? A tuxedo and a private jet? You want your chicken, or is it now your chicken on your own terms with the locale? What is it?
Exactly.
Like,
I mean, who is Brandon Aiyuk to dictate to the Niners the team he wants to go to?
I'm pro Aiyuk, but
then when he decides team he wants to go to, hopefully, knock wood, that team will want him, and then say, it doesn't matter what the compensation practice is.
Man. He can't be like, man, give me my chicken, I'll show up.
You're not getting it. I mean, how many times do you have to see this way till Sunday? Let me ask you a question, 49er fans. Does anyone out there believe that the way this ends up is that Brandon Aiyuk gets a long-term contract with the Niners and is on the field game one? I don't.
I don't either.
Is there any Niner fan right now that feels confidently that that's the way it's going to come down?
But I'll tell you
888-957-9570.
Hearing Kyle say or deem it still early in the process, Donnie, maybe there can be a resolution.
Some people on the YouTube chat, no chance, Steiny. I guess he means no chance that he's getting a long-term extension. I don't, of all the scenarios, I don't believe that's the one that's going to come down. I
and
could
the
be
fact
wrong.
that they've given him permission to seek a trade lets me know they've exhausted all possibilities.
At least from their end.
Right.
I hear you. I mean, you know what's funny is just to make it clear, I'm not making fun of Guru and the McCaffrey thing. I'd actually be more concerned about Pearsall.
Wow.
Especially after Herm Edwards basically said the guy sometimes, he's got some issues health-wise.
Wow, man.
So,
just think about that. And he's young, Steiny.
So Pearsall, Pearsall caught a 40-yard touchdown pass today. That
45
must mean that something happened after that, right?
That's a good. Well, ask Eric.
Yeah,
Eric
we can
Crocker.
do that. He was down there. Eric Crocker coming up in 10 minutes. Locked On 49ers podcast. You've heard him on the morning show. Really, really good with 49ers info. He was likely down there today, or certainly on top of what was going on with the Kyle Shanahan press conference. But if you've just joined us, we went to that press conference live with Kyle Shanahan.
One, by the way.
And he said, essentially, there's nothing new with the Brandon Aiyuk situation. Now, he did say it is accurate that the 49ers have given his agent permission to seek a trade. But if those two things are true, that means that they gave Aiyuk's agent permission a while ago.
You're right.
Which I believe
you to be right. Now, what about, I forgot who asked the question about, is that offer still, the original offer still standing?
Right.
He was kind of vague on that, and I wonder.
Well, he just said I'm not getting into that.
That's what he did say.
So let's go to, is this Joe Sue or Joshua in Castro Valley? Hey, Joe Sue.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Hey, so I just wanted to say I definitely think Aiyuk is going to stay. I think his agent and his team kind of messed this whole thing up from the beginning. It just all the show and tell, all this stuff leaking out on Instagram and everything else. They just messed it up. And the Niners are calling their bluff right now, letting him go see. And he's finding out real quick that he's really not worth all that money yet. So he's not going to have any other way out. He's not going to New England. I don't know going to Cleveland either, but he's definitely going to stay. They call this bluff. And they're not going to pay Trent his money until they get this Aiyuk situation situated. Because otherwise, that's just going to piss off Aiyuk even more.
So you believe...
Right? It's like...
So do you think he'll be a 49er with a new contract extension?
I think eventually, yes.
Okay.
I think eventually, yes. I don't know how long it'll take to get that, but he's definitely suiting up. He's not suiting up for anybody else this year.
Hey, let me ask you, what makes you think that? What makes you think that real quick?
Because his options have gone from a lot to a little. The one team that he really wanted to go play with dropped out of the race. So now he's like back to either a championship caliber team, which he's probably going to get a ring this year with, or start over again from zero. I mean, where does he want to go? Is he really going to lose over a championship ring over $2 million a year? Like, come on. He's not.
I hear you, but maybe that first offer's not on the table.
And do you think Aiyuk's in any position to say where am I in the batting order or the paying order, to where if something got done with Trent before his deal, I think that's the last thing you should be worried about, right?
Well, I mean, I think there could be something to that. When did the 49ers redo McCaffrey? I'll bet it was after April, right?
Feels like about a month ago. But
yeah, 6 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So what that could mean is the 49ers' plan A in the offseason was to re-sign Aiyuk, then redo McCaffrey, and then deal with Trent Williams. But when Aiyuk didn't take what they thought was a fair offer and got the sense that maybe Aiyuk was going to be a lot tougher than they thought, well, then they just went to McCaffrey, which they knew they were going to have to do anyway.
Yeah.
And at that point, and maybe now, McCaffrey's money has impacted the initial offer that they gave Brandon Aiyuk.
Yeah, and that was a good call, but Steiny, he's wrong on, or was he talking about Washington? Because the Steelers
That's
are
what
back.
I think. I think he was talking about Washington.
Okay. Because that's where we know your boy wants to go.
Yeah, because multiple outlets reporting that the teams involved here are Cleveland, the Patriots, and the Pittsburgh Steelers.
No way he wants to go to New England.
Why not?
I got to imagine.
Why not?
Yeah, they're a wreck.
Wouldn't he put up big numbers there, Goo?
Oh, you know what? You got, depending on who's throwing on the ball, but yeah, Steiny, just the weather and everything. He's a sunshine guy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. My 2 cents.
Yeah. You might be right. 888-957-9570 is the number. You know what it is if you want to call in, talk about Brandon Aiyuk. Coming up in 10 minutes, we're going to get another perspective from Eric Crocker. He hosts the Locked On 49ers podcast. So we are going to continue the Brandon Aiyuk conversation at that point. Also, if you're just joining us, there is another piece of news that at least affects the Golden State Warriors, and that is, according to Shams Charania of The Athletic, Lauri Markkanen is going to sign a long-term contract with the Utah Jazz tomorrow. And if that report is accurate, it means Lauri Markkanen must remain on the Utah Jazz for the entire 2024-25 season, which would at least take the Warriors' interest in Markkanen off the table for a year. Wow. They'd have no way to acquire
I'm sad.
Lauri Markkanen if that report is true, and Markkanen signs a long-term extension tomorrow. The other thing about Markkanen's extension, it'll make him the highest paid player in Utah Jazz history. And the one thing that kind of got lost, I think, in the Markkanen stuff was Tony Jones of The Athletic reported a few months back that the one thing Markkanen wanted was he wanted to stay in Utah.
Wow.
He wanted to.
And I mean, you know, and I only do it to myself, but damn, Steiny, it was like Utah wanted to get rid of him. They were starting over. And it's like now I'm just talking to myself, like, why did I even think he was going to be a.
Well, how old is Markkanen now? 27?
Yeah, 26.
Yeah, around still got plenty of time.
No, I think he's a good player. Like, he's not the problem. You got to add some talent, but
how many playoff games has Markkanen played in?
You think I'm going to laugh? I want to say 0.
Arenas, yeah.
Arenas.
Not just 0. Double 0.
That's Kuminga.
What was your McCaffrey? It was the
you're right. Arenas only had 1-0.
Did you say McCaffrey for the injury?
What the McCaff strain.
Yeah, somebody said
not bad.
McCaffrey. Get it? Christian McCaffrey. McCaffrey.
Actually, that one I don't get.
For the calf.
Oh, yeah.
On the YouTube chat. Christian McCaffrey. But the calf is CALF.
Isn't that what Evan just said?
No, he said McCaffrey strain.
Isn't that the same? It's the same play on words,
well, the Crickets were playing
Eric
for a
Crocker
reason.
in 5 minutes coming up.
Help your boy.
Right, let's guess like
John Sally.
Right. We got to get him back.
All right. On the other side, Eric Crocker, Locked On 49ers podcast. He's going to join us. We've had him on before, and he's a great guest, and there's a lot going on with the San Francisco 49ers, and we're going to ask Eric Crocker about it all. What is going on with Brandon Aiyuk? What about Trent Williams? Is that more serious than people believe? Christian McCaffrey, if you've just joined us, won't play in the preseason, and he's not going to practice for a couple weeks with a calf injury. And Ricky Pearsall's got a little... Now, in the NFL, and I'm very familiar with the NFL, what they say is, they'll say it like this, Goo. Pearsall's got a shoulder.
Again.
Yeah.
And they took a hit.
You don't know.
Well, you know what I mean.
You don't know.
Coming across that middle.
No, he doesn't like to go over the middle. He's like Aiyuk.
I want to hear that Herm sound.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
All right. Coming up on the other side, Eric Crocker, Locked On 49ers podcast. Don't go anywhere. We're all over the 49ers. We're all over Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams and everybody. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
I am ready to go. Have you been wanting to find the secret?
conference, though.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, welcome back. And let's get right to it. Let's go out to the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Eric Crocker joining us, the Locked On 49ers podcast. Eric, how you doing, man?
Oh, man, I'm chilling, man. I see you guys shouting out a little portion of the 209 with the River Islands
sure.
Love right there.
You ever been there?
Yeah, I've been over there. I know a couple people that moved over there. It's getting a little pricey, people moving from the Bay Area to the 209. But it does look like a great community to live in.
Oh, way to go! We'll cut that up and send it to them, and maybe get you a residual or two. All right, you've heard the Kyle Shanahan press conference. I thought there were a couple interesting nuggets there. I mean, I guess for the first time, the 49ers acknowledged that they have given Aiyuk permission or his agent to seek a deal with another team. Where do you think we are today with Brandon Aiyuk and the 49ers?
I think once they said, all right, you guys can go seek a trade and see if there's something out there for you, or at least, hey, these are some of the guidelines that we have with you looking for, a potential trade partner. To me, that sounded like Aiyuk is more than likely on his way out.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's simple, huh?
No doubt.
Especially when you hear that they haven't really had contract negotiation talks with Aiyuk in months. To me, for a receiver of his caliber and trying to make it work, that sounds a little ridiculous. But it also sounds like they are just too far apart on agreeing on anything remotely close to coming to a closing with this contract. So that part seems like, all right, it's best for us and best for you guys to potentially find a situation that works for both sides.
Eric, I got to be careful with what verbiage I use here. I want to use the word audacity or arrogance, but I think Brandon Aiyuk is an above-average receiver who could put up more numbers if he were in a different system. He's not. He's come up big for the Niners. But, Eric, are you really telling me a team that was minutes away from a Super Bowl victory is going to run it back and put it at the wide receiver 1 or 2 position in the hands of Pearsall / Juwan Jennings? Is that really about to happen?
The way the 49ers run the offense, in my opinion, is it's not predicated on having a wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3. I think Kyle Shanahan has his vision for his offense and how he wants to, have his concepts be ran. And he finds guys that he feels can execute the concepts and his vision and his schematics. And I think it starts with Christian McCaffrey, and everything kind of goes through him. And I think, you have some other guys that I think Kyle Shanahan potentially prioritizes over what Brandon Aiyuk brings. And that's not to say that he thinks that, Aiyuk is someone that obviously can't do extraordinary things in the offense, but it comes off as, hey, we're not featuring you like these other guys are getting featured that make a ton of money. So can we replace Brandon Aiyuk's production with one guy? Absolutely not. But can you get a couple hundred more yards out of Deebo? Can you get a couple more 100 yards out of Kittle? Can you get a few hundred more out of guys like Juwan Jennings? Can you get some decent production, like 600 yards, 650 yards out of your rookie receiver? If you could do that, then you're able to replace the production of Aiyuk. And again, his impact was felt, big time when he made his play, especially you go back to the Detroit Lions game. But the one thing that was very clear to me, they don't do anything to feature him. And I think when you look at some of the other kind of clutch situations, right, key moments, were they going to him? Were they saying, all right, we have to get the ball to Brandon Aiyuk? When you had a third down play, late in the game, I think this was in regulation, you had a third down play, they ran like double slants. And Brandon Aiyuk beat his guy. But instead of going to Aiyuk, they went to the inside slant in that first window. The ball got batted down incomplete. Like, if Aiyuk is your wide receiver 1, if he's your guy, if you're trying to run an offense through him in the passing game, how are you not throwing the ball to him? On that 3rd and 4th play inside the 10 in overtime, and you have an opportunity to potentially, hey, let's try to go up and score this touchdown. I know there was a free runner. I know Chris Jones is a monster. I know what he did. But
if Aiyuk is your first read there, are you able to get it to Aiyuk even with the first free runner? I think so, but it wasn't a part of the progressions in the play. So I think Kyle is telling you, hey, I'm confident in my scheme. I'm confident in my ability to get production out of these guys. You know, whether it's Aiyuk or other, we will still be good and efficient. And I think if you go back, now this is only one game. It's not like a lot of games. But if you go back to the one game he missed, Deebo Samuel went crazy. George Kittle went crazy. You know, you had some other guys step up like Ronnie Bell, catch a touchdown pass, still got CMC. I think there's things in place for this scheme and how Kyle sees his offense to be able to withstand a loss of Brandon Aiyuk. And again, I'm not saying it wouldn't be like, you know, felt, but I think this team is kind of built to be able to kind of take that hit.
Eric Crocker joining us on 95.7 The Game, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. You can hear him on the Locked On 49ers podcast. Eric, do I have it right? Even if Aiyuk finds a team that's willing to pay him the amount of money that he wants, isn't the other half that the 49ers have to be fine with what they get back from the team that he would go to?
You know, I think that's potentially the holdup right now, right? Like the 49ers have clearly said, here, these are a couple of teams right now that we have agreed to the structure of a trade. Now the ball is in your court, and they use those words, the ball is in your court to figure out the financial aspect of it. So I think that's the part that is maybe a little bit more difficult, finding something that works for both sides, you know, and I think, you know, let's say the Cleveland Browns. Yep. The Cleveland Browns may say, hey, 49ers, we'll offer you this, and this, and in return we get this and this, right, for Brandon Aiyuk. And the 49ers are like, you know what, that works for us. But now you got to figure out the money aspect of it with Aiyuk. And maybe that's not working out for the Browns, and maybe why the deal isn't done right now. So we'll see. They just got a little bit more clearance to be able to talk more contract negotiations with teams. You know, if you told me by tomorrow morning we wake up and Aiyuk isn't traded to a different team, like I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Wow. Let me ask you about...
Is traded to a different team.
Gotcha. Eric, let me ask you about number 71, Trent Williams. I mean, I'm telling Steiny here, like, I'm shocked something has not been done. Then I'm like, he's an OG, 36 years old. Nothing to see here. He'll be back. Where are you at on this whole Trent Williams situation, especially since the Niners have known maybe since March that he wasn't happy with this contract?
The way the 49ers have kind of gone about this offseason with contract negotiations, it's like, how do you not take care of, well, first, how do you not figure out how you want this situation to go with Aiyuk? And obviously it's lasted this long and people kind of saw this coming. I definitely saw kind of this standstill coming with how I kind of envisioned the situation. But with Trent Williams, if I didn't see this coming, but if you're the 49ers and you knew that this was a possibility, I think that your number one priority should be to jump out in front of this and make sure that you take care of the best offensive lineman in the NFL. Not everybody has this type of leverage to be able to say, you know what, I'm just going to sit out and it's on you guys to make sure you take care of me. I should have been taken care of. And I think every time somebody gets signed, which I think I saw was Christian Dearsaw, the tackle with the, I want to say Minnesota Vikings, just get paid. Trent Williams is looking at it like, look, I've been a pivotal part of this offense. I'm the best offensive lineman in the league. Y'all got to take care of me. And I would assume that the 49ers will prioritize that, even over whatever Brandon Aiyuk has going on. But the fact that it's kind of this late in the offseason, in training camp, and you don't have one of the most important pieces in your offense locked up, it's kind of wild to me a little bit. Now, they could say, well, a few years ago we took care of him, we made him the highest paid. And I think Trent Williams would tell you, well, I kind of outplayed that contract, so I need some new money. And I'm not getting any younger. So I would assume that deal will get done, and I'm definitely way more confident in a deal being done with him as opposed to a deal being done that brings back Brandon Aiyuk on a new contract. But that's something that will just happen prior to preseason or prior to first week one, like we saw with Nick Bosa last year.
Eric Crocker joining us on 95.7 The Game. You can hear him on the Locked On 49ers podcast, and he's joining us courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Do you think there's any chance, and I'm not saying they are, but you think there's any chance the 49ers are essentially saying to Trent Williams the same thing they're saying to Brandon Aiyuk, and that is, look, you're under contract for $22 million. You're still among the top half dozen linemen getting paid. We just don't think that you're not going to play and give up that money.
I think the biggest difference, in my opinion, with this situation with Trent Williams as opposed to Brandon Aiyuk, you can kind of mask it. You can get by. Trent Williams, you're going to get your quarterback killed trying to play behind Jalen Moore and McKivitz for an entire season. Okay. So you might be able to get by with that for a game or two, but trying to bank on, going to a Super Bowl, trying to win a Super Bowl without Trent Williams there and no other valuable, legit option at left tackle, unless something emerges that's different than what we've seen over the past few years, even though it's all the same guys with McKivitz and Jalen Moore, to me, that would be kind of catastrophic to the offense. I think you have to take care of him. That would be a really big hole, especially for Brock Purdy and his development. I think Brock has done a really good job of playing on time, getting the ball out. He's already had to offset not having a great right side of the offensive line. To have to try to, out-duel having poor protection from the left side as well, I think that would kind of really hurt the offense, even more than losing Brandon Aiyuk.
Eric, we came in this morning and we heard that Ricky Pearsall caught a 45-yard touchdown from Purdy. And then we just heard Kyle speak, and he mentioned a shoulder issue possibly with one Ricky Pearsall. What can you tell us? What's going on with the rookie?
Yeah, he had a shoulder injury, left the middle of practice. Now, I think for Pearsall now is coming down there like, dude, you got to stay healthy, and you have to learn to prepare your body at the NFL level. And I know, just with my time, being in the NFL, one thing that jumped out to me right away that I wasn't even as aware of, obviously everybody knows, hey, work out, do these things, eat right. But once you get to the NFL, you see preparation and taking care of your body on a different level. And for a guy like Ricky Pearsall, hasn't quite been around that for a long time, maybe that's something that can really help him from having kind of like these little dings throughout his rookie year, and it's something that he just has to learn from. And if you hear other guys, I remember Jimmy Ward talking about it. He was a guy that had to deal with a lot of different injuries. He had to learn how to really, truly take care of his body, and over the past, few years, he's done a lot better with, being able to stay healthy and out there on the field. So, yeah, for Ricky Pearsall, being a younger guy and having some of these things, learn to take care of your body. He's going to learn it from vets, hopefully. But, it's tough, especially in this situation right now where you see the big play, downfield from Purdy to Pearsall, then, he's hurt. And then, you got that kind of dark cloud of the Brandon Aiyuk situation looming over, knowing we aren't going to replace him with one guy, but we definitely going to need our first-round rookie to be out there and be healthy and be available to the offense.
Eric Crocker joining us on 95.7 The Game, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. You can hear him on the Locked On 49ers podcast. I guess the other piece of information that came out of the press conference, Eric, was that Christian McCaffrey's probably not going to practice for a couple weeks, and he won't play in the preseason because of a calf issue. What do you make of that?
I remember him having this calf issue, and I don't know if it's the same calf issue or the same extent, but he was able to play through it. I want to say in that 2022 season, second half after being traded to the 49ers, he kind of dealt with the little calf issue, and he's taking these little dings, but I talked about being able to prepare, right, as a professional athlete. McCaffrey does it to the highest extent. So this is something that may kind of hold him out throughout preseason. Kyle Shanahan said that you won't see him out there for the rest of preseason. But come week one, I believe he's a guy that'll be ready to go. He'll do whatever it takes to make sure that he's ready to go. And I would bet that this is something that maybe you take a little bit more precautions with it during preseason. If it was regular season, he'd probably be ready to suit up come Sunday.
Eric, great stuff. Thanks you so much for joining us, and hopefully we can catch up with you down the line.
All right. Talk to you guys soon. Thanks.
All right. That was Eric Crocker, Locked On 49ers podcast, and he came via the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop?
Now, I know you've painted me into this box. What you doing? I'm just talking to my guy. Guy, you nosy,
something's
man.
going on.
Yeah, but it's me and him.
It's not that I'm nosy. It's that you guys are making these facial expressions that
I
clearly
whispered something in my partner's ear.
Yeah, and I saw him laugh, and I saw you with that little Cheshire grin.
I'll tell you during the commercial.
I don't want to know.
Well, obviously you do.
I couldn't care less.
You want to know everything.
Please, this guy's like...
I know everything. I'm like Curry.
Yeah, well... Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How many athletes, gifted athletes, have we seen in sports get robbed of an opportunity, a longer career, because their body just didn't agree or act right? I'm not blowing this up, but the fact that Eric said, youngster, you catch this pass in practice, talking about Pearsall, and now you're out, you got to stay healthy. I mean, we'll watch accordingly, but Steiny, I don't know, he's a young guy. Like, your shoulder shouldn't be giving you any trouble, especially when you hadn't played any games. And I guess you brought up Herm Edwards' report or the Carfax, like, he can't get banged up. Interesting.
I guess.
Yeah.
I look at it as...
say I'm sort of built for this.
I look at it as...
Not your shoulder.
We're talking about the National Football League,
but the games haven't started. This is
injuries happen.
Practice.
Right.
Smile and Iverson, practice.
Yeah. And so he may miss an exhibition game. Not preseason, not a game. It's an exhibition.
Let me give you 4.
It's an exhibition. Now you don't like guys who practice hard.
No.
Okay.
No, I don't know.
Pearsall works hard, and sometimes it breaks him down.
Oh, well, now we're talking.
It's like, the same guys out there that penalize Deebo Samuel. Oh, but he's a little bit injury prone.
But
yeah, because he runs harder than everybody else.
He's a tank.
Exactly.
Carried that offense for a couple of years on his back.
Let me tell you something. As long as Deebo Samuel's there, 49ers got action.
Even down the field, though, that's where Aiyuk was special and different.
Was he? Apparently he wasn't that special because the 49ers don't think he was so special. So I thought Eric Crocker was great. They don't feature him.
Yeah.
So why would you pay him Jefferson money?
Well, I'll say this to that. You don't know what you have until it's gone. And every catch that Aiyuk made, even though it's not a lot of volume, they were big-ass catches, Steiny, on the regular season, crunch time. We talked about
Who made bigger catches, Aiyuk or Jennings?
Oh, Aiyuk.
Okay.
Well, this last run, Jennings had some big ones.
Exactly.
But for the most part, it's Aiyuk.
Why do they call him 3rd and Juwan?
That's nice. But
why, though? Because that's the guy they go to when the chips are down.
All right. So now you're going to get him out there more on 1st and 2nd. And hey,
Pearsall will be out there.
I like Pearsall, but he better play Saturday.
Who?
Pearsall.
No chance. There is no chance Pearsall will play Saturday.
Okay,
anybody
why?
want to bet me on that?
I do.
Because he's got a shoulder injury.
All right, got you. Other than that, his ass would have been out there.
Yeah, for 3 plays. I'm surprised you're not like Steiny, you can't run him out there during the exhibition season because he's your first-round pick.
So let me get this straight.
You got to wrap him up in bubble wrap.
The year after you win this, should have won the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Didn't know the OT rules.
They didn't.
Your left tackle's in Houston, maybe. Brandon Aiyuk, it's up to him in regard to a trade. You're not trading him, you're trading him. Now you're starting running back who the offense is just dependent on. It's got a calf issue before any tackling. And now your stud rookie wide receiver from Arizona State, for the second time, has irritated his shoulder.
How did the 49ers create any of those issues?
It's not about creating.
Exactly.
It's just about when you're so good and things go your way so long, sometimes things are out of your control.
That's right.
And I know right now I'm not pressing the warning button, but it's just kind of things like this can pile up and throw you off.
Yes, and I think it goes for every team. But what are the Niners supposed to do? They just pay Aiyuk whatever he wants? That's not business. What are they supposed to do? Trent Williams says, I want a new contract. How much, Trent? I know.
But there could have been dialogue, I guess, Donnie, because since March, and maybe you're still here, but that's kind of like, man, you guys saw this coming. Even not saying just give in to them, but
maybe they've, I know it's I know it's probably not the case, but with Trent Williams, maybe they're calling his bluff too.
I don't know where the win is. Like, what's that mean? I guess he's going to come back and play for the $22 million.
Yes.
Well, as long as he's on the field, I got no problem with it. But what did I tell you earlier? The Niners, Eddie D, they take care of their own, and I do understand everybody
he wasn't
can't get
in the salary cap era. If it were Eddie D, he would just be paying everybody under the sun. I mean, this is the big one. This is the big one that I think is the one that gives us a template for everything that's going on with the Niners. This was Kyle Shanahan 2 weeks ago on Kawakami's podcast.
The Buckner thing was one of the hardest things I've ever gone through. I love DeForest Buckner. We don't want to get rid of him at all, but we're trying to budget a certain amount of money. And then when it gets to a certain price and we know what the options are, you got to choose paying Buck whatever it was, which is a few more than what we were willing, which, all right, let's go there. Guys, what does that mean? Well, you got to get rid of Jimmy Ward and Armstead. Ooh, that's a tough decision. Well, I don't know where I'm going to go with that decision. What if we told you if you get rid of Buck, you get Jimmy Ward, Armstead, and the 13th pick in the draft? Man, that makes sense from an organizational standpoint. Man, I don't want to lose Buck. He's like everything you want for a Niner. But those are the tough decisions you got to make for that. And that does make sense. You can go either way, but I understand that decision and had nothing to do with Buck. That just had to do with what we were trying to build and how many more people we could get. And we think it's 3-1. Those aren't easy, but I don't shy away from that.
There it is. They got to figure out who to pay and who not to pay, because if they pay certain guys a certain amount, it's going to come at the expense of other positions. Yeah. And they may be in the process of making a determination that they would rather take a step back at wide receiver so as they can keep 2 or 3 other guys on the team that would have to go if they just gave in to Brandon Aiyuk.
And I do wonder if he regrets that decision, Sonny, because it didn't culminate in a Super Bowl victory since Buckner's left. And I get what you're saying on Aiyuk, all depending on what he's asking for. But Lori Matthews, Guru, you have been pushing that button for weeks. Wow. And then Niner gang, Guru acting like Shasky right now. I'm not. I'm just telling you what I see before me. I'm not panicked, but those are the type of things that can, as you get down the road, you don't got guys in here, you get guys back in here and assume they're going to be healthy, and then somebody pulls something, it lingers, and then the season becomes one big linger.
Right, but we must acknowledge that there's another way to look at this, and that is Aiyuk and Trent Williams are being selfish. What about that? They're both under contract. If it's all about the team, come back, honor your contract, do it the right way. It also allows the team more flexibility.
But that's not the world we live in with these athletes.
No, it is the world that the 49ers apparently want to live in. And it's not that the 49ers want to do it, but maybe the 49ers have made a determination that if they give Trent $28, $29 million, and they give Aiyuk $28, $29 million, they're hosed at other spots.
Well, I would say this to that. How many Aiyuks and Trents do you have? You know what I'm saying? Like those other guys.
They might have another Aiyuk. Who knows? 888-957-9570 is the number. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
Are you ready to boost your game at work?
I think we did at the beginning, but we've kept, we haven't been talking about it much with each other, and most of that goes through his agent and John.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, that was Kyle Shanahan talking about Brandon Aiyuk. He doesn't talk to him about the contract situation. I also want to, I want to address a text from the 510 who's absolutely right. I was just talking about the fact that the 49ers season ends, and the next thing you know, Trent Williams isn't happy with his contract. Aiyuk wants his extension, and I didn't mention McCaffrey, and I should have mentioned McCaffrey. McCaffrey wanted more money. Now, he got it. But the reality of the situation is that the 49ers' fault that three guys are doing that?
No.
Okay. And so three guys have done it, and they've probably determined, well, we got to give McCaffrey his money. We're probably going to give Trent his money, although there's no rush there because he's Trent Williams. But we can't give Aiyuk his money right now. Like
right now. We don't want to.
Aren't they just dealing with the hand that they've been dealt by three players this offseason?
It's all dependent on how you look at it, because to me, talent wins out. That supersedes. If I think Aiyuk is that guy for our future, Steiny, I'm going to find a way to pay him, and the buck will stop somewhere else. So that could mean a Debo trade if they thought that Aiyuk was, and you and I felt like that could happen. So I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm not pro Aiyuk. I get what he's doing. And if I'm the Niners, I don't know what they need to see from him to where they feel like he's not worth whatever dollar figure he's asking. And my boy Tone's listening to us right now. He's coming down my road. You don't know if he's asking for 30. Well, whatever he's asking for, the Niners feel like he's not that good. He's in a different class. So we'll see how it plays out. And if he's gone, I think the Niners are going to miss him tremendously on the field.
Let's go to section 316 in San Francisco. It's a view from a season ticket holder.
Whoa.
What's going on, section 316?
Hey, what's up, fellas? I'm a second time caller, long time listener. Guru, keep doing your thing. Steiny, you hit the nail over the head when it comes to them being a little selfish. As a season ticket holder, when the 49ers raise the prices, we can't complain. We just got to keep paying the money. And you end the season as a great team, and all of a sudden, come 4 weeks before the season starts, people don't and are not showing up to practice. We love Trent, but you can't be the highest paid person every year. That's how I feel as a season ticket holder.
Appreciate it, 316.
Now, and he was honest, but you think Trent's not does any Niner fan think Trent's not going to get what he wants? I hear what you're saying, Steiny.
I think it's possible.
But in sports, we're way past that. The guys with the power, not on paper, but the guys with the talent, 9 times out of 10, they went out. And I think in this situation for the Niners, Trent's way different than Aiyuk, but he's getting his money.
Isn't that
Probably
the issue, though? Like, Trent hasn't been the highest paid left tackle.
I guess,
and he wants to be before Purdy gets his money.
Like you say, he's top 6, Steiny, which he is. He's 6. He probably looks at that like that's wrong.
Well, maybe the 49ers, as great as he is, don't view him as hands down the best left tackle. In a similar way, they don't view Brandon Aiyuk as a Justin Jefferson.
So what would that conversation look or sound like if you're telling Trent, hey, we don't look at you like that?
We do value you. We value you $22 million worth. And also, we must put this into the equation. He's 36 years old.
Right.
So
I'm not saying he would ask for a 5-year deal, Steiny. You got to believe that a 2-year deal gets it done.
I don't necessarily
what did you
have
say,
to believe that.
2 for 56?
2 for 56.
Yeah.
I mean, if he wants 2 for 56 and that would get it done, why isn't it done right now? Well, because it doesn't need to be done right now. Maybe the 49ers are acting like it doesn't have to get done because they want Trent Williams to think that he's not going to get it, so he'll come in for 22.
We'll see how it plays out, man.
Absolutely.
And we got a game Saturday. I mean, the season's going to start a month away, man. Think about that. We'll be coming in here on Monday, Monster Mondays, Overreaction Mondays, with Niner football. Feels like the Super Bowl just ended, I guess because I keep watching it.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, what I mean?
Chris A. on the YouTube chat, you're crazy, Steiny, that the 49ers don't think Williams is the best tackle. They may think he's the best tackle. They might not. They might not.
Is there any part of you that thinks, as smart as Lynch and Kyle are, that they know they got him on the books for $22 million? But when you talk about the and you're right, Stoney, if they give him a new contract, they know that bothers him. That he's the 6th highest tackle.
He was the highest paid,
right,
apparently, when he got the contract.
Right. And now, years later.
Okay. So let's say they give him 28.
I wouldn't.
And they give him, let's say they just give him 2 for 28, 2 for 56.
I wouldn't.
28. Yeah. You think if some left tackle doesn't get 32 next off season, he's not going to do the same thing?
Well, see, that's where I stopped, Stoney. He's going to be 38th then if he were to then.
He's 36 now.
Yeah, and that's where I think 2 years maybe is all he plays.
Well, okay.
But you want
then
that
pay,
2 years because he's.
Then play. Yeah, we'd love for you to play for 2 years. 22.
No.
22. I mean.
That's highly unlikely, partner.
We'll see. We'll see. Again, I absolutely wouldn't bet against it.
So do you deem, I asked you earlier, I'll ask you before we get out of here, do you deem this a mess, a distraction, or nothing to see here? With everything.
Let me ask you this. Yeah. If it is a mess, whose fault is it? Whose fault is it if it's a mess?
The front office.
I disagree.
And a large part of that is the Trent Williams part about you knew since March. And you come across to me, Steiner. You're not selling nothing. You ain't knocking on my door. But I always just look at the Niners like, man, Lynch, they're on top of everything.
Maybe they are.
Yeah.
Maybe, and again.
Well, not on top of it to where they don't know where he's at.
But you're operating under the assumption that in March, Trent Williams said, I'm making 22, and I'm just telling you right now, there's going to be, there's already 2 guys paid more than me, and there's going to be 3 or 4, maybe 5 more paid more than me. I'm going to want 29. The notion that the Niners should just say, whatever you want, Trent. Maybe they will at the end. Maybe they will give him everything that he wants, but I completely understand why they're just not handing it out.
All right. Well, let me throw this to you. Do you think the better athlete you are, the better chance you have of getting what you want if you pull this move that Trent's pulling?
There's no doubt that he's got leverage.
Okay, all right.
But there's no doubt, and I'm not saying this is what the Niners are doing. But what if they are just saying, Trent, we love you. We made you the highest paid left tackle a couple years back. You're still making 22. You're 36. Your play's dropped off a hair. We know you're vital to us. And we dare you to not show up and start giving up $22 million.
But you mentioned the V word, Stoddy. That doesn't sound like a team that knows the player is vital. Vital is how much you're looking for.
But you're assuming that the 49ers think Trent Williams is as vital as you do. And if they do, they'll come to terms with him at 28, 29 million.
What was the term? I know we got to get out of here. Yeah. Why in your mind, why did the Warriors give Dre for $400?
Right.
They were scared of life without him, right? I think.
Yeah, that was a mistake. That was a mistake.
But Trent Williams is at the top of his game more so than Draymond.
Is he?
But I think Trent has that same type of capacity to where the Niners know if we're going to go anywhere, we need 71.
Okay.
In a good mood.
All right. Well, then they'll sign him. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. 888. Well, no. We got the crossover coming up next.
Yeah.
What's coming up next is the crossover, and it's sponsored by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromise. That segment also brought to you by Safeway.
I whacked that thing.
It's time for the crossover, sponsored by Atco Pest Control. Welcome in Dan Dibley, Mark Willard.
Yes.
What's up, gentlemen? How are you?
Hi, boys.
Yeah, doing great. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here today. What an interesting situation.
Yeah,
Which one?
Very many angles.
Is it good interesting, though?
No,
Okay.
no, it's
I think it is.
No, it's bad. I mean, well, what do you mean? It's
Captain
good.
Chaos over here.
No, not chaos.
Do you mean
chaos,
for radio? Or?
Yes, action.
Okay.
There's
Yeah.
action.
I mean,
Well, I
it's
agree with that.
bad because I think that two people who want to stay together are really flirting with not staying together. You know, you ever been in that relationship where you're fighting and then like you
Sign the papers.
Well, you almost feel like you're pot committed to leaving, even though you're not sure either side really wants to go, but you don't want to like strip yourself of your dignity. So you're just like, okay, I'm out because you're out. And so, yeah, see ya. And you leave and you're like, who won? Who wins if Brandon Aiyuk
How
leaves
did we
the Niners?
get here?
How do we get here?
And that's the one part we don't know the component, Dibs, of how much is he asking for. Because I got people ripping me. You're assuming he asked for Justin Jefferson money. I don't know, but whatever he asked, they feel like he's
Well,
not
the report
worth it.
that just came out was that there's been nothing since May that's gone on in terms of
That's the
contract.
Klay Thompson thing. I don't like that.
Yeah, and
marketing too.
Well, and if it
Apparently,
means
we
that
just
there's been nothing but silence since May, that tells you that whatever the divide was, or if he asked for more than what he initially asked for, whatever happened, if there's been no convo since May,
That's why Ricky's
that tells
name
you
was
that
announced draft night, I believe. Pearsall.
Yeah, that was before May, but
excuse me, April, yeah.
Yeah, and so I do think that was intentional.
My question to you guys is this: of all the scenarios that could play out, do you believe that one that could still play out is Brandon Aiyuk is on the field game one with a contract extension?
No.
I said hell no.
Yeah, I kind of think that's out too now. But
probably not. Him being on the 49ers is absolutely still possible.
I totally agree with that.
He's still on the team right now.
I don't know that Dibs does, though. Do you think that this is... You said something to me earlier today.
On the show thread. He's gone.
You said this is too far gone.
So they wanted to trade him to Cleveland or New England, and it seems like, Aiyuk probably said, I'm not going to either of those teams. And so the Niners went back to Pittsburgh, and maybe they went back to Washington. And, if the reports are true from Matt Mayoko that there were trade parameters in place with New England and Cleveland, and I believe that to be the case, where they go to the teams and the teams say, yeah, we'll give you this, and you give us Brandon, and okay, now all they have to do is get a deal done with Aiyuk, and if Aiyuk doesn't want to get a deal done with those teams, well, then those deals fall apart, but then the Niners go to Pittsburgh, and they go to Washington, and they try those teams to see if they can get a deal done with compensation and a contract as well. I think that this thing is done. I think he's getting traded somewhere. I don't think he'll be a Niner again.
You might be right, and maybe I'm being a conspiracy theorist here, but I feel like there's some gamesmanship going on with everything that you just described, and so I don't take it all at face value. In other words, I'm Brandon Aiyuk, and I want to go play for Washington or Pittsburgh. And the Niners are thinking to themselves, we don't want you to leave.
We don't exactly.
You are under contract and you play for the 49ers and it's August 6th. So this does not do anything for us to trade you now for a draft pick next year. So we float. Why did that go so public yesterday? Why is Mayoko cruising around being like, I got the teams? I got why? Why is that being told to reporters? That tells me that 49ers are going to leak out the teams that they know that Brandon doesn't want to go to. And then a PR game starts getting played. Because now, if you're Brandon and you're like, I don't want that contract, trade me. And the Niners are like, we traded you. And he's like, well, I don't want to go to those teams.
People calling them selfish now.
Now you're losing a PR game, and the Niners have boxed him in. And I don't think they're doing it maliciously. This is big-time negotiations. There's been mistakes made, I think, on both sides. The fact that this is still happening on August 6th means at minimum that there was a miscalculation by the 49ers. Well, I think. Or else they would have done this back in April. If they thought it was going to get to here, they would have done it back then.
Unless they didn't get the compensation. And Steiny made this point earlier. If the trade offers in April were not enough for them to want to make that trade, then they could hold out hope that they could make it work. If not, trade him now and get more than you could have gotten in April.
I hear you, except for now we're messing with the season. Like I've always thought the 49ers' number one goal, don't mess with this season.
Man.
This is way too important. And so there have to be, in my mind, at minimum, a couple of miscalculations. Actually, I'd say one is definitely a miscalculation. Yes, Dibs, it's a miscalculation sensation.
Don't shy away from it.
No, there's at least one of those, and that's with Aiyuk. And there's another that's threatening to be so in Trent Williams. I'm not bothered by that yet. I don't think anybody wants him working out at age 36 on August 6th. But we'll see. If this is still going on 3 weeks from now, then that's another miscalculation because you don't.
That's a big miscalculation.
You can't mess with the season. And the fact that on August 6th they're messing with the starting lineup,
that
means,
a game Saturday. I know it's preseason.
That means something went the way that, to me, it means something went the way they didn't think it was going to go.
Well, the one thing that hit me today was when Shanahan said, "Yeah, I know there's been stuff out there, but there's nothing new." You guys remember this? It's 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Given permission to his side to go.
I'm not going to get in all those details. We're really focused on BA being part of us. He's under contract, and we're looking forward to that.
That was on April 22nd.
Yeah.
That tells me they did give him permission all the way back then.
Before the draft.
Correct.
Yes, absolutely.
By April 22nd, they'd already told you, go look for something. And that's what Kyle Shanahan meant by, I know there's stuff out there today, but nothing's changed because probably nothing has to the Niners.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's just like Schefter said, it's super complex because what the Niners are sitting here, and this is why I've been so firm all summer that I didn't think he was going to get traded, is this has nothing to do with what other teams would pay Brandon Aiyuk. That is like not even 50% of the puzzle. You can have all of the other teams being like, we'll all give him $30 million. And the Niners are like, cool. What are you giving us? Yeah. And now you're talking about such a mega deal. Some team out there not only wants to pay Brandon $30 million, they want to give up a 1 or a 2 and another player. Like, good Lord.
And I don't
this is a monstrous package.
The reporters believe they're reporting it. I ain't hating on them. But if Cleveland's giving you the opportunity to get a 2025 second and Amari Cooper, I'm sure they would drive to the airport and be like, Brandon, we love you. Deuces.
Yeah, the problem with Amari Cooper, though, is they have to pay Amari Cooper.
No,
the word is that Amari Cooper wants another contract.
So he's doing the Aiyuk
Amari Cooper's not coming here unless he gets a contract. So you're not going to acquire Amari Cooper.
Wow.
That makes no sense. And if you're the Niners, you're trying to reset your wide receiver timeline like you did with your quarterback timeline. If you didn't want to pay 2 receivers 25 or 28 million, then you would draft a guy in the first round. If you did want to pay 2 receivers 25 million, you'd pay Brandon Aiyuk.
No, but I do think they'd pay him for, I agree with you, but for a different reason. Amari doesn't have the power to not report unless he has a new contract. He's already reported to Cleveland under the exact same contract.
Right, but the Niners won't want to acquire him for 1 year.
But actually, one year is what they can pay 2 receivers. They can't pay beyond that.
They don't want to give up Brandon Aiyuk for 1 year of a wide receiver.
Well, but
that's a bad deal.
But that's all they've got Brandon for.
When they traded DeForest Buckner, they got the 14th pick, which was 5 years of player control.
Right.
Now, they botched the pick,
right.
But you got that pick thinking, all right, we've got a first-round pick for 4 years plus a 5th-year option.
But see, what I think the Niners want to do is they want to move this to next year. They want to deal with this after this season. They can pay whatever this year. It's after that when Brock gets an extension, and now you've got to reboot some stuff and commit long-term to people. So I don't think the problem with Amari would be contractual. My thing is, all of us who want Amari, it feels to me like we're playing fantasy football. I don't think Amari Cooper is a Kyle Shanahan type of receiver. He's incredibly talented. He can put up all kinds of numbers. Will he block downfield like Brandon does? Is he going to be a physical player on the field like all Niners are required to do? He's never been like that in his career before. And to Dibbs' point, on a 1-year deal, is he going to go out there and be a physical monster and put his body in the way of stuff? I'd have all kinds of questions there.
He's pulling the Aiyuk. I ain't going anywhere unless they extend me. Amari would be doing the same thing.
If you're the Niners, you would want to make sure that you could sign a player if he comes in on a 1-year deal. And if you're the Niners, you just drafted 2 receivers. So why would you want a guy coming in on a 1-year deal?
Well,
makes no sense.
I actually think it makes perfect sense. If you don't want to pay Aiyuk, and you think Amari Cooper fits or will keep you at a level where you're still really good, and you believe in Pearsall, to me then, like that's the way you continue to get better. Pearsall will be on his rookie deal. If Pearsall doesn't do well, sure, then you know what? We may have to try to bring Cooper back for another year or two. But if Pearsall begins to emerge, then Cooper's a perfect one-year stopgap.
For me, it's better. It's a better bet though to keep Aiyuk in that same scenario where you don't extend Aiyuk, you keep him.
Oh yeah,
and you keep him for one more year, and then if he leaves, you at least get a third-round comp.
That's
pick.
fair.
I think we
if
agree
you
with
bring
that.
in Amari Cooper, what's the point of a guy who wants a new contract and you bring him in when you already have a guy who works in your system in the final year of his deal?
I think the premise is that's not on the table. The premise is that Brandon's like, I'm not suiting up until week 1. I will not practice. And the 49ers are like, that doesn't work for us. I agree with you. Option A to me is still Brandon for the last year.
Well, I think option A is off the table.
Okay, so
I think
that's
it's done.
So that's why.
Oh yeah, I think that him holding in was kind of a middle finger to the organization. Like, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to show up. I'm not going to play. Here I am. I'm holding in. You can't find me. That's kind of what it is.
Which, by the way, is a really weird rule. I think it's the oddest thing that you can avoid the fines by just geographically being somewhere.
And that's why
not
Mark
the point.
Schlereth went off.
The point
and he
is
really
that you
went
have to
off
practice. They're doing nothing by being in Santa Clara.
Sprained toenail, aggravated bursa sack.
Stupid rule.
Whatever.
You need to practice.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I think you guys all might be right. I still think the 49ers believe they could maybe still get this guy in here on $14 million. I really do.
Well, they have the power to do that. All they have to do is say,
yeah.
And then that's it.
Right. He can say, I'll lose this $14 million. I'm going to stay at the house and show up week 8.
Which I have I still have a tremendously hard time believing when he wouldn't even accept a $40,000 one-day fine to miss practice.
I get that.
He's now leaving $7 million on the table.
I get that.
So that's why this is so interesting to me, because the Niners, I know there's people now out there that, look, Brandon does have leverage. You just got all these offers out there. None. If the Niners want him to play this year, all they got to do is say, we want you to play this year.
Right.
And that's it.
But he has leverage in that
I'm sure
he doesn't
said that,
he
Mark.
doesn't have to play. He can continue to show up and you know what? My calf, my neck and my back. I can't go today, guys.
Which costs him millions upon millions of dollars.
The leverage that he has is in they're out there shopping him, and he has the ability to tell these teams who want to acquire him, and if the reports are true, you got 2 teams who have a deal in place, and he says, nah, I don't want to be a Patriots. Try again, Niners.
Right, but
that's leverage.
Not really, because
he's got them out there running and doing his bidding.
I disagree with that completely. The Niners have the power to say yes or no to any deal. So
why are they out there trying to make these deals work?
Don't even know if they are.
Yeah. According to reports, and I believe the reports are true.
That's fine. It's not that I don't believe the reports are true, but why in the world did somebody call Matt Mayoko to be like, so, put this out there. It's to box Brandon in the corner. We're going to agree to a trade to all the teams you don't want to go to? Like, come on.
See, I believe whether it's the Browns or the Patriots, if one of those teams is willing to give Brandon what he wants, let's just say 30.
Whatever the number, yeah.
There's no way he's saying no. He'll go for 30. But the other part of the equation is, well, what are we getting?
What are the Niners?
What are the Niners getting? Like, and maybe I'll be wrong. If I'm Cleveland, why would I throw a second-round pick in for Brandon Aiyuk unless I think I'm building my offense around this guy?
Mary said more. Amari, a 2, and more.
And a late-round pick. Yeah. Or a mid-round pick,
and I believe her.
Mary Kay Cabot.
Like, I think the Niners...
the Niners want that.
I think that... Well, I have no idea what they want, but she said that would probably be... The starting point would be Amari and a 2. The starting point.
From the 49ers.
No, from Cleveland to the Niners for Brandon, the starting point would be Amari and a 2, and then you'd ask for more. Like, to me, the asking price goes up because it's August, and the Niners can still simply say no. Brandon, you play. They can do that.
Yeah, and he can say, I'll play. Ooh, can't make it this week, guys. I got, and you can say whatever it does is future value. But
what's the win for him there?
The win for him is you get 14.1 and you get to chill for a year, and then next year you go out there on the open market.
If the Niners let you.
Well, apparently,
you know what I mean?
He seems to be of the mind where he's doing things in a different way. He's holding in, and by holding in, he's out there making a big show of slapping five and doing bro hugs and making it seem like everything's hunky-dory, and yet all the while, his agent's out there shopping him around, and the team is out there working on trades reportedly, so he's getting what he wants.
I don't know if he's getting what he wants at all.
Right now he is, for sure.
I mean, right now he's not playing football. He does not have a contract, so I don't think
hasn't missed a game check though.
No, he hasn't, but I don't think he's getting what he wants necessarily yet at all. I think the Niners' only motivation for doing this is kind of what you and I talked about yesterday. Like at a certain point, you want your employees to want to be there, and you don't want distractions. I still think, and Kyle just said this, I was listening when you guys played it. Yeah. Now, option one, he wants Brandon to be on the 49ers this year. Like that's what everybody wants. But if he's going to turn this into a problem, if it's going to be TikTok and Instagram and bro hugs on the field in sneakers, yeah, at a certain point, you might feel like you're better off just getting him the hell out of here.
And I think they've reached that point.
Maybe. They might, yeah.
I mean, the amount of distraction that it's already been, and you mentioned it earlier, Goo, they've got a game on Saturday, and Steiny, he just bristled at the notion of it being a game. It's an exhibition or whatever it is. Nice. They've got something to do on Saturday, and it's in Tennessee.
Uniforms
and they've got uniforms with pads, and there's going to be people tackling each other. So call it what you will, and he's not going to be a part of it, and it's not a huge deal, but it's a something, and we're talking about that instead of D. Winters and how he looks, at linebacker and who's going to replace Dre Greenlaw and all the rest of that nonsense. So
facts,
it's a thing. And the Trent right now is somewhere having a sandwich and smiling because he's not story one, he's story two. And if Brandon Aiyuk was already done and dealt with, it would be all eyes on Trent.
Yeah, but Stotty I don't want to speak for him. He was like, Goo, what if they look at Trent, not devalue him? He's not all that and some, but he's everything.
All I said, I would never bet against the 49ers doing something with Trent Williams to give him a raise from 22 to 28. I would never bet against that. All I'm saying is if he doesn't show up, then he gives up 22. Like, he's got to play to make his 22.
Yeah, he's going to show up.
He's made a lot more money than Brandon in his career.
Your guys,
but I'm not saying the 49ers are playing hardball with him.
Right.
No, but I don't know Trent personally.
Take care of your people, Dibbs.
If I'm Trent, I'm not worried about being a top 3 or whatever paid guy. Just give me about $40 million guaranteed for the next 2, and I'll just play football. It's not about how much you pay him.
Goes under the category of taking care of I mentioned Eddie D, and I know there was no cap, but taking care of your own. They're probably looking at Trent, just enjoy yourself, go fish. You're badass. We need you for whatever. To open the holes, to protect that elbow back there. He'll get whatever. Like, he's not going to be ridiculous. No, I know that sounds crazy.
Their track record is still obviously very good on this. I do think Trent is in a completely different situation than Brandon Aiyuk. Trent has made $170 million in his career. So if Trent misses the 22...
he's getting fine right now.
I know. At age 36 and 320 pounds, I'd be like, do what you want with your 22. I'm not coming in here and hurting my legs again unless you do this right. He might do that. I see that one very,
and he's almost earned it, Willard. I know that sounds crazy.
You know what I'm starting to wonder? I'm wondering if Nick Bosa broke the system.
Wow.
And here's what I mean by that.
I said you got to ball out.
Well, what you're watching is 49er players now mimic what Nick did last year, because that was the worst L the 49er front office has ever taken in terms of a contract. Like, Bosa crushed him, and he waited, and he waited, and he waited. And I think the Niners historically have thought, like, players won't do that. You know what I mean? Like, they're going to cave if we play the waiting game. And now Brandon and Trent and maybe Christian and all these people watched what Nick did. And so they're like,
why do I feel like you got to have the talent to pull that off? Like Bosa,
these guys are pretty talented who we're talking about here.
Well, I know Brandon is, but he ain't in that with the Bosa and
Bosa was gonna set the market at his position, but we're not talking about chumps here. We're talking about Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey. These are great. That's part of the problem. Part of the problem is the Niners have done a wonderful job building their roster.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a million ways to look at it. The other thing I was wondering is, like, who do you blame? Or do you blame anybody? To me, the reality of the situation is you finished the year, you lost the Super Bowl, and 3 guys now want raises. Period.
Disease. Even though more than 3. Some of them have gotten them already.
Yeah, I mean, like, so McCaffrey said, hey, I'm not happy. Williams said, I'm not happy. Aiyuk said, I'm not happy. And the Niners are like, well, we can't just give money to all 3. And I think they told us something when they broke McCaffrey off right away. They said he's the most important.
And that was the easiest one, honestly, for what they gave him incrementally. It was a lot smaller, and I think Aiyuk is such a big deal. And Mark and I have talked about how the market shifted and maybe his ask changed in the middle of the market, where all of a sudden, wide receivers are making a lot more than maybe what he asked for initially. And the fact that there's been no real conversation since May is alarming. And Trent, I don't think that Trent's going to be getting a huge increase. He's probably going to get a McCaffrey-esque restructure where you shift a lot of it up to a bonus and he gets, cash in hand, and he plays for almost about the same amount that he's playing for now. That's my prediction.
Anything with your boy McCaffrey, no, he won't play preseason, but the calf barking early. Won't practice for 2 weeks.
Put the calf in McCaffrey.
We do. Evan got to it first.
I feel like maybe those are maybe 2 different stories at the same time. In other words, if Christian were totally healthy, would you play him in the preseason?
Wow. No Trent.
I wouldn't. I'd Sean McVay the hell out of this roster. Are you kidding me? Trent Williams, too.
I'd be more concerned with Pearsall.
Well,
shoulder.
And Herman, do you guys remember what Herm Edwards said to us?
I hadn't heard it till he brought it up.
And for those of you listening, what Herm Edwards, who was Ricky's college coach for a period of time, said, he told John Lynch before the draft, now you got to be careful now. You got to be careful about Ricky.
That's a 4.
You got to be careful because Ricky only has 1 speed. And Christian is like that too. It's
only got 1 speed now.
1 speed.
It has to end with a now every time. Ricky's only got 1 speed now.
Yeah, you have to be conservative with the jumps in octave. But you can put now after every sentence.
You got to be conservative now.
Ricky, Ricky's been hurt twice.
Man.
He's been an NFL player for 2 weeks.
And hadn't got hit.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, you've been dinged up now.
That's a 4.
It's got to be the now is going to be in there.
I got uncles like that.
I'm a huge fan of Herb. Yeah, no doubt.
Anybody who would hang up on Jaden Daniels to talk to us, that guy's forever on my Mount Rushmore guests.
Things are getting juicy. Well, what's funny is we didn't even talk about Markkanen.
Well,
apparently get assigned tomorrow, which means he's out of the picture for a year.
Markkanen. I thought that a few weeks ago.
The market's closed.
NBA schedule comes out next week, most likely Thursday, and a couple of dates to look at. One, the all-important IST, the in-season tournament, and the second one,
Christmas.
When's the play-in games? Because the Warriors are going to be in the play-in.
Wow. Or are they still on the marquee for Christmas?
Steiny?
I think that they're still on the marquee for Christmas.
So?
I do. Right. And I also, my 2 sentences about the Warriors, and Slater will join us, I think like 4:30, so we can kind of get the what's next question out there. The Warriors are big thinkers. They think big.
Giannis?
So you play the slow game and you make sure you are ready whenever the big, I think they want big names who are tall, period. So anyone in this league who is 6'10" or above and really good, they're all on the table, and that's what they're positioning themselves for, however long it takes.
All right. I sense a juicy show.
Isn't it
on
always?
95.7, The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, get on in here. 888-957-9570. Yeah, we'll have a quick sort of dip into the marketing waters in the 4 o'clock hour. But outside of that, we just want to hear from you. I can't wait because Steiny's right. Like, this is one of those situations where a hell of a lot of different opinions, I think, all play. And it's really sort of difficult to get yourself to the spot of, like, who's right, who's wrong, is everybody right and everybody wrong kind of all at the same time? And is the end result, and it certainly, Dibs, sounds like you think so, is the end result that two sides who don't want to break up are about to break up?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they don't want to break up. I get the sense that Brandon Aiyuk wants to get something that they're not willing to get him. So if that's the case, then the breakup could be inevitable. If he wants more money and they don't want to give him more money, and if they haven't really had concrete conversations since May, and he's frustrated by that, and so now he's holding in, and he wants somebody to pay him, and there's teams out there that will pay him, then the breakup's inevitable, I think. And, you know, better to do it now than to wait for, the deadline? I don't even know if there is a deadline in football. We almost never see those types of...
I think there is.
There is, of course, but we don't ever see those... big types of moves happen at the deadline.
Emmanuel Sanders, Chase Young, Christian McCaffrey. The Niners are actually deadline geniuses.
Good call, yeah.
So who knows? I don't know, man. That's just kind of like maybe I'm putting this like one of those movies that puts the ending first. Like that's my ending sentence, and then we can talk about the rest for 4 hours. But I think that this is wildly disappointing because I don't think at the core of either side, I don't think either one of them want to break up. I don't have any question about that in my mind. There's no doubt to me. There's two questions that I think you can answer with the affirmative, which is who is the best person to be in that starting lineup at that wide receiver position for the 49ers this year? The answer is Brandon Aiyuk. And then when the question goes to Brandon, where can you be at your best this year? Where can you put up your best numbers? Where can you perform at your highest level? What system do you know the best? 49ers.
But you didn't answer the most important question in all that.
I know.
So that's why you and I disagree about the idea of a breakup, because I do think that Brandon Aiyuk wants to break up with the Niners because he wants money. He wants to make more money than they're willing to pay him. I don't even know what their offer is, if there even is an offer.
Yep.
And if that is the case, then I'm sure Brandon Aiyuk is looking at it saying, I'm Brandon Aiyuk. I can catch the ball. I can score touchdowns. I can be a good football player no matter where I go. And yes, maybe I won't win a Super Bowl in Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Washington, or New England. But if I'm making $28.5 million, I can get over that, and maybe I can build a team on my own.
I'm not disagreeing with you at all. My point is that he wants the money from the 49ers. And I know that, so the answer is all, but they won't give it to him. I have no idea what the numbers actually are for any of these teams. If he really was dead set, like it's just money, well, then he'd already be gone. Then you wouldn't have all these parameters about what team you might go to. I want to go to Washington, I want to go to Pittsburgh, but I don't want to go to New England. Well, wait a minute. If it's just the $30 million, good God, New England probably give you 31.
But we don't know that.
No, we don't, but what the hell do they care? Like they've got literally, I mean, wait for this now. Go to your fantasy draft in 3 weeks.
Right.
Don't draft anyone
on the Patriots
from that team. There's no one. There's no one. They don't have, it's actually stunning that we're talking this way about the New England freaking Patriots, the team that has owned our lifetimes since the Niners' greatness of the 80s. They've got no good players.
Right.
It's wild. Look at none. So would Brandon be amazing in that scenario for $30 million? If it's just money, then go do it. But I don't think he wants to do that. So I get what you're saying. It's a little bit of a semantics thing. all things being equal, he wants to be a 49er. All things aren't equal, though.
Of course. And that's where we sit because it's been months since, he's probably felt like he's wanted. And you go back to TikTok and, they say they don't want me. And so that's where that's been. And now he's, out there trying to get as much money as he can.
This is funny since we're talking about it right now, Dibs. Somebody has actually called from Worcester, Mass.
Okay.
It's Jamie. Jamie in Worcester, Mass. Oh, why'd he hang up? Or did I do that? I don't think I did that. We were about to go live right out the gate to Worcester, Mass. I wanted some Patriots flavor. But yeah, again, there's a lot of conversation that you and I and all of us have been having. I think he's calling back. We'll go out live to Worcester, Mass here in a sec. But I think we're having a lot of conversation, and admittedly, there's all these little pieces of information that we don't have. You know what I mean? The agreement in place between Cleveland and New England and the 49ers. Do you take that at face value?
Yes.
I don't.
Yes.
Why do you take it at face value?
I believe that there are parameters. So I believe that the teams have talked, and Cleveland has said, you know what? If we can come to terms with Aiyuk, this is what we're willing to offer you. And the Niners have said, okay, that sounds good. Figure out a contract with him and get back to us. And I believe that New England's done the same thing. And I don't think that it's ironclad, like, yeah, that's a done deal.
Right.
But I do think that there have been discussions and players and picks and parameters that have been discussed. And I think that the 49ers, if everything lines up, would do one of these deals. No doubt.
My eyebrows just go up because we know damn well he spent all offseason saying he wanted to be a commander. We had Filippone on yesterday. He suggested Brandon would even take a cut less of money to go to Pittsburgh because he really wants to go there, and he has flirted with Mike Tomlin. So that happens all offseason.
Pittsburgh's still in the deal.
I understand, though. They're in, they're out, now they're back in.
Oh, they're in. They're at the goal line, Mark.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're at the, my God. They're not.
They're at the 1 yard line.
Their short yardage back sucks.
It's been a long play clock.
They've been at the 1 yard line since we were here yesterday. So, all of that and all of that being leaked publicly makes me at least question the validity of all of it. Because why is it that Brandon wants these two teams and the Niners are like, oh, well, that's convenient. We've agreed in place with these teams who you don't want to go to. I just think it puts Brandon in a spot now, or if Brandon goes, well, no, I don't want that trade, well, now you're losing the PR battle because now you do look like you're whining a little bit. Again, this is a hypothetical. I'm not saying Brandon's whining. I don't know what they're going to accept.
Well, some have said that he's not being an adult, so there's that out there.
Listen, who knows? Behind the scenes, I'm sure there's a lot going on.
Yeah.
And everybody's going to have their opinion based on what they know and what they see. And there are plenty who see a lot more than I do. So I'm not going to rip that comment because I don't know what he knows. And he's closer. Mike Silver you're talking about. He's closer to it than I am.
I'm referring to Debo being an adult, the way he's handling things.
Well, so
and the inference is pretty clear.
Yeah, but I bet he also knows some things about the way the two have handled it behind the scenes.
And the way the team feels about the way he's handled it.
No doubt.
For sure.
No doubt. But my point is right now, hypothetically, Brandon could end up in a bad spot where it's like, I want this money. And the Niners like, we're not going to give you that money. And he goes, fine, I want to trade. All right, we traded you. No, I don't want you to trade me there. Like at a certain point, it's like, dude, you're not a free agent. You don't get to run this show.
Right. But he does get to do whatever he wants to do to make things hard on the 49ers. Absolutely. And he's already done that. He's already made it to where we're talking about this instead of all the other great things that are going on in camp. And Christian McCaffrey has a minor calf injury, and that probably won't get mentioned again over the course of these 4 hours because it's not Brandon Aiyuk and a trade scenario. So your star running back may miss, he's going to miss the preseason, which is fine.
He would have anyway.
And your left tackle is not going to be in the preseason, and your starting quarterback can't stop throwing interceptions, and your middle linebacker is injured until November. And we can go on with actual stories, but we won't because this is the story, and it's because of Brandon Aiyuk, and it's because of the way he's going about it, the way the team is going about it, and that's a problem for the 49ers.
Well, I don't know about the word problem. It's an annoyance.
It's a distraction.
It's an annoyance. Yeah, for sure. Let's go. All right, live to Worcester, Mass.
Good luck.
Jamie, Worcester, Mass. Hey, Jamie, what are you doing?
What am I doing? I'm listening to the Patriots talk shows mention that they're in heavy on Brandon Aiyuk. Brandon is not going to be happy out here with weak noodle arms and a bad offensive line.
I mean, speak on it, Jamie. What's it look like out there? And what's it sound like, by the way? What are the people of Worcester, Mass, what do they want to have happen here?
Well, they probably want him to come out here and take a deal like if Bill Belichick was still here, which he's not. They paid all of their defensive guys this year, and Matthew Judon is not happy. He hasn't been re-signed. So maybe it's a Judon package out to San Francisco.
I mean, I tell you what is one of the, and Jamie, thanks. One of the more interesting things out there are these mythical packages that would be coming back to the 49ers.
It's a damn good package.
Well, that's my thing. I feel like we're a little cart before the horse here. None of the deals make sense. And I don't even know if any of the deals that have been mentioned are the deals. We're all guessing. Kendrick Bourne and Amari Cooper.
That doesn't make sense.
Second rounders and third rounders and Judon, and none of it makes any sense.
The Pittsburgh package makes sense.
What's the Pittsburgh package?
You got an offensive lineman in there. You got a linebacker. You got a couple of picks.
We made that up. We don't even know. People are just like, I don't know about that guy.
Yeah, it's hypothetical. It's what we do in the NBA trade machine.
Sure.
Where you go to the NBA trade machine and you start clicking boxes, entering names. That trade works.
Right, but don't all of them?
That trade works.
But don't all of them feel like the Niners would be worse on the other end?
No, not if they get interior offensive line and you get some help in the defensive line.
Who's starting at receiver?
Whatever. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that.
What are we doing?
You got Ricky Pearsall.
Who's starting at wide receiver?
Ricky Pearsall.
Listen.
Ronnie Bell. You got Jawan Jennings, Trent Taylor in the slot.
Oh, dear.
Jacob Cowing. You've got receivers that you can elevate.
Yes, you have people who have WR next to their name on the internet.
That's a really good question.
Thank you, Roxy.
Listen,
I'm
terribly, terribly concerned here. Like this, none of this makes sense. And at a certain point, it's why I said in the handoff thingy that it's a miscalculation sensation. This is not supposed to be happening right now.
Why is it happening?
Because two sides who were assessed by both sides that they would be able to figure this out have not. So who do I blame? Everybody.
Sure, it's not about blame.
Who's right? Everyone. Who's wrong? Everyone.
Parag Marate likes to play hardball, and they drew a line in the sand, and the market changed, and Brandon Aiyuk stepped across that line and is refusing to go back. So who's to blame? You're right. Everybody. But here we are on August 6th, and I don't foresee Brandon Aiyuk playing football for the 49ers this year. So who's going to be your receiver? Not him. So you better spend your time in these next few practices and these few preseason games to figure that out, because I don't think that he's going to play football for you.
It sounds like you're probably right. But the point I'd like to make is if Brandon Aiyuk gets traded, it was a failure. Period. I don't care who you get back. If Brandon Aiyuk gets traded in August, that means someone or something failed. This is not the way to do it. This is not the time to do it. This does not make your football team better. This is not fantasy football. So I don't care if Amari Cooper's available. This is not have Amari Little Christmas and name your team that in fantasy football. This is not that.
Number 2. Number 1?
This is not good.
Yeah. It's not good. It's not good, but here you are. So things have gone this way, and here you are on August 6th, and this is the situation. He's holding in, and you're shopping him. That's the situation.
Maybe.
Okay. You don't think that they're at least calling other teams?
Of course they are.
We got Filipponi frothing at the mouth.
If you think that PR is not part of this, I would disagree with you as well. Sponsored by LifeSource Water Systems. What do you think? Let's talk about it. Brandon Aiyuk on the table, 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
He has the permission to talk to other teams. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I want so badly to disagree with you. I badly want to disagree with you.
You can. You're allowed to.
I know
if I can use your own parlance.
Well, I mean, I'm allowed to, and I'm fully willing to be wrong. I do it well.
Yeah.
So, sure, I'll disagree with you. Brandon's going to play for the Niners this year.
I hope. I wish I was wrong.
I do think there's a chance still.
I agree. We were doing our show thing, and we're doing our bippity boppity and our show thread and our back and forth and all that.
Don't forget the boop.
As we were going through there, and I'm reading everything on Twitter, and I'm hearing Filipponi, who joined us from Pittsburgh yesterday, in my head, and all the rest of it. It just hit me on my drive in today. I think it's, to borrow from Guru, one of my favorite Guruisms. It's a wrap, like Saran. And I think that it's a wrap. I do think that we've gone too far down the road. And I also think that the amount of distraction that this has become, and, Kyle Shanahan, I mentioned it yesterday. They practice today, tomorrow, Thursday, fly Friday. They play Saturday. He's now in a football mode. And if you're not ready to be a football player for Kyle Shanahan, I think he's over it. And I think John Lynch is cut from the same cloth.
I agree with you there. And I do think that's where this lies. When people want to sort of figure out the whole leverage game, and they're like, look, Brandon does have leverage because the Niners are doing this. I don't think the Niners are being leveraged into making a trade at all. I think the Niners are being annoyed into making a trade.
Agreed.
I think the 49ers have made their point to Brandon and his agent. And Brandon and his agent don't agree, and that's fine. But what the Niners, and in the end, this is on the Niners. This is their miscalculation. They had offers at the draft. They opted not to take them, and they opted not to take them, I would argue, because they thought, we'll get Brandon. We'll get him. We'll get him to figure it out, and if we don't get him to figure it out, he's playing on that fifth-year option, and we're okay for this year. That's what they assessed. I think that assessment has now changed. And I think you're right. I think getting people in pads and giving them helmets and being out there in the Santa Clara sun, and Kyle Shanahan looking at this and realizing that preparations are underway and you're less than 5 weeks away from a real football game with Aaron Rodgers coming to town, I think that he has assessed this as something now that is pushing in the wrong direction. And so Brandon still remains, in the end, powerless if the 49ers want him to be, but you start playing a clock game. Clock.
Exactly.
You start playing a clock game. You do, because what happens is you're like, well, we could run this out and we could probably get into a power struggle with Brandon and we could win. And he would probably play week 1. But gosh, if we're going to go a different route, we better get somebody in here and start working on that right now, because what we don't want to do is do what we were doing last year, which was dealing with the roster during week 1 with the Nick Bosa situation. You don't want that. And this may start feeling like it's going to be that again.
Yeah.
They don't want to do that again.
No, and you also have the Trent Williams issue, and you and I think, are in agreement that one gets handled pretty quickly as we get deeper into August, and it's probably not going to be an issue, but it still could. We don't know that. We're just, reading it from the outside. But this Brandon Aiyuk situation has gone from, he wants to get paid and let's figure out the number, to, well, he still isn't getting paid, and now he's out there on TikTok and he's making noise and the Niners haven't budged. And then you get some reports that they haven't really had real substantial conversations since May.
Yeah.
And that's 3 months of, they say they don't want me.
Well, and Kyle said that. I don't know. What is substantive talk? What does that even mean?
That means your agent and Parag are in a room and it's like, let's get this done.
Let's try to move it. I'm sure they've obviously talked. I think it's substantive when you check in 6 weeks later and they're like, nope, we haven't moved. That's substantive.
Yes,
that's
there is
information
substance to it. You're right.
I hear
maybe
what you're
they
saying.
haven't even done that.
How about this? You ready for something fresh?
Sure.
Grant, did you say this on NFL Live? Training camp?
Training camp live on NFL Network.
Training camp live on NFL Network.
We got fresh network?
We got fresh Christian McCaffrey.
Oh.
I'd like everybody to take real close listen to what Christian McCaffrey says when he gets asked about Brandon Aiyuk. Okay? Whatever you're doing, if somebody's talking to you in the car, shh. Hang on a second. This won't take long. Pay close attention to how Christian McCaffrey refers to Brandon Aiyuk.
That's not part of my job. It's not part of my position. I think, obviously, as a former teammate or, teammate of his in general, any teammate that you have, you love, you respect them, you want the best for them.
Oh, whoops.
Wait, what?
Want to hear it again?
Yeah, because I wasn't sure if did he use the F word? Did you dump it? Because that's an F word, Grandy.
Hold on. Time out. Willard and Dibbs. Christian is asked about the Brandon situation, and here's what he said.
That's not part of my job. It's not part of my position. I think, obviously, as a former teammate or, teammate of his in general, any teammate that you have, you love, you respect them, you want the best for them.
It's one of the best
Yeah.
It's one of the best not Zach Ertz. It's one of the best I've ever heard. Listen to the As a former
That's not part of my job. It's not part of my position. I think, obviously, as a former teammate or, teammate of his in general, any teammate that you have, you love, you respect them, you want the best for them.
Dude, Michael Jackson from the Dead is like, that was a hell of a moonwalk, Christian. Woo-hoo!
He had no choice.
He was like, as a former any team, what? Teammate? Any teammate. Current teammate?
Current.
Somebody I knew. A guy I met at a party one time.
I'm in the huddle with him all the time. See you tomorrow. It's just a slip of the tongue.
Is it?
I don't know. Is it?
Or is that the reality? Is the reality that Brandon is a former teammate and Christian just sort of like realized he wasn't supposed to say that yet? It's feeding your point.
Right. I mean, it feels like
Team Dibley, this is done.
Well, is it done? Because, you've got two teams that are reportedly in deep talks where they've got concrete offers that the Niners have kind of signed off on. And then you've got Pittsburgh saying, we're at the goal line. And, turns out they maybe weren't. But now the report out of Pittsburgh again today is that they're back in this thing. And then there's Washington kind of lurking as the dark horse, the outside candidate. But it feels like there are four teams buzzing around this idea of trading for Brandon Aiyuk.
Speaking of buzzing, man, dude, are any of the other NFL teams, are they having training camp too? Have you noticed?
I haven't noticed.
I mean, you go to NFL.com, NFL Network, NFL this, Pro Football Talk, NFL wherever. Does anybody talk about any other team? And I think that's what Kyle's probably sick of. Seriously. Give me your top 5 non-49er NFL storylines right now. Go ahead.
The non-Aiyuk NFL storylines?
Correct. What has happened so far in the NFL this offseason that is not 49er related?
Yeah, there have been a couple of contracts that have been signed.
I heard DJ Moore got some money.
Harrison Butker, the highest paid kicker in history.
And lots of people hate him now.
Patrick Mahomes, reportedly very fat.
And also very mad at the Raiders.
Okay.
Livid.
Yeah.
He's going to take it out on him this year.
I can't wait to see it.
He's going to beat him twice.
Jim Harbaugh is doing his kooky things, but to your point, there haven't been...
Nothing.
Not a lot of storylines out there.
Anything interesting happen in any of the other camps so far? Yeah. Oh, Malik Neighbors is in the middle of a scuffle at Giants-Lions.
Did you see that scuffle?
I did not. Is there a great video of it?
It got crazy, yeah. There was punches thrown.
Really?
A couple of haymakers,
and
yeah.
Neighbors, was it like he started it or he stopped it or he was just in it?
He was just in it.
I'm a big Malik Neighbors guy.
Yeah, he was in it. There was, and I never understand that. Like, I get it, you're competing with your teammates, but some of these fights, it's like...
Well, this is a joint practice, though. This is the other team.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
This is, to me, nothing will ever compare of Aaron Donald throwing his helmet at a Bengal in practice and the NFL being like, not our domain. That's the Rams' domain. Yep. Like, oh, my God.
Totally.
That's like assault with a deadly weapon. And the NFL's like, yeah, sorry, we don't know anything about it. We've got other stuff going on.
Just looking at NFL.com, of their 10 listed stories, 2 of them are about Brandon Aiyuk.
Mm-hmm.
Shanny, Aiyuk status unchanged. CMC has a hurt calf, by the way. And then Pat's Mayo mum on Aiyuk rumors. Channels Belichick.
No, but even the other headlines are like, I mean, what are we doing? The Vikings are content to wait on their GM and coach contracts.
Yawn.
Browns QB Deshaun Watson will sit out. Preseason opener. Bum, bum, bum.
Right.
There's absolutely nothing happening that's not 49er related. And I don't think Kyle Shanahan's into that at all.
No.
Yeah. Let's go to Leroy in Oakland. What's up, Leroy? Thank you for calling, man. What's happening?
Hey, nothing much. I'm sitting over here in Berkeley getting ready to get the best burrito in town over here at La Mission on University.
La Mission.
I'm just waiting for my burrito.
Okay,
Yeah,
what's in the burrito? What's in the burrito?
Well,
I'm going to eat it.
I do the half and half. So I do the grilled chicken with the carne asada. And then no sour cream and a little guac, little cheese. I'm good.
Brother, you had me at no sour cream. You are my kind of people. Go ahead and talk some more.
Hey, I just want to know, ask you guys a question. Do you guys think that Brandon Aiyuk is better than Jaden Waddle in Miami?
It's an interesting question. I think he's more accomplished than Jalen Waddle. So if you're asking, like, is he worth more? My assessment on the open market would be yes. Beyond that, like from a straight talent standpoint, I do think that it's somewhat, based on their situation and what's going on around them. Brandon Aiyuk has this wonderful team around him. Jalen Waddle gets the benefit of the fact that he's not even the best receiver on his own team and therefore is facing never, ever, ever double coverage. But that wasn't always the case for Jalen. I think they're both fantastic. I'd put Aiyuk a little bit ahead of him. What would you say to that?
Yeah, probably right on par, if not a little bit ahead. And it just depends on what you want to look at, fantasy numbers versus actual football, because what Brandon Aiyuk has meant to this offense is probably more impactful than what Waddle's meant to Miami, just based on his blocking and the rest of it.
What do you think, Leroy?
I think Brandon Aiyuk is a little better. And I remember before Tyreek Hill got there, Jaden Waddle was the guy. I mean, he's had over 100 receptions before Tyreek got there. And I asked that question because I'm looking at that, and I think Jaden Waddle is getting a little more money than Aiyuk. And from that standpoint, I'm like, give Aiyuk a little more money than that. Now, I just want to say this. I think what's going on in the negotiating room between Aiyuk, his agent, and the 49ers is this, and what nobody hasn't brought up, is that there's a conflict of interest this way. Hey, look, I'm one of the top 10 receivers in the league, so I should be getting paid. I'm the best receiver on the team. I should be getting paid. And his agent is going, look at the numbers. Look at the numbers. And the Niners are going, well, I'm looking at the numbers, and they're not as good as, say, the top 8, 7 receivers in the league. And the agent is going, that's because he doesn't get the opportunities. Had he got the opportunity, had he got maybe 8 more balls thrown his way, he would have those numbers to get paid. Brandon Aiyuk can't win that argument.
Well, yeah.
And that's where it's in San Francisco's favor.
Yeah, Leroy, I think these are all really, that's a valid and solid way of breaking this whole thing down. The only part that trips me up in the conversation that everyone has about this is I don't think it's as simple as saying, what is Brandon worth? Like, here are the numbers. Here's what he's worth. Again, the example so many of us have gone back to is DeForest Buckner, the only homegrown player that the 49ers have not sort of re-signed and taken care of, somebody playing at a high level, that is. The 49ers did not think DeForest Buckner was not worth, $20 million a year or like a big number. They thought he was worth a big number. But he wanted a little bit more, and Kyle did a great job of explaining if we do that, if we give him what he's quote-unquote worth, here's the list of players we got to get rid of. That feels like money not well spent for us. They may have been wrong. Like, it's not as simple to me as just DeForest and then Kinlaw. There's this whole host of other things that happen. And so even though they might have been wrong, that's the thing. Like, Waddle's new contract is worth $28.25 per year. That is his average AAV. His guaranteed at signing is almost $36 million. He got that contract. His season in 2022, very similar season to what Brandon had last year. He had over 1,350 yards. He averaged over 18 yards a catch. He had 8 scores. Jalen's phenomenal. He's also running next to Tyreek Hill, though. How does that change things? We can look at Aiyuk and say, this is what you're worth, and it also at the same time can be not the right thing for the 49ers to give it to him.
Right, and that's the situation that they have found themselves because what he's worth has gone up since March or since February when the Super Bowl was over because the market changed and the market exploded, and so what he's worth relative to the market has gone up, and the team's ability to pay that has gone down because the team is looking at future contracts, not just Brock Purdy, but all the other players. And Kyle Shanahan said in the TK podcast about the DeForest Buckner deal, well, if they would have signed Buckner to what he wanted, that means no more Eric Armstead, no more Jimmy Ward. And, that's the way that was going to have to go. And so I do think if they sign Brandon Aiyuk to the number that he wants, it probably means goodbye to 2 or 3 other players, as you've mentioned, Mark, like some of your favorite 49ers. Well, they're going to be gone at the end of the year. Yep. And Brandon Aiyuk will be around, so it's not as easy as giving him what the market indicates he's worth. And I think that conversation is way, way down the road now. Like, that conversation's already been had.
You'd think.
Brandon Aiyuk saying, this is what I'm worth, and the team saying, well, yeah, but this is what we're able to pay you. And I think that the difference between the two is so far that there hasn't been movement on either side. And that's why for 3 months now, there's been no real conversation, and we're sitting here on August 6th talking about trade options.
888-957-9570 on the Brandon Aiyuk situation with the 49ers. Only thing new on this calendar day, if you're just kind of getting to the radio for the first time, is that Adam Schefter tweeted that the Steelers are back in. Talks have been reignited.
Oh, yeah?
But other than that, it's still the Mayoko report from late yesterday that a trade framework is in place between the Browns and the Patriots, waiting on Brandon to sort of say, like, would you accept a new contract there? Would you accept a new contract over here? If not, they've sort of given, I saw someone say that they've sort of given Brandon basically like a faux no trade clause. In other words, like, okay, trade in place, but you have to agree to a contract extension, and if you don't want to do that there, then fine. You can come back here and play for $14.1 million. Give you a little bit of power, give you a little wiggle room here. And I also think give the 49ers a little PR green check mark in their corner. And this is, I would remind everyone
because they could say that, hey, he wanted a trade. We went out there.
We traded you.
We found 2 different partners. Yeah, we traded you twice. And you said no to both. You vetoed both because you didn't want to sign there. So you want us to call every single team and find, exactly the right fit. But that is, PR-wise, you're right. The Niners do look better knowing that this is out there. But I also think that Pittsburgh is back in because that's where he wants to go. So if Pittsburgh's back in, if the Niners really want this done and they want to trade him, and if the New England and the Cleveland deals maybe aren't going to work because he doesn't really want to sign there, but he wants to go to Pittsburgh, maybe that's why Pittsburgh feels like they're back in, because if Brandon really wants to go there and they're going to pay him what he wants, well, then the Niners, it's in their best interest to work it out with Pittsburgh.
I mean, I guess, the 49ers are not going to do anything that just openly weakens them.
Sure.
They're not going to take a bad deal. They don't have to do that. And if we do take Kyle Shanahan at his word, and I'm not saying you have to, but if you do, Kyle repeatedly said today that his hope is still that this whole thing works out, that Brandon Aiyuk plays for the 49ers. You want to hear some Shanny?
Sure, but I do think that's also PR.
Well, I mean, I believe that.
I do, but it doesn't no good to say, this.
Of course. But you believe that, don't you?
Yes, because he's a really good football player.
Like
and Kyle Shanahan likes to have really good football players on his offense.
If you could pick, and again, put timing into it. If you could pick any human being on the planet to be in that starting receiver spot for the 49ers this season, I get that some of you might be like, well, Justin Jefferson or Tyreek Hill.
I get it.
Okay, but
August 6th.
Like, because it's August 6th, I'd argue on one hand, one of those fingers needs to be Brandon Aiyuk. And he might be the first one, just because he knows the system and he's been a willing blocker. Like, he's been a really fantastic player. So, of course, I believe him. They want him back.
Of course.
All right. Here's some Shanny. Does this need to be resolved quickly?
No, I mean, you always want it to be badly, but this stuff does take time. And, every day I hope it gets resolved. But I have no timetable on it. Like, didn't surprise me coming into this, going about coaching our team, getting them ready for week 1, and hopefully it'll get resolved though sooner than later.
Is there a scenario where Brandon Aiyuk still signs an extension?
Is there a scenario where you do a long-term deal with him?
There's a scenario for everything, so I want to rule anything out.
And then what about this one? Any chance you're better off without him?
If you traded Brandon Aiyuk, could you see a scenario where you're better because of that?
I mean, Brandon's a great player, so it's real hard to be better when you lose a great player. So we got to look into anything. We got to understand the situation we're in, what that looks like, and that does take time. So hopefully it'll all work out best for him and best for us in the long run.
Is he disappointed it's reached this point?
It's been at this point for a little bit, so it's nothing really new to me. I mean, you're always disappointed when you can't keep a hold of all your players or it's not going exactly right. I mean, I don't like losing anybody, so that's why I'm hoping it does work out here. But right now, we don't have that solved yet, so I hope it does.
They mentioned May being the last time of those substantive talks that you talked about, Dibbs. He was asked if that May offer is the final offer.
The offer you guys made in May a final offer, or is there a chance you...
I mean, I'm not getting any specifics with offers, contracts, trades, anything like that, but what I can tell you guys is nothing has changed. I know a lot was out yesterday and stuff, but from the situation that we're in with Brandon, nothing's changed.
What do you make of all that?
Nothing's changed. The first comment he made was, you always want to have this stuff handled quickly, badly. And he said badly. Like, you always want this done right away. You want it done badly. So I sense in Shanahan a certain amount of not desperation, but exasperation, where he said it. I'm trying to game plan here for week 1. And I don't know if he meant this Saturday against Tennessee, but he's probably focused on that as well. But week 1 against the Jets is now 34 days away. And so all his focus is on that. He wants it to all be on that. And yet he answered 5 questions right there about Brandon Aiyuk, contract status, contract offers, trade possibilities, all the rest of it. That's the last thing that he wants to be doing right now.
Which is why I don't get why it got here. How did it get here? Like, what? Honestly, now, if he's telling me that nothing's changed since May, then why are we still sitting here?
Because
why are you doing this during camp?
Because I think in May, Brandon and his representative came to the team with a number that was shocking to them.
Okay.
And it was a number that they were not willing to even really talk about. And there was no like, okay, we're at 24 and you're at 30, so let's meet at 27. And again, I'm throwing these numbers out just for conversation. So if they're at 24 and he comes in at 30 and they're like, whoa, where the hell did that come from? And he's like, I'm on Raw. I'm better than him, 30.
Yeah, but
that's to me where this came from.
But it doesn't explain why it's still here.
You ain't better than me.
I want to get into this coming up next. You know, the fact that this is happening now, what's your take on that, everyone? 888-957-9570. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
That's right, Dibby and Wibby. What's going on, everyone? 888-957-9570. We'll get a non-marketing update from Slates.
Nice.
In about an hour and a half. Other than that, let's talk about Brandon Aiyuk. And if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Wibby and Dibby on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. While you're there, check out Bonte and Joe and their conversation with Tim Kawakami earlier today, latest on Brandon Aiyuk. Subscribe to that show, Steiny and Goo as well. Do all of that, and then you just get it out of the way, and you don't have to ever think about it again. How about this? Another tweet from Mike Silver, who has, certainly bothered some people with the way he tweeted about things yesterday, and he is unbothered by the bothered, but that's okay. I happen to think Mike Silver knows things, and so if you want to be bothered by the way he shares them, that's fine. That's totally fine. But I don't dismiss what Mike Silver says. I think he's pretty close to the team. I think he knows what he's doing. I think he's a pretty good reporter. So I also find this tweet from earlier today to be super interesting. Want to hear it?
Sure.
Like to hear it? Here it go. Quote, rethinking the Brandon Aiyuk decision to hold in rather than stay away. He hadn't gotten an offer or any other engagement from the 49ers since May. He requested a trade. Other teams wanted to pay him. By showing up but not practicing, he clearly bothered Kyle Shanahan in a manner that made a trade more plausible, especially when juxtaposed against Debo's hyper-intense approach. So far, Aiyuk has not agreed to join either of the teams with whom the 49ers would do deals. However, he has achieved movement. In retrospect, holding in may have been the right play. Again, depending on what your goal is. But I think that provides a little bit of an answer to my question. Why now? What the hell's been going on all summer? If you wanted to trade Brandon Aiyuk, trade Brandon Aiyuk. Don't do it when you're in the middle of game prep.
Well, you would have done it before the draft, but at that point, yes. I don't believe that you thought that this deal was going to be undoable, for lack of a better way to describe it. So you went into the draft thinking, we're going to dangle him. There'll be some danglage, and if we get wowed, then we will trade Brandon Aiyuk. But unless we get wowed, we're going to keep Brandon Aiyuk because we really like him, and we're going to work this out. And so you don't trade him, and you get into May, and then it's whop, 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 whop. All these contracts start coming in, 30 here, 28. You get 27.5, and now it's like, uh-oh, the market's done reset itself, and Brandon Aiyuk is licking his chops, and he comes to the contract negotiation with a knife and fork and the old napkin tied around his neck, and he's ready to eat.
And he's sitting at the table by himself.
Well, yeah, because the team's like, well, we don't, we're not.
We're out.
We kind of indicated before that we weren't thinking about 27, 28, or 29, let alone 30 Amon-Ra. And now you're coming in here ready to eat a big meal, and we're offering you a salad bar. So I do think that changed everything when you got into May and those other contracts landed. And I don't fault him for it because the market is the market.
Yeah, sure. Why wouldn't you ask?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you ask? Of course.
So you ask and they say no, and then you ask again and they say no, and then you even probably intimate, how about we meet in the middle, and they say no.
No.
And so in May, you give your last best offer, and Kyle didn't want to get into offers and timelines and contracts, but what you've said about Parag Marate, who's the guy who's doing all of these deals, he is a guy he's tough. He's a tough negotiator. It's what he does. And so I don't think that there was ever a sense of, we want to give you 24. You want 30. We'll just do 27 and we'll all be happy.
First of all, you're getting a lot of love for your Kendrick reference.
Thank you.
So
I try to throw those in every now and again.
Congratulations on that. That was very well received.
Thank you.
But secondarily, so let me process this then. He comes to them in June, and he comes to them in July, and they're like, nope. Okay, fine. But in the back of their mind, they're thinking that the end game is what? Like, that's my question. So you didn't, if you're the Niners, you didn't engage with him. You say, here's what we're offering you in May. And then since then, he's asking and he's on TikTok and there's this threat and there's that. And
they say they don't want me.
Yeah, and you're just like, whatever, dude. Whatever. We told you what we're offering you. We'll see you in camp. And nothing changes your stance at that time. But then you get to August, Brandon shows up in shorts, cruising around out on the field in the middle of play calls, and that's when you get mad and go, okay, get this guy off my plane. Okay, but why not in June? Why not in May? Why not in June? Why not in July? In other words, what was your end game? What did you think was going to happen?
I think about Rocky IV when Drago and Rocky meet in the center of the ring after Drago had already killed Apollo Creed. Spoiler alert, it's now 30-something years later. And Drago says, I must break you. And Rocky says, go for it.
You think Brandon broke Kyle Shanahan?
I think that the Niners were saying to Brandon Aiyuk, I must break you. And I think that they thought that come June, July, and August, Brandon would realize that this is the deal, and we can, fifth-year option.
Yeah.
Dangle, franchise tag. We've got you. You have to do what we want you to do. So unless you want to sign for $24.5 million or whatever the number was, we can go ahead and wait this out, Brandon. And then Aiyuk took a hard look and thought, you know what? I'm going to hold in, and I'm just going to annoy Kyle like the kid in the backseat on a road trip. Are we there yet?
Okay.
Are we there yet?
And
Are we
that's
there
all,
yet?
look, that's all fair.
Quiet.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
And I know you've lived it.
Please.
It's too soon.
Way too close to home.
It's like we're not even out of the driveway yet. Are we there yet?
I'm looking at this situation going, okay, I can see how that, then therefore, if that's what Brandon wants, that's smart. But I also do, I would fall here. I don't know what Cleveland or New England offered Brandon financially. But at a certain point, if you're, let's play this out as we're Brandon.
Okay.
I'm mad I want a new contract. All right, you're probably right. I'm asking for 26. The Niners are like, we'll do 26. And you come back the next day, you're like, did you see Jalen Waddle and Amon-Ra? Never mind. I don't want 26. I want 29.5. Niners are like, no, that's not what we were talking about. Well, sorry, the price changed. Well, sorry, we're not offering it to you. Okay, fine. Now I'm going to request a trade. Now we're going to sit here for 2 months and wait. Now I'm going to show up at camp, just start walking around on the field in my sneakers while you're trying to work. Hey, coach, bro hug. Okay, fine. Brandon, we have 2 trades in place. No, I don't want to go there. That's where you lose me. I will never, ever come down on a player for wanting his cash. Ever. But if that's what you want and it's being offered to you, you do not get to say no and then walk around on the field in sneakers.
Well, he wants the cash from where he wants the cash.
You're not a free agent, brother.
I get it.
You're not a free agent. That's not how it works. So this is just me now. I'm not against his cash. He's right. He deserves it. If he wants to be traded, he gets to say that. But if he asks for a trade and they trade you, you do not get to say no and then walk around here in shorts. That would make me livid.
Agreed. I would be angry, but it's not, I guess the choice of words, he does get to do it because...
Well, he's doing it.
And the biggest problem with all of this is what we've talked about for the past 6 months since they lost the Super Bowl. This is a big year for everybody. They're in a Super Bowl window, and I already said that I don't think that they can win the Super Bowl without him, and I think that there are some in the building that probably thought that as well. But now you get to a spot, August 6th, where, you know what, the hell with it. Maybe we can win without him because I can't stand dealing with this for another day. So now we're going to trade him, and then you go about trying to trade him, and you have a couple of things maybe lined up, and he still says no.
Yeah.
It's getting to be in a spot where, the spite on both sides might turn into something that kind of spoils the season a little bit.
I wonder if they didn't believe that he would sit camp out. And now they do believe that he's like, no, I really will not practice. I'm not practicing. I'll be there for the game, though. I'll be there. I
you can either play me or not. That's your choice.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if they just didn't believe it. But again, to arrive at this situation now is a misplay. There's no two ways about it in my mind, because this is not good for anybody. Even Brandon. And I'm not saying that with 49er arrogance, like, oh, you want to go play with Drake May? I don't care where you go. You could go to the Chiefs, and it's not good for you to show up on August 6th.
Yeah, it makes it tough.
Having never played there before? Like, I'd argue right now, the chances of Brandon Aiyuk having a 1,000-yard season for someone else this season are incredibly low. I don't care where you go. You're not in the plan. Now, I know Kyle said today, and I think he was sort of joking. He was asked, how long does it take to get a new receiver up to speed? And he goes, 2.5 days. And then he's like, no, just kidding. Like, it depends on who it is. So, yeah, maybe you go into a system and Brandon picks up the system in 3 days.
You mentioned Emmanuel Sanders, and it seemed like he came into the system and he hit the ground running, and he was pretty effective right away.
Pretty fast. But, I mean, there's that, like, there's the rapport with the quarterback.
Yeah.
We're talking about teams who don't even know who their quarterback is. The Steelers, who's your quarterback? I don't know. Russell Wilson's apparently hurt. Patriots, who's their quarterback? Is it Drake May? Is it Jacoby Brissett? I don't know. I don't know who the quarterback is for these football teams. I know who it is for Cleveland. I don't know if he's any good anymore.
You know who it is for the Niners.
I do. Yes,
pretty good little player.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
To that point, though. So it's not ideal for either side, but I do think if you get to a spot where you're fed up, then you need to make something happen now as opposed to in a week or in 2 weeks. And I know that you don't, and Kyle talked about this, about, the urgency. They're not feeling any tremendous urgency because they're going about the preparation for a game on Saturday and then the regular season opener and all the rest of it. So they're not letting this dictate how they're going about getting their football team ready, but I'm sure internally they'd love to have this thing behind them.
For sure. But don't you read this that Mike's reporting? Don't you read this to say, like Kyle would be more okay with this if Brandon would just do what Trent's doing. Just stay away. Just stay away. But you're not going to show up, just parade around in front of everybody. Hey, I'm here. Hi.
Totally.
Maybe go sign some autographs. And if that's what Brandon wants, then I do have to give him his credit for he made a move that may actually lead to a team trading him when they don't have to.
It's a little bit of scorched earth as an approach.
Sure.
And, one thing is TikTok, whatever. They say they don't want me and all the rest of it. That's passive aggressive. But if you're going to show up, and I'm not saying that he's being disruptive, but while you were in Hawaii, we spent half a show talking about the handshake and the bro hug and what it meant. And
only half a show?
Might have been the whole show. I can't remember.
You would have gotten 3 days out of that.
No, we had FP and it was baseball trade deadline, so we were talking a lot about Alex Cobb.
I was sitting by a pool and I'm showing Lovely Christie. I'm like, good God, look at this.
Yeah.
He's just cruising around on the field saying hi to everyone.
We had a lot going on last week.
The boys are having fun with this.
It was a good one. It happened at just the right time. So, but I do think that. And I wonder about now, the Niners and Brandon Aiyuk have agreed to terms on a new contract. Can you even imagine that now happening where Aiyuk is up there with John and Kyle and it's handshakes and pictures and bro hugs? And
no, I don't. No.
That feels like, you know what I mean?
No, I could still see Brandon playing on his 5th-year option.
Agreed.
I absolutely do not see an extension, even though Kyle said, yes, it's still on the table. But that's because he's going to say
4 years and $104 million and
he's going to say everything's
$40
on the
million
table.
Guaranteed at signing.
Is it on the table that Brandon plays without a helmet this year? Sure, everything's on the table. Yeah, might happen.
Totally.
Who knows?
Yeah. Possibly.
Let's go to Marvin in Livermore. Hi, Marvin. Thank you for calling. What's cooking?
Hey, not much. How you guys doing?
What's up, man? We're good.
Hey, I think Niners miscalculated twice, one on the market for a receiver and one on Trent Williams. The difference between Brandon and Trent has already got his bag, so the $50,000 fine a day he doesn't worry about, where Brandon hasn't gotten one, so that's why he went in. But I really think with NFC in particular signing the left tackles to all the money, Trent Williams is like, hey, I make 22. These guys got this $90 million guaranteed, and they probably were thinking that, hey, Trent came to us in March, knew about it, and we might have to give him a few million. Well, now they're not going to be able, in my opinion, pay Brandon and then give all that guaranteed money to Trent. So that's why they're probably opening up to the idea of trading him so they can get off that number.
Maybe.
What do you think?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, Marvin, it's hard. Thank you so much. It's hard to know what car is driving what bus, like who's pushing who here. I don't know. I have a hard time believing that the 49ers, who have cap space, are like unable to do anything with Trent because of the unknown with Brandon. The only way I could see that being a thing is if you do get to a point where you're trading Brandon and a player is coming in return. Let's say it's Amari Cooper. Well, now there's a salary that you need to fit in that you weren't planning to fit in. They weren't planning to fit in. What does Amari make? 22, 23, something like that? They weren't planning that. Maybe that affects it. I think the Trent thing is being driven by his age and nothing else. Nobody argues that Trent is anything other than the best. And so does he deserve to be paid top of the market for 1 year? Sure. But are you asking for an extension? You have 3 more years on your deal till you're 38 years old. You've gotten hurt 2 years in a row. You want us to guarantee this year? Next year? Year after that? Do you want another year added on? Like, whoa, dude, you're 36. So I don't know. That one still feels to me like the calendar is winning. Not the contract, not the player, not the team. The calendar. August 6th. Nobody's freaking out that Trent Williams is not there yet. That one I still think gets done in the next two weeks.
Agreed. And even if it got done right now, this very second, he's not going to be at practice tomorrow or Thursday. He's not going to go play in Tennessee. He probably won't play the second preseason game, maybe a little bit. And he would maybe play none in the third game either. So Trent Williams is going to be ready for the opener in 34 days, I would guess. This contract will get worked out between now and then. If Trent Williams doesn't practice or decides to not play in the season opener on Monday Night Football, that to me would be an absolute shocker. More shocking than if Brandon Aiyuk gets traded. Agreed.
Agree completely on that one. Let me ask you this, because this has been brought up by a couple of our listeners here on the Xfinity mobile text line, and we appreciate you all sending that in. Same as the phone number if you want to text us as well, if that's easier for you. A few people have texted in to remember that this is not the first time that Kyle Shanahan and Brandon Aiyuk have been bothered by one another. And I do wonder, because everybody starts from a different starting block with other people, if there's history there. You know what I mean? Like if you bug Kyle Shanahan, but it's the first time you bugged him, you might get a little more rope. You might get a little more patience. You might be like, okay, like I can see this has really gotten to you. Let's see if we can figure this out. But Brandon Aiyuk is somebody who already once, he came in, he played well as a rookie. Then he came back that next year, and in the mind of Kyle Shanahan, thought he was all too big for the britches. And Kyle sent a very, very firmly worded email, as you said, by benching him. And he doghoused him for a while. I've always given Brandon credit for, like, there's 2 ways you can react in those situations. He reacted very well. He became an all-pro. And so that's great. But now you come and do this. You hold in right underneath Kyle Shanahan's nose. And I wonder if the history of their relationship has sort of been rekindled here.
Perhaps also the timing of it, I think, is the biggest part of it. And, holding in, like you said, holding out is a little bit cleaner. You're not going to be here, and we're going to deal with it. And, you're not going to be here as a distraction. But when you're holding in, he's in the meetings, and he's around the facility. and he's doing everything except the one thing that you probably want him to do more than anything else, which is go play football and run routes, and let's see how you look out there and figure out how we can make you the best player that you can possibly be. So holding in becomes much more annoying because he's right there and he's right in front of you, and yet it's basically his way of saying, you can't find me, and I'm here. I'm not going to practice, but here I am. So I would imagine that's super annoying for Kyle Shanahan.
Well, and Kyle was asked if he's talked directly to Brandon, and listen to this response, oddly, after bro hugging him out in the middle of the field.
I think we did at the beginning, but we've kept, we haven't been talking about it much with each other, and most of that goes through his agent and John.
I mean, that bro hug out there in the middle of the field, don't you? So there were two things people wanted to talk about. Oh, they're shaking hands like they've got a deal. Or, oh, they're shaking hands like they're saying goodbye to one another. I don't think it's either. I think Kyle's like, well, let's avoid the awkwardness. Hey, dude, how are you? Back to work.
Back to you.
Back to you. That's it. You know what I mean? Like, you do that sometimes.
Right.
With people that you don't like or you're mad at or whatever.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Exactly. Just to make it from being more awkward.
Well, think about how would you all have done the show if Kyle had seen Brandon and just turned around and went the other way?
Oh, it'd have been great. Aiyuk on the move. He's getting dealt.
What would you have done?
Well, I thought that, the bro hug meant that he was getting signed. And so I was waiting for the breaking news to come later that day, that afternoon, that evening. Like, this thing's getting done. Look at the warmth.
I mean, now my feeling is Kyle dapped him up and then turned around and muttered to himself, get the bleep off my field.
Right?
Get off my field. Really? You don't want to have a helmet? Get off the field.
Yeah. Maybe that's what he said to him when they brought it in. I bet
that's what he's thinking to himself. I bet that's what he's thinking to himself.
Hold in.
And then you're going to come out on the field?
Walked right up to him.
This field is for active players and coaches. You're neither.
Ooh, boy, it's possible.
I don't know.
It feels like there's more acrimony than there has been at any point in this.
He's clearly annoyed. He's annoyed. And whether that's okay or not, I mean, I get it. I get I think, again, these things are both, in my mind, they're both true at the same time. I think the 49ers have miscalculated this, and if they trade Brandon Aiyuk in August of a desperate year, I think that is a massive mistake. But at the same time, if you don't like your offer and you ask for a trade and they trade you twice and you go, no, I don't want to go there. You lost me. You lost me. What kind of power do you think you have when you're under contract?
Well, he's got enough power to potentially nix 2 trades. If neither of these trades happen and if both of these trades were agreed to in principle, and yet he says no to both of them, well, he's got power.
He's not saying no to the trade. He's saying no to the contract offer from the Patriots and the Browns.
He's saying no to the team and the contract offer.
Right. I mean, the 49ers could just as easily turn around and be like, you want us to make your career a living hell for the next 2 years? Because we can Trent Williams you if you want us to. They don't want to do that. Who wins?
No one.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
They want to win football games.
This whole thing, who wins? Who wins?
Well, he wins if he gets the contract that he wants and the team that he wants. And right now, he's playing it in a certain way. And if he really wants to go to Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh is still in play.
Yeah, reportedly.
Yeah, sure.
We're sponsored by Life Source Water Systems. Love to take your calls on this. Thanks to those of you who already have. 888-957-957. If you're just joining us and you didn't hear how Christian McCaffrey referred to Brandon Aiyuk at practice earlier today, you're going to want to hear it. We'll have that for you next on Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Kind of an example of what I was saying earlier, that there's according to all national shows, nothing else is happening in the NFL. No other teams are in camp. At Hall of Fame game, that was taped. That was recorded.
They didn't even finish the game.
Did they? They didn't finish it?
No.
I was on a plane.
I was on the under, and it's still they didn't even need 4 quarters to go over.
Oh, that's too bad.
It's so messed up. The over was a lock. It got called off because of weather.
No. I know.
What happened was I gave out the under as a lock, and Grandy was hosting with me, and so the bit is that Grandy and Lucas will bet against me because I've been running a little cold.
It's not
of late.
a bit. It's their salary.
Okay,
it's
so
literally their main source of income.
So I was really upset because on Thursday I was not able to get it in. I forgot, but it ended up not would have. I wouldn't have been paid out anyway. I wouldn't have been able to cash out because it didn't end up hitting.
Apparently, you have to play 58 minutes.
Yes.
I think it was at least for the 55.
Something like that.
Yeah.
I know that it has to. It's a timing thing.
So even though it already went over, you don't get paid on the over because it didn't go long enough. Even though the over already hit,
it went over like the first half.
Yeah, whatever. Okay,
there's no possibility for the score going backwards. That's a scam. That's a scam
for sure.
Like the over hits.
And I get it. Yes, and I get it if you don't want to cash the under if it hadn't yet gone over, because then that's fine. You got another 12 minutes or whatever of football. That's fine. But if you're betting the over and it's literally already over and you don't get cashed out, that's a total scam.
That's wrong. That's called a bad beat, ladies and gentlemen. But you didn't bet it anyway, Grandy?
I was really upset. I just didn't get it in time before it started, and I forgot about it.
Too busy doing live radio.
Mm-hmm.
And because I meant... There's a Steiny noise for you. Welcome back.
Yeah.
Because
I'm immune now.
I gave it out.
I went to Hawaii and I meditated it all away.
Okay.
Nobody's getting to me anymore.
Well,
I'll keep trying.
We'll see. It's only Tuesday.
No, I'll be mad by Thursday. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Oh,
he was doing live radio and he was too busy hosting his show to get the bet in.
Yeah. People think that you don't talk enough. They don't realize you're just over there making bets.
Actually, I haven't made a bet in forever. I give out bets.
I know.
And then they bet against me and they win.
And everybody's happy.
Yeah.
Keep it up, please.
Yeah, I'll give
what
you
do you got tonight?
I'll give you one off the air.
What do you got? You think Team USA can beat, was it Brazil? Are we playing Brazil?
It's already over.
I know. That was the joke.
Don't spoil it.
Well, the bit is I know a guy who had Brazil plus 28. And
that's too bad.
Well, it's funny because I was watching the game, and after the third quarter, I think Brazil was down only by 27, so I felt good for that friend of mine.
Yeah.
And then I realized they had another quarter to play.
Wow. Yeah. Team USA by 35 today.
Yeah. And it wasn't that close.
No.
Guy Santos looked good, though.
Did he?
Yeah.
I didn't look at the box score. Hang on, let's pull up the box score.
Anthony Davis dunked all over Guy Santos.
Yeah,
Guy Santos, 3 for 8 in 20 minutes of action, 7 points and 5 rebounds, couple of dimes and a steal.
I like the player.
And I like the pick.
Yeah.
I like the Guy. Let's see. How did Steph do? 0 for 1 from 3. He's old.
He's tired.
He's old.
Clearly.
I don't care.
Thinking about golf.
But he scored 7 points. Hit all his free throws.
Big.
He only shot the ball 3 times. Yeah, they benched all the starters pretty damn quick. Steph only played 17 minutes. Yeah, it was an Anthony Edwards game. 17 points off the bench. Devin Booker with 18 as a starter. Nobody with 20. Team USA rolls.
Yeah.
How's my prediction looking that they won't win gold?
Not great. Not great. I think that when the medal round started, they had gone to minus 800 to win gold.
I was just trying to motivate them. Just trying to poke at them a little bit.
Yeah, for sure.
Whatever.
I like it.
Just come home safe. That's it. That's all I care about, truly. Anyway, to the point we were making earlier about how there's no NFL news anywhere else. Do you know what popped up on the screen a second ago that I found to be wildly coincidental? Jamar Chase is also a hold-in at the same position and is a big name, and everyone would actually rank him higher than Brandon Aiyuk in the receiver world. He is holding in for a new contract with the Cincinnati Bengals, and how much are y'all hearing about that?
Not much. Not
Nothing.
much.
Totally quiet.
Well, I'm just looking at a report from the Cincinnati Enquirer, and the headline is, "The deal will get done, but just on the Bengals timeline." So it's one of those.
What the hell is? I mean, but that's what they're saying about Trent.
Right, which is why that's not really much of a story. The Brandon Aiyuk story feels like it's more of a thing because it doesn't seem like the deal is going to get done on anyone's timeline.
I hear more about Trent Williams nationally than Jamar Chase. The McAfee Schefter experience is talking about Trent Williams every day. Every day.
Is Trent Williams better player than Jamar Chase?
Well, be that as it may, he's not as popular of a player. He's not as significant of a name when it comes to fantasy football. He's not Jamar Chase. I understand he's more important to your football team, but Jamar Chase is Jamar freaking Chase. And no one's saying a word about it. Doing the exact same thing Aiyuk is doing.
Yeah, and maybe it's just because it feels like it's closer to being done or it's more likely to get done. And also the Niners are in a unique spot where they're in this Super Bowl window. And I don't think that the Bengals are in a Super Bowl window. The Bengals are good.
They think they are.
Right.
Like the Bengals are definitely a contender. They lost their QB last year.
Sure, but if you look at that division is maybe the toughest in football top to bottom. As far as I think who's going to win it, maybe the toughest to handicap.
I wouldn't argue that, but at the same time, I would definitely argue that Cincinnati is a contender. You know, I mean, 3 seasons removed from a Super Bowl appearance. When Joe Burrow plays, that's a very good football team. When Joe Burrow doesn't play, they're not as good. But yeah, I think that they would argue that they absolutely are a contender, even if it is having to get a wild card underneath the Ravens or something like that. Like, I wonder where they sit in terms of Super Bowl favorites this year.
Yeah, I'll look
at it. They got to be top 10. They have to be, don't you think?
Yeah, top 10-ish.
Some 2024 Super Bowl odds.
And I'm going to look at the odds to win the NFC North because I think that division is kind of a toss-up.
You mean the
AFC North? Yeah,
North.
sorry.
Yeah. BetMGM right now has the Bengals as the 5th favorite in the NFL
to win the Super Bowl.
Wow. Plus 1,400. It's Chiefs narrowly over the Niners, followed by Ravens, Lions, Bengals. They're ahead of the Eagles, the Bills, the Texans, the Packers, the Cowboys, Jets, Dolphins. So, I don't know, man. Like, I get what you're saying, that there doesn't seem to be concern. But by the same token, something is... I don't know what it is about the Niners, but they've turned into the desperate NFL teams of Santa Clara. Like, I don't know what's going on, man, but everywhere you go, even outside of our little echo chamber here, every show is just Niners this and Aiyuk and Trent, and there's Kyle and there's John and blah, blah, blah. Debo looks great. I mean, jeez. It's loud.
Yeah, they are the defending NFC champs, and they were a couple of plays away from winning the Super Bowl. So as far as the biggest teams out there, they're 1 or 1A, right?
Sure.
Only behind Patty Mahomes in Kansas City. And I also think that part of it is the nature of the Aiyuk and the 49ers negotiation or lack thereof, because now you have other teams involved, and Pittsburgh's been hot on his trail for months, and now the Commanders with Jaden Daniels, and you've got rumors about the Patriots, and now the Browns are involved. So it is a story that takes on other markets and includes them as well.
By the way, Silver reporting that Brandon Aiyuk has not ruled out the Patriots or the Browns.
Okay. He's just mulling it over.
War of wills between the Niners and Aiyuk is not playing out the way many believed it would. I think he's got a story about it coming out soon, but it says Aiyuk has not ruled out trades to the Patriots or the Browns and continues to assess his options.
And that's a smart move by him, because if it comes down to the contract, if the Patriots are offering him 28 and the Browns are offering him 28 and a quarter, maybe the Patriots will come up to 28 and a half a year. It could turn into a bit of a bidding war if the Niners are okay with either team's trade package. And that's just a report from Matt Mayoko that there was a deal
in principle
with each of those teams. So then it comes down to Brandon Aiyuk negotiating a contract. So it does him no good to rule out either one of those teams. It's better to have them bid against each other for his services. He might be playing this thing perfectly.
again,
as far as getting the most money,
depending on what your goal is, and I firmly believe this is we have just reached. I know that you know Steiny was joking earlier. Is like, man, it's getting juicy, and yes, it is. This is all soap opera-y. So if that's what floats your boat, then cool, you've got it. You've got your soap opera. What I like, though, I like soap operas that potentially have a good ending. And I don't know the ending here, so I can't tell you that this definitely doesn't have a good ending, but boy, I'd predict it. This just feels like a big old bucket of everybody loses. And that sucks.
Right. Depends on what you are looking to gain. If you're Brandon Aiyuk and the only thing that you're really fixated on is making as much money as you can, then maybe you don't end up losing. Even if you go to a Patriots team that goes 2-15 and you get $29 million a year average annual over 4 years, and you're a rich man and you go out there and you have 78 catches for 814 yards and you score 4 touchdowns, but you get that money.
Yeah, and
you get that bag.
I get it. Yeah. Again, there's nothing critical here. And I know I'm being dismissive of other NFL teams' chances. You know, maybe he ends up in Pittsburgh and he and George Pickens and Russell Wilson make just magic together. Maybe that'll happen. Or maybe he ends up in Washington and he and Jaden Daniels skip through the hallways after all of their games together because they're best friends. And it'll almost be like the football version of the New York Knicks where everybody just got back together and they can all do college again. Maybe any of these things happen. But, dude, I think if you end up with the New England Patriots and you're literally the only player on the entire offense that anybody could name, and the 49ers end up with a rookie at receiver or some sort of revolving door of them trying to figure out who's catching the ball this year from Brock Purdy in an absolutely vital year, if that's the way this goes, sure, maybe Brandon will get his money. But outside of that, this is just a big who the hell won? Who wins?
Yeah, we'll have to stay tuned because the soap opera won't end when any trade potentially happens. Then it becomes the next phase, which is, all right, Brandon, you're a Patriot. Let's see how that works out for you. And all right, Niners, who is going to be your X receiver? Because you run a lot of 21 personnel, 2 receiver sets, and it's been critical to have Aiyuk and Debo for the most part. So now what do you do, Niners, with that other receiver spot?
I got a question for you and for everybody, but we promised the McCaffrey comment for those who've not heard it yet. Christian McCaffrey at practice today on NFL Network was asked about the Aiyuk situation and pay very close attention to how he answers it.
That's not part of my job. It's not part of my position. I think obviously as a former teammate or, you know, teammate of his in general, any teammate that you have, you love, you respect them, you want the best for them.
For those of you who think Brandon is gone, I think you've got Exhibit A, which is Christian McCaffrey. If you just kind of rolled over that, just called Brandon Aiyuk a former teammate. And then as soon as he said it, he did the, a teammate, any teammate, clearly a slip of the tongue, but at the same time felt like it has a little meaning to it. He refers to Brandon Aiyuk as a former teammate. And if that's the case, maybe we should move the story forward this way. Let me ask everybody this. If Brandon Aiyuk is not the starting receiver opposite Deebo Samuel, who is? And you can answer that however you want. This can be someone who's currently on the roster. This can be someone who's not on the roster. The 49ers have a Super Bowl to go win. They got a check mark at every position. But all of a sudden, they don't. They do not have their leading receiver from last year. They do not have someone opposite Deebo Samuel. You can have anybody, realistically, don't say Jamar Chase, but you can have anybody that makes sense in some way, shape, or form be that starting receiver opposite Deebo Samuel. Who is it?
It's Ricky Pearsall.
Okay.
It's the rookie. It's Ricky the rookie. And you just put him right in there, and he's looked good in camp, and you just teach him on the job, and he learns on the job.
He's gotten hurt twice already.
Right. So, you hope that he's able to, going to be healthy now. Ricky's going to be out there playing hard now. It's my Herm. I like my Herm.
It's very good.
It's an underrated Herm. But
it is.
I do think that's where you start. And I don't think that you're going to bring in Amari Cooper. I think that makes little to no sense.
I don't like that idea either.
You're going to have to bring in a guy, and he's going to want to get paid. So now you're going to end up paying Amari Cooper when you wouldn't pay Brandon Aiyuk, and probably wouldn't be as much money or for as long. But I don't think that's what they want to do. And there's been talk about Pittsburgh trading George Pickens. I don't really see that.
Has there been I know that
a lot of internet rumors, people trying to play around with what the compensation would be.
Yeah, I don't think Pittsburgh. I think Pittsburgh's into this because they don't want to weaken their wide receiver room.
Exactly.
They want to up it, and right now all they've got is George, and he's super cheap for 2 more years. I don't think George Pickens is going anywhere. But go ahead.
I think that the solution will be inside the building. And maybe you end up turning to Chris Conley, a guy who looked good last year in the postseason. He hasn't ever had to eat this much.
Yeah.
And, Jawan Jennings has been great in limited playing time, but I think that you have to look internally to find the solution. It's not ideal.
No, it's not at all.
But none of this is ideal. The ideal situation would have been Brandon signs in March and spends the offseason getting better and focusing on football. That would have been the ideal situation.
Yeah.
But you didn't do it. And I said this at the time, and I've said it all summer, that the Niners were going to regret the fact that they didn't get this done early.
I think that the answer can be Ricky Pearsall, but I don't think it can be Ricky Pearsall in September and October. When I look at Ricky Pearsall, here's what I hope. I hope that he mirrors what Rashee Rice did. And if you look at Rashee Rice and the Kansas City Chiefs, and everybody remembers where Rice was toward the end of the year, and he was clearly the Chiefs' best receiver and developed throughout the season. But for those of you that are forgetting, if you go back to the first, at least 4, 5, 6 weeks of the season, the Chiefs were running around out there like, we don't even know, we're not sure who our receivers are. So let's try you this week. Okay, Kadarius Toney. Oh, shoot, you drop every ball that we throw to you. All right, not you. And then it was Sky Moore. And there's somebody named Justin. There was a guy named Justin. There's all these people who were revolving as Chiefs receivers while Travis Kelce was just eating in the middle of the field. And then Rashee popped. He popped, and you're like, oh, that's our number one receiver.
But he was good early.
He was good.
You're right, he popped. And I have it right here. His targets over the last 6 weeks, 10, 9, 10, 9, 12, and 6.
That was the guy.
Before that, he had 5 catches. He had 4 and a touchdown, 4 and a touchdown. He had 5, he had 4. He was good. And I had him on my fantasy team, so I was watching him very closely. And,
good job keeping him.
Whatever.
You could have dropped him.
Good. By the time he was really popping, I was out of the playoffs, so it didn't matter anyway. But
Lucas had the gall to ask me yesterday if I was in the league again.
The champ.
Like, dude, do you know how weak sauce that would be if I bailed after winning?
Yeah.
You have to, I'm not even allowed to not. First of all, of course I want to be in the league.
You're going to be in 4 leagues.
I'm not. Thank you. Maybe 5. Anyway.
You're a junkie.
Anybody got a league?
Seriously.
Here we go. You got one of them leagues?
You and Guru combined are in 15 leagues.
Not 5,
it's pretty funny.
Not 7.
But anyway.
I'm a one and done guy. I just want to focus on the one league.
But you're back.
I'm back.
Thank you.
Reluctantly. It's a tax write-off.
Well, it's...
Whatever. I'm a pin cushion in this league. I hate Mark Grandy.
But thank goodness you're in.
It
makes for a better league. Every league
You beat me by 0.4 last year that knocked me out of the playoffs.
Well, I had my own heartbreak.
Yeah,
you sure did.
He got knocked out of the playoffs by his own 0.4, and he would have knocked me out.
You winning it all.
And then I won it all. God, that's tough.
You hate to see
tough break. Anyway, that's the
trajectory you want is Rashee Rice.
Right, except without the off-field stuff. Don't be a knucklehead off the field, Ricky. But
why can't he be Puka Nacua, who comes in and immediately explodes on the scene?
He can.
Okay, he's allowed to.
Actually, I don't know that you could Puka Nacua in the Niners offense.
That's fair.
The Rams hucking around a whole lot. So, but yes, he can. How realistic is that? How often does that happen
Well,
that was a record-setting year.
Yeah, never. Like that does not happen. You want to know who Puka reminded me of? The best rookie wide receiver season I can remember in at least somewhat recent memory. What did Anquan Boldin do as a rookie? He was with the Cardinals, and it was with Kurt Warner. And I feel like Anquan Boldin was just like Puka, where nobody really was like looking at Anquan Boldin. No one had heard much of him.
He had 101 catches for 1,377 and 8 touchdowns.
And when was he drafted? What was Boldin's draft situation? When did he get picked? I don't know this off the top of my head. Second round. He's a second rounder. Puka was much later than that. But he did not come in.
And Anquan did play alongside Larry Fitzgerald, which helped.
Absolutely. But my God, no one saw him coming. 1,377 yards as a rookie. So, yes, it's allowed. But that was not the 49ers' plan.
Of course not.
And he's been hurt twice now, so he's missing camp.
Interesting, though, about that not being their plan, because they used their first-round pick on a wide receiver. So if it wasn't their plan A, it was at least their plan B.
But I think
and
next
they went
year,
into the
not
fine,
this year.
You go into the draft and you use draft capital on a wide receiver. That's sending a strong signal that you like the player and you feel like the player is going to have a chance to help you away.
Absolutely. I think help them is one thing, but where the miscalculation clearly to me happened, and I think coming up next we should roll through some of the Tim Kawakami sound from earlier on Bonte and Joe's show, because he had some very pointed comments about this. I think the Niners assessed all summer, especially once they get Ricky. They're like, we're drafting Brandon's replacement, but this year we've got Brandon Aiyuk and Deebo Samuel. And then next year, we can assess the situation if we want to move on from one of them, if we want to trade one of them. If Brandon walks as a free agent, then Ricky is a year in. We know what we've got. Is he ready to be the starter? Cool. If he's not, we can go the other route. We could re-sign Brandon. All options on the table. I don't think they drafted him in April with the idea that he was going to go out and get 1,200 yards this year for a team that's got to win.
Yes, but I do think that there was a certain amount of plan B, because you went into the draft and you were shopping Brandon Aiyuk, and he was not yet signed.
That's fair.
And Deebo is coming up on a spot where you can get out of his deal too. So I do think that you thought about Ricky Pearsall as maybe an emergency insurance policy that you may actually need to use.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service bank with no compromises. Anthony Slater will be on in a half hour, but coming up next, Kyle Shanahan answers the question, how do you feel about the rest of your wide receiver room? And Tim Kawakami with some pointed comments on how the 49ers have handled all this. That's next on Willard and Dibs.
If you traded Brandon Aiyuk, could you see a scenario where you're better because of that?
I mean, Brandon's a great player, so it's real hard to be better when you lose a great player. So we got to look into anything. We got to understand the situation we're in, what that looks like, and that does take time. So hopefully it'll all work out best for him and best for us in the long run.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I'll give you this, Dan Dibley.
Yeah.
If you translate what I'm hearing a lot of the guys say today, it feels like they're almost fighting the urge to talk about the Brandon Aiyuk era in the past tense.
Yeah.
Christian slipped and went ahead and did it anyway.
That's not part of my job. It's not part of my position. I think obviously as a former teammate or, teammate of his in general, any teammate that you have, you love, you respect them, you want the best for them.
And Kyle Shanahan, as you just heard, is talking about it. I hope it works out the best for him and then it works out the best for us. Well, when you separate those two things, that to me signals that you're doing two different things. You're going that way, I'm going this way. Hope it works out for everybody. It does not feel like people are thinking that this is going to be a together thing for much longer.
It doesn't sound like it from the people that we're hearing from. And, Kyle Shanahan saying, I hope that it works out for him. And, basically in New England or in Washington or in Pittsburgh or in Cleveland or wherever it is. And I hope it works out for us that, we get a receiver back or the receivers that we have can step up and whatever players we get back are going to be good enough to help us still win. But it does feel like we're closer to the end than we are to the middle.
Yeah. And here's the other thing. I've now sort of even just today arrived at the opinion that this could happen really quickly because of what it feels like is motivating it. I'll say again, the Niners don't have to do this. He's under contract. They can just say, Brandon, you go play. You're under contract. They can do that. But now they're annoyed to the point where they feel like the distraction is a larger problem than the idea of Brandon trying to play week one. And if that's what's driving this, if like Kyle's annoyed, and that's probably too soft of a term, if he's bleeping you know what, like he's ticked and he's carrying that around with him, then he wants to get Brandon the hell out of the facility as quickly as possible.
Of course. And he was asked about it and asked if he needs it to be resolved soon. And he said, no, you always want it to be badly, but this stuff does take time. And every day I hope it gets resolved, but I have no timetable on it. Every day I hope it gets resolved, but he has no timetable on it. So I do think that he's much more angry than just annoyed. And if you're Kyle Shanahan, you want to set about working on, football, game plans, and who's going to be my wide receiver one and all the rest of that stuff that is more important to you than, Brandon Aiyuk and what's the trade going to be. And he's holding in, it's day 11 and all the rest of that nonsense.
Here is what Kyle Shanahan said, because we were asking the question, if that starting receiver opposite Debo is not Brandon, then who? And you can have some say in this. I'm not saying actually how it plays out, but like you can play fantasy for a second. Is it Amari Cooper, Kendrick Bourne, Terry McLaurin, Devontae Adams, Ricky Pearsall, Chris Conley, Trent Taylor, Jerry Rice? You stick whoever you want in there. But who's that person? Dibbs, you said Pearsall. I'll sort of say Pearsall second half of the season. I wonder if it needs to be sort of a piecemeal thing, though, for a little while, which isn't great. That's not great. But I do bet if you look at the way the 49ers have played in recent years, they don't freak out if they start the year 3-3. You know what I mean?
True.
And so I think that they realize we do have enough to probably win more than we lose for the first 6 or 7 games of the season. And then you sort of assess where the Pearsall thing is. Do you need to make a deadline acquisition of a wide receiver or what have you? Like there's ways that it can all play out. But this is what Kyle said when he was asked how he feels about the remaining players in his wide receiver room.
I love the guys that we have in the building. I love the vets that we've had here that have played at a high level. I love the new ones we brought in for competition, and I love the young guys. They have been banged up, trying to get healthy, battling a shoulder, battling a hamstring. But when they're out there, they're getting better, and I hope that they can get healthy, continue to stay healthy so they can get the time in that they need to be ready. I know they will be if they get that time in, but that's the risky and hard thing about football. Football is a tough thing to practice, tough thing to get prepared for, and you got to do that at a very high level, and you hope they have no setbacks as they go along, and if they don't, I feel very good about the guys because they got what it takes.
Okay, I don't know to what level you buy that at face value. Obviously, Kyle's going to say, I love all my guys. I love all my guys. The comment at the very end is the one that matters, where he said, I feel very comfortable. I feel very comfortable, in other words, playing football games with the wide receivers we have. Oh, all right. Okay.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I know I love Juwan Jennings too, but that's a different kind of player. Who is stretching the field for this team?
Yeah.
If there's no Brandon, who's stretching the field?
Yeah, a reliable receiver other than a guy who's just going to run 2 or 3 go routes.
That's not what Debo and Juwan do.
No, and it's really not what you do as an offense. You don't see Brandon Aiyuk run a lot of 9 routes, just a lot of straight goes, but he can get deep down the field. He can run deep down the middle. He can run the post route. And the thing about the Shanahan offense is you don't want to telegraph it. So you could put one of your speedsters in there, Danny Gray, Ronnie Bell. Well, when they're on the field, you have a pretty good idea as a defense that they're going to do one of 2 things. It's either they're a decoy or they're going deep. They're probably not going to be involved in the run game. They're probably not going to block for you. And that's where the Shanahan offense is so successful with Brandon Aiyuk, because when he's on the field, you got the 2 receivers on the field. You don't know what's coming. It could be Debo on a jet sweep. It could be Brandon in a pass route. It could be neither of them, both of them blocking and doing it very well. It could be both of them going short and George Kittle's going deep down the middle. So that's where your question becomes the most interesting to me, is who can replace Brandon Aiyuk in the way that they need him replaced? A blocker, able to run all the routes, run good routes, and be productive in all facets of your offense.
Yeah, this is one of those things, too, where I feel like, and I don't think that this is possible. I think Brandon's a phenomenal player, and I think that his game would travel and all of those things. But this is all from the same tree as Brady versus Belichick. Remember when the whole, who's driving the bus? Is it Brady or is it Belichick? And Brady probably won that argument in the end.
Yeah, looks like it.
By going somewhere else and winning again. But it's just like the Brock Purdy conversation. Is Brock amazing or is he a product of Kyle? And we've all sort of settled with it's something in between. But I wonder, what are the chances Brandon Aiyuk plays somewhere else? He goes to the Patriots. He becomes a 750-yard receiver, and the Niner offense goes out knowing that they have to game plan for this. Like, in other words, we're prepared for it. It's not like Brandon went out and got hurt in the middle of a game. It's like, no, I've got 4 weeks now to get, like, Chris Conley ready, who made a huge catch against Green Bay, by the way. Yep. Don't forget.
Yep.
And I can game plan for that. What are the chances the Niner offense goes out and looks exactly the same?
Not great.
I don't think they're great, but I don't think it's off the table. Put it this way, I like the Niners' chances to still look like a good offense a lot more than I like Brandon's chances to put up 1,300 yards with somebody else.
That's an interesting way to put it, and I would lean your way just based on Shanahan. It comes down to Shanahan versus Aiyuk. So Aiyuk can go to any of the 4 destinations that are rumored, and what's the likelihood of him being a second-team All-Pro, 1,300 yards and 8 touchdowns? Versus the Niners still have a good offense that tends to get 30 points a night.
30 points a game, yeah.
30 points a game. Shanahan laminated play sheet with Conley, Pearsall, Cowing, Bell, Taylor, Jennings.
Well, not keeping all them dudes.
Well, no, but I'm just saying, pick whoever you want to be that dude. I think it's more likely that the Niners offense still hums, but I don't like the chances of either one.
What did the Niners end up averaging 30? I was just curious because you said that.
They had the 3 straight duds where they got 17 a game.
Okay. 491 points, which was only second to the Cowboys. 491 divided by 17. 28.8.
Yeah, okay.
28.8. And I don't really, don't hang the 17th game around them because they didn't play anybody. They didn't use any of their players.
Even if you took that one out.
Well,
then
and that was, what'd they score in that one? I feel like they only scored like 17 points in that one.
Something like that.
Against the Rams.
Low scoring affair.
Yeah. Okay, anyway.
The problem with that is just, so let's just say it's whoever receiver and Debo. Well, now defensively, you're going to just try to take Debo away. And also you got Christian McCaffrey, who's got a calf issue. And Trent Williams is not in camp yet.
Well, but let's play out like that's not the case. Like Trent gets taken care of and Christian is actually healthy in actual regular season games. And you've had 4 weeks to be like, Juwan's still going to play the third down role. And that wide receiver too. It might be Ricky Pearsall if he's healthy and ready right away. It might be Chris Conley for some games. Or it might be a revolving door of Kyle Shanahan's play calls where Ronnie Bell or Jacob Cowing or other people are in there and they still have that elite pre-snap movement and Kittle down the middle and all of the things that the defense still has to think about. You know, it's not like the offense suddenly just sucks if he's not in it.
No, it doesn't come to a screeching halt, but it's not nearly as good. Because if you're a defensive coordinator, you're going to say, all right, Ricky Pearsall, the rookie, we're going to have you go ahead and beat us. We're not going to worry about doubling you. We're going to shift our coverage over to Debo, and we're going to take George Kittle away, and then we're going to see what we can do about Christian McCaffrey when he comes out of the backfield. And go ahead and beat us, Ricky the rookie. We're going to have you really, show us before we have to shift our coverage your way.
Tim Kawakami was on with Bonte and Joe this morning. Had some very pointed comments about all of this. Let's let you hear it. He basically said the Niners are misplaying this.
I think the 49ers have misplayed this. There is a 49er need, and we're seeing it every year to try to win every negotiation. This is what they do. I think it's helped them try to keep some of this salary cap under control. We know how many big contracts they have, but it's under control. I think it's kind of, building up some kind of amount of unhappiness with their star players. We've heard about it kind of under the radar. I think it's just playing out with Aiyuk. They're trying to beat Aiyuk in this. I think that Bosa negotiation last year might be affecting this. They got beat by Bosa. The 49ers do not, Parag Marathe and Jay York do not normally get beat like they got beat by Nick Bosa. And Aiyuk is not Nick Bosa. I understand that, but I think that there's just some recriminations from that, and they want to beat Brandon Aiyuk, and they're determined not to get this to September, like they let the Bosa thing go, and they're trying to push the issue, and they might win.
Well, what does that mean? They might win. Because I made the comment earlier, and I'd love to bring it back because it gets sent out on social media, and I think there's some misunderstanding about what I was saying, which is that if the 49ers trade Brandon Aiyuk now, it is a failure, no matter what they get back in return. And a lot of people are translating that to say, oh, well, so you just think they should just give Brandon whatever he wants? No, I don't think that at all. My point about this is the calendar. If you trade Brandon Aiyuk less than 5 weeks before you have a game, that means that what you planned out, the way you played this, failed. Because there's no chance that this was the best way to handle the situation. And there's no way that any trade makes you better right now with a game in 34 days. There's nothing you can get in return. Amari Cooper or more. There's nothing you can get in return that is going to fit better than Brandon Aiyuk as the wide receiver opposite Deebo Samuel. Therefore, in a huge year, you've weakened yourself.
No doubt.
Yeah.
And I do think that Tim's right about, them wanting to win the deal, and they haven't been able to win the deal because, the two sides are pretty far apart. And so now you get to a spot where maybe winning the deal is no longer possible. And so the best thing you can do is to try to salvage the deal, which is to trade Brandon Aiyuk and get something back that's going to help you this year and maybe a draft asset for next year, both things. But you're right, and Kyle Shanahan even said it, like when you trade a really good player away, theoretically, it's hard to look at your team and think that you got better by doing that. So that's the scenario they're faced with, 34 days to go.
Yeah, here's Tim K's comment on that. Any trade, is there any way for it to be successful at this point?
There's a possibility that they win this. They get Aiyuk to come in at their number or relative to their number, or they make a successful trade. I think any trade they make now, if they make it for Aiyuk, will be an unsuccessful trade. I think it's a give-up trade. You don't see good teams doing this. Like, what good teams trade a good player in August? That doesn't happen. You trade them at the draft. So you get the pick, you draft the player, you have the player. If they make a trade, Kendrick Bourne, I like him at all, but please,
I know.
And a second round pick, like that's how you're going to go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, see, now that I totally agree with. When people say, hey, the Niners, Brandon, whichever side you take, you do not do this in August.
If you're a really good team.
If you do this in August, you misplayed it. And I'm not saying that I don't understand it. Like, you thought Brandon would zig and he zagged. And so now you're mad and you're going to try to make it right with whatever you've got available left to do, but you clearly thought this was going to play out differently. If you didn't, and you thought this was a possibility, my man, you'd have made this trade in April.
Of course.
No question.
And you tried to make the trade in April. You at least explored the trade in April, and you didn't get back what you thought you wanted to get back, and so you didn't make the trade in April. And there was rumors that New England was going to give up their high second-round pick for Brandon Aiyuk, and you didn't think that was what you wanted to do, so you held on to Brandon, and here you are 3.5 months later, and you thought at that time, well, we don't need to trade him because this deal is going to get done. He'll either come to his senses or we'll find a middle ground and we'll get the deal done. And, well, it didn't work out that way. And now here you are in early August, and it doesn't feel like anything around a deal is anywhere close to happening. Like the idea of Jamar Chase, you mentioned it earlier. Yeah. He's holding in. The sense is that they're working on it and that something will get done. All the reports that I've read, it doesn't feel like this. This feels like he's holding in and there's no conversation, let alone momentum toward a deal getting done. So if you're in that spot and Brandon Aiyuk is dug in and you're dug in because you don't want to lose the deal like you did last year with Nick Bosa, well, then you may not have another choice other than to trade him and salvage something out of this.
Yeah, the Jamar thing is also interesting because he's going into year 4. He's not going into year 5. He's going into year 4. The club option has not even been exercised yet as a first-round draft pick. So you're probably looking at a different sort of a rework for them than what Brandon's asking. And maybe that's why there's so much less smoke around the situation. I'm not sure. Let's go to Skills and Vallejo here on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Skills, what are you doing?
What's up, Willard? What's up, Dibbs? I just opened up a brand new pack of football cards, and I'm disgusted because there's 32 cards, not a single 49er in there.
Man, that's rough.
Tough break. I thought you were going to say you got a Brandon Aiyuk, and I was going to ask you what jersey he was wearing. Tough break.
Oh, man. I'd love to have a Brandon Aiyuk. Believe me, I would. And at this point, I just wanted to be, because this is just dragging on too long, guys. But I understand every side involved. The thing is, I'm mad at every side involved because everyone's doing what they got to do in order to get Brandon paid. And look, I'm mad at Brandon because of the timing of the whole thing, because you got camp open, 52 guys pulling one, well, 51 maybe if you count Trent Williams. But basically, that many guys pulling one way, and then here's a guy pulling for his money when we're trying to win a Super Bowl. Yet at the same time, I get why he's doing it because, well, he wants to get broke off. Can't blame him for that. I'm mad at the 49ers playing this drag on for so long, just simply not breaking Brandon off, not saying what they're going to do one way or the other, even though I understand why they're not, because if they just say they're going to get rid of him, they get no value back. So it's the whole situation. I'm mad at all the other guys in the league who have similar numbers to Aiyuk, yet at the same time can't replace him. They couldn't replace him because of what he does, yards after the catch, blocking, all that stuff. He's one of our guys. Got to the Super Bowl in large part because of him. So the whole situation, basically, I say all that to say this. I want it all to be over soon. I want what's best for everyone. Of course, ideally, Brandon is on the 49ers this season. There's no distraction, and we can get back to the Super Bowl and win it this time. I guess you still wait and see. Thank you, guys.
Yeah,
Skills.
Skills. I tell you what, my optimism or the thought of the chances of that being a reality, boy, they are diminishing very, very quickly. And I was just sitting around yesterday, and I don't even remember who posted this, but all of a sudden, they like the fourth quarter of the Niners-Packers playoff game was posted. And just sort of those moments that felt like, well, it's over. Not only like have they been losing the whole game, but you remember when the Packers were up 21-17 and they got the ball deep in their own zone and Aaron Jones broke loose.
Yes, immediately.
Broke loose. And as he's running down the field, flipped the field into 49er territory with about 9 minutes to go, you're sitting there thinking, this is it. We're going to lose. And then the Packers just kind of bebop their way, a few more first downs, and settle for a 41-yard field goal attempt that their guy Carlson just gacked it and hooked it left. And next thing you know, you're down by 4, and you've got the ball with decent field position, and Brock Purdy starts going pop, pop, pop. Think, how about you? How about you? Chris Conley, George Kittle. And then there's that 3rd and 5 just over midfield where he throws to Aiyuk in a window that didn't even exist. I don't know how the hell Brock fit it in there, and I don't know how the hell Brandon caught it. And it was a first down, and it was a huge first down, and I don't know what would have happened in that game without that first down. And it's plays like that, it's highlights like that where I go, oh, this kind of hurts. This kind of hurts. This man owned a lot of huge plays for the 49ers this year, especially in games like that when Debo was out. It was his play against Cleveland that flipped the field, that set up Jake Moody to win the game that he didn't win. You know, that's another thing you worry about. We sit here and talk about who's opposite Debo. What happens if and when Debo gets hurt again?
Yeah.
Now what's your wide receiver room look like?
Couple of rookies. You're Green Bay with Pearsall and Cowing. You're going with the young guys. And I do think that that's going to be the future of this team. So hopefully they drafted accurately, because when you pay Brock $55 or $60 million a year, tough to have a wide receiver making 30 and a edge rusher making 35, and your tackle wants 27, and your middle linebacker's worth 24, and McCaffrey's making 16, and Kittle's making 20. So at some point, this has got to give. Something's got to give. But in the meantime, you didn't expect the breakup of the greatness to come about this way. And it feels like this is where we're headed. It might be today. It could be later this week. And heck, maybe all these sides come to their senses and they realize, you know what? Let's just give Brandon 27 and let's give him 27 for 1 year, and let's all agree to do this next year. Let's figure out a way to make this work. We're in a Super Bowl window. It doesn't feel like we're heading that way, but when we talked about the breakup of this group of Niners, I didn't think that this is going to be the first domino to fall, with a player and a team unable to come to terms on a contract, and so they feel like they get to a spot where they have to trade him. I didn't see this one coming. It goes that way.
I'm with you, but there's also a piece of me that's like, okay, hold on. Now, why is this taking so long? If the Niners have decided we're sick of this, let's get it over with. You've agreed to 2 deals. How long does it take? I mean, again, I watched Hard Knocks. It doesn't take long. It's actually stunning the way these guys all talk to each other.
Quick phone call.
Now, I know there's edits involved in the making of these shows, but these phone calls are like, yeah, we got $10 million for this guy. And the assistant GM will come in and say, it's going to take 11 to get it done. And be like, check. Yeah, go ahead. Do 11. All right, come back 2 minutes later. Yep, deal's done. All right, we got him. Cool. Like, dude, the trade for Brian Burns,
yeah,
they went back and forth for months and months, but the last call, they're like, I don't know. They didn't even get it. It wasn't a minute long. It was 37 seconds. You good? We'd like an extra 7. I don't have an extra 7 for you. All right. Okay, good. It's done. Like, you know what Brandon's asking for. If he wants to go to Cleveland and there's a deal, what is taking so long?
You've got 2 teams right now that maybe have competing offers for Brandon Aiyuk.
Okay, so which one do you want?
Well, let's see. Let's see if we can get Cleveland up to 28.25. New England's at 28.15. Let's see if we can get them up to
it doesn't take that
28.5, 28,
but this doesn't take that long.
Well, it does.
Cleveland, you want to do 28.5? No. Okay.
Brandon, what do you really want?
What do you want to do?
I want to go to Pittsburgh.
That's not on the table, Brandon.
Wow.
All right, we're sponsored by Express Employment Professionals. Those of you who want to weigh in on Brandon, stay right where you are. We're not going far from Brandon Aiyuk, but we do want to get a Marketing and Warrior Future update with Slates. So Anthony Slater, the Athletic or Warrior Insider, is going to hop in here. Coming up next, we'll get that update and then get back to your Aiyuk phone calls on Willard and Dibs.
Dub Nation, this is Brandon Pajemski, and you're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, that's Brandon Poughkeepsie kid, and he is still a dub.
Poughkeepsie kid.
Yeah, he's still a dub. He plays for the Warriors.
I didn't mean to laugh at your reintro, but I'm looking at the YouTube feed, and we've got Director of Sports Lucas Alexander mounting fat heads on the wall.
Get a fat head.
And as he tapes them, and then as he tapes them, and you're going to see on the YouTube feed, he is vigorously going to be rubbing Bonte Hill's face.
Yeah. Oh, and then he paused. And then
pause.
Yeah. Okay, pause.
Pause. I
want to know why each show has one fat head that's fatter than the other head. Have you noticed that?
Your head's giant.
My head, Guru's head, and Bonte's head, and this actually is true to real form in life, are way bigger heads. And I mean that in multiple ways.
Yeah.
I really do.
Yeah, Chasky's got the best looking one. Just go to the YouTube feed or the Twitch, and you can see it once Director of Sports eventually mounts them. There's Chasky.
Why is Guru blurry?
I don't know.
That's funny. Anyway, Anthony Slater doesn't want to sit here and listen to this.
Sorry, Slates.
Yeah, let's get to him. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? And let's go to Slates. Anthony Slater, The Athletic. It's August 6th, so he has come on to announce the Warriors' Lauri Markkanen trade. Please, Anthony, give us the details.
There will not be one for at least, now a calendar year almost.
Or 5 years or whatever, yeah. Yeah, your comments earlier were interesting. So this hasn't even been a real thing for a while, I guess, huh?
No. I would say there was two chances for the Warriors to potentially get Lauri Markkanen. Early July when I'd say, the Jazz kind of opened the phone lines for anyone that wanted to just blow them away. The Kings were in on it before they pivoted to DeMar DeRozan. There were some reports about the Spurs. And then obviously the Warriors were the most serious of them. And now, I would say now that we can take a month away from it and look back, I think your chance at the start of July to potentially get Lauri Markkanen was to just blow Utah away. Take everything. Take all the young guys. Take all the picks. What else do you want? And then the second potential chance that you thought was if the Jazz or Lauri Markkanen decided the extension didn't make sense. And August 6th, as you mentioned, August 7th, for Lauri Markkanen purposes, was always going to be the date that they had to either commit to each other. And if they didn't commit to each other, it would have been a major signal to the rest of the league that either Lauri Markkanen was hesitant about being through this difficult rebuild, or that Utah, might want to trade him and not commit long-term and basically give him a no-trade clause for a year. So if that had happened, then I think the asking price would have had to be lowered because the leverage from Utah's side would have been way lowered. But what happened. Lauri Markkanen decided he wants to take a lot more money than anybody else could have given him because he can use Utah's current cap space to get a huge raise next season and then extend off that. And Utah decided to give him this major deal, and that kind of puts all the rumors to rest.
Would the inclusion of Brandon Pajemski made a difference, in your opinion, in this deal? Because I know the Warriors were reportedly reluctant or refusing even to put Pods in the deal.
Yeah, for sure. It's like, again, it's too. I can't sit here and say that was the breaking point. They were sitting there on one Wednesday in mid-July, and it was like, if he's in it, it's the trade is made. If he's not, it's not. But if it had gotten into deeper talks, that was going to be a tension point in theoretical talks. The Warriors never wanted him on the table. Again, we reported it today, but the Warriors have denied several trades league wide that offers for Brandon Pajemski. But again, it did not get to the point that they were just it was at the 1 yard line and one piece was going to swing the move.
Anthony Slater, The Athletic, with us. So what's next, and what is the likelihood that the roster we see right now is the opening night roster?
Yeah, I think there's a decent chance, or maybe even maybe there's a small marginal move or training camp competition. I do think, and I have heard that they're going to be a little bit more exploratory in August and September, making calls around the league. Even though this is typically a time of the year where pretty much every roster is set. Sometimes you see moves, but I don't expect any big picture, big fish type move out there. Because again, they're not really interested in that Zach LaVine contract. I think Brandon Ingram is going to probably have to go back to New Orleans. His market has been really tepid. So maybe it's a smaller scale deal, or maybe it's just a 14 that they currently have with an eye towards the trade deadline potentially. And they're a little restricted trade wise right now, even on smaller scale deals, because they are hard capped at the first apron, and they're only like 500,000 or so away from the first apron. So any trade they make, they have to take in less money than they give out. So that complicates some theoretical deals.
And in those theoretical deals, would it make sense for them to thin the roster a little bit? Because as I look at the names and the players, it seems like they have more players than they have rotational spots yet again, which might lead to the problems that Steve Kerr had last year with the rotation.
I mean, you don't thin it just to thin it. You don't just give guys away, give talent away because, you don't want a competition at the shooting guard or whatever. I do think if there was a trade out there where you could trade 3 for 1 and suddenly get Steph Curry a legitimate number 2 scorer, or get a Lauri Markkanen, sure, that does seem to make the most sense for this roster. It did last year. It will all the way up probably till the February trade deadline this year until they get that number 2, number 3. But again, you're almost a victim of your own depth in a sense, at least, mid-tier depth, where it's like, you don't want to like just give Moses Moody away, just give somebody away like that. Unless it's, you want to save those chips. And that's the other thing with these smaller scale deals I'm talking about. Like, I wonder about, you look at Brooklyn, would a Dorian Finney-Smith be available? Would a Cam Johnson be available? Maybe, but do you want to use up some of, your assets that maybe come January, there's a really bigger name available, and suddenly you don't have that because you used it to get Dorian Finney-Smith. So that's kind of all the stuff they're looking at.
Anthony, how do you think this all sits with Steph?
Well, I think right now he's got to focus on, the quarters, or I guess the semis at this point. They smoked Brazil today. I think he will, knowing Steph and just how compartmentalized he can be within the profession and rational. I think he truly is very focused on, playing better right now in Paris than he has been and winning this gold medal, kind of completing that task. He's extension eligible this week, really only a 1-year thing. That's not a huge deal. But I do think once he gets back from Paris, leading into camp, that will be a month for him to, really kind of gather his thoughts on the future and moving forward. But he's made a 2-year commitment. I mean, I think they can come to camp even with this 14, believing they can win games and they can set themselves up in a position, get some growth from the young guys, play better, keep Draymond eligible the whole season, be in a good spot to maybe strike down the line, because they still do have some really appealing trade assets, and they have some potential growth candidates for, you're not entering the season if you're Steph believing, well, this is now, a guaranteed lottery team, they're going to tank. So I think he'll take time.
Is Jonathan Kuminga still a trade asset, or are teams a little spooked at the possibility of what his next contract is going to be?
Well, it depends on who you talk to, right? Because the truth, you're going to have to pay him. I mean, he's enough of a talent. I think he's shown enough that, just like Chicago, for example, right? You would have said Josh Giddey, what kind of asset is he for Oklahoma City entering extension eligibility? Well, Chicago was like, yeah, we'd love to have Josh Giddey, and I assume they're going to pay Josh Giddey. You don't trade for a guy like Josh Giddey to then barter with him, take him to restricted free agency, and maybe lose him. So Kuminga's trade value is probably different to certain teams in certain points of their cycle, and really just what their front offices think of Kuminga as a talent now and into the future. But also he's very desired internally by the Warriors, and we'll probably be having discussions in September and October about, his extension talks and how realistic it is for those to get done. But I guess your general point, I know we've talked about this, but a guy like Podziemski has 3 years of very cheap control. Kuminga, you got to make a decision on basically now. So that is what makes it a more complicated situation. But Jonathan Kuminga is still a young talent that there's plenty of teams and front offices around the league that would love to get their hands on.
Slates, I know the Warriors organization is used to Draymond saying what Draymond wants to say, but how do you think it sat with Steve Kerr that Draymond was so negative about his Olympics rotations on his podcast?
I think they're kind of numb to it. It's just like I don't think that it's been about a few off seasons since I think any of that just random podcast fodder gets to see. I mean, Steve deleted his Twitter account how many years ago now? Like 4 or something like that. I wouldn't be surprised if he hasn't even heard about it. I think they have one request of Draymond Green at this point. Just play do not get suspended next season. No. Don't just be eligible, play. You're very good on the court. Just stay on the court. Lead, play great defense, be there for the team. If he wants to criticize Steve Kerr's rotations for Team USA, even if he probably wants to go on the podcast middle of next season and say, Kuminga should be playing more. They're probably fine with that as long as he is starting at power forward on Thursday night against the Mavericks.
Fair enough. Anthony, great stuff. Good reporting on all this. We appreciate you jumping on today.
Yep. All right, fellas.
Okay, there he goes. Slates, The Athletic. No Lauri Markkanen. Although poking around in August and September, he said more than teams usually would.
Yes, and the big specter, or the scepter, rather, of a Jonathan Kuminga extension, which could come in September, October. You remember the Jordan Poole one dropped in October, right before the start of the year. So that becomes, I think, the next thing that we will shift our attention to as we get into the Dubs season. And I do think the schedule should drop on the 15th. Traditionally, it happens in the second week of August, and you can go online and they tell you when the schedule tends to come out. It's either Wednesday or Thursday of the second week of August, so that would be next week. So that's at least a little bit of excitement where, how many national games, where are the Laker games, are you on Christmas, when's the home opener, the IST games, of course, which I know that you're all pumped up about. Huge. The in-season tournament.
Yeah, that'll be
your
big.
nads are all pumped up. It really pumps your nads. I can tell already.
That was a lot. That was a lot.
Pumper.
Yeah.
So, once the schedule's out, then we can turn our attention to camp.
I'll say this before we go back to the Brandon Aiyuk phone calls. He echoes something that I have been told elsewhere. I think that this is what, if you're a Warrior fan, this is how you walk away from this offseason, if this is indeed it. The Warriors like to think big. They are thinking big. So if you want them to use any current assets to go make a Cam Johnson acquisition, as he said, a Dorian Finney-Smith.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to happen. The Warriors are saving their assets to go for big marks, not Markkanen anymore, big marks. And I mean big in two ways, tall and stars. Tall stars.
Be nice.
Not all stars.
Not a lot of them.
Tall stars.
Yeah.
That's what the Warriors want. And that's what they're going to save their assets for. And those of you worried that Steph Curry is going to be like, you didn't make a move for me, I would bet that that's exactly what Steph wants to. Save your assets for when the Giannis's or the whatevers of the world potentially become available, because you don't know right now that they will, but someone will. And when they do, you better be ready.
Yeah.
And you better not be like, oh, gosh, we traded everybody for like a 3-and-D guy. I don't think that's the way the Warriors are thinking.
No, and you're also thinking that, okay, then perhaps you give Kuminga the extension, and that way that's a contract next offseason that you can use and you can weaponize like you did with Jordan Poole. Or you get to this year's deadline and you have, at that point, hopefully had a good first half from Andrew Wiggins, first Wiggins reference of the week.
Huge.
If you could get Wiggins to play like he has the potential of playing, and I know that's a big ask, it's about as big of an ask as hoping that Draymond doesn't get suspended. I don't know, what's more likely? Draymond survives a season without a suspension, or Andrew Wiggins plays like he's potentially capable of doing?
What's more likely?
Yes.
Draymond. The Draymond one.
Draymond doesn't get suspended?
Do a bet right now. Set the suspensions for Draymond at a half.
At a half?
I'll take the under.
Suspensions. Now.
Suspensions, not technical fouls.
Well,
suspensions.
If you do get 16 techs,
you get suspended.
That would count as a suspension.
I'll take the under.
Okay. I'll go
take
over.
No suspensions this year for Draymond Green.
Okay. I'll take the over on a half a suspension.
What's the bet?
We'll come up with a good thing.
I forgot, by the way, I landed in Hawaii, and the lovely Christie's dad comes up to me. First thing, he goes, "You won the bet." And I'm like, what bet? What bet are you talking about? He goes, the Giants won all 4 games against the Rockies. what'd you win? And I'm like,
tell him what you won, Bob. You didn't win a damn
stupid
thing.
bets that we bet, and then we never said what we were betting on it. And so I didn't win Bubkiss.
Nah, not a thing.
That was a pretty good prediction, though. It was
great.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you
so
also...
he was excited for me, even though I
lost the other bet.
What was the other bet?
Which was Snell and Conforto both would be gone.
Well, that wasn't a bet. That was just a prediction.
Well, the other one was a prediction, too. We didn't bet.
No, yeah, we bet. You did. You're like, I bet you that they will not win all four. And I'm like, yes, they will. What do you want to bet? And then we got distracted and never came back to it.
Yeah.
So we didn't do anything.
I think you still owe a box of donuts and babysitting, so until you come correct.
I definitely owe babysitting. Do I owe a box of donuts?
I think you owe a box
You're
of donuts.
You're going to have to come up with why. You can't just say stuff like that.
I have no memory of anything.
Well, then I'm sorry that I'm off scot-free. All right, back to BA. Willard and Dibs, 888-957-9570. The latest that we know or that we think we know. We are told that framework deals are in place with the Browns and the Patriots. We are told that Brandon Aiyuk has not ruled out the Browns and the Patriots. We are told that the Pittsburgh Steelers are back as of today into negotiations with the 49ers. We are told by Kyle Shanahan that there is nothing new. He would still rather Brandon Aiyuk is on the 49ers this year. We've been told that by Christian McCaffrey directly that he is referring to Brandon, maybe accidentally, as a former teammate. And we are also told by Mike Silver that basically what's driving this is that Kyle Shanahan is not, capital N-O-T, pleased that Brandon Aiyuk has chosen to hold in. So in other words, not only am I mad at my contract, but I'm just going to hang out, sit here and talk to my teammates, maybe even come out on the field and get a bro hug.
I mean, the optics of this are hilarious. So he's in the locker room and in street clothes with his feet up, just popcorn. Guys, have a good practice out there, playing video games, and he's just straight chilling.
Right. And Kyle is like, this is not okay.
And stuff.
Yeah. Get off my team and stuff.
Or get on my team.
Please. That would be even better.
Yes.
Get on the team. But he's not getting on the team. So we'll see where this goes. Jeff is calling from Rhode Island. Hi, Jeff. What's going on?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
Hey, obviously, I'm in Patriot country, and everyone's all fired up out here thinking that, Brandon's coming. And my thing is this has been ugly since right after the Super Bowl. The whole social media with his boys and his girl, and the way it's nothing like that. I look at it, it's nothing like how this was handled with Debo or Nick Bosa. This has gotten so ugly, and it's been out there. It's like a soap opera at this point. And at this point, I'm frustrated with Brandon, the way he's handled it. I'm frustrated with the Niners because the Niners, I think, overplayed their hand thinking he was going to buckle. And now you're at the point, like you guys said, the timing is so bad.
Yep.
You're going to get, not pennies on the dollar, but your best return is going to be Amari Cooper and a pick. So, I mean, are they forgetting that, we're in a window here to win it? There's nothing we can add at this point that's going to make you any better than having Brandon Aiyuk on this team. And I guess my question is to you guys is, in the last few days, the last visual I've seen is the bro hug on the field. So what went so bad in the last, 72 hours that now all of a sudden all of these offers that the 49ers are entertaining and all of this other stuff, and these are the best deals they can get because now it looks like they have no leverage when all I've heard the whole time was Brandon didn't have any leverage because they had him under the contract. And I'm wondering how you guys think this is all going to play out. And is it just a money grab for them? Because to go to a team like if the Patriots are going to pay you, just using them as the example.
I mean,
Jeff,
first of all, I'm not even ever going to call it a money grab. Brandon Aiyuk wants to be paid commensurate with the other players who are at his level in the league. So Brandon hasn't done anything wrong there.
And you can get what you can get.
Yeah, but now if you want to take shots at Brandon for being on TikTok or for saying I want to be traded, and then when the Niners trade him, then he's like, no, I don't want to be traded there. You could take shots at him for doing that if you want. And we only know to a certain degree how true any of that is at this point. I will still maintain and scream from the mountaintops all day long. The Niners still have 100% of the leverage here. Brandon is not winning this by leverage. He's winning this, if you want to call it that, meaning, in other words, going to get himself traded if he is.
If that's what he wants.
Simply because Kyle Shanahan has reached the point of annoyance to where he believes the distraction is like a bigger negative than Brandon Aiyuk's presence would be a positive. The 49ers still to this day, and I think a lot of people have gotten confused by this because they read online that, like, Brandon turned down a deal from the Browns. There is no deal from the Browns if the 49ers don't say there's a deal from the Browns. The Niners have every right now to just be like, Brandon, go play football. And if he says no, fine. Stay over there in the corner. That's it. Onward. By the way, it's funny.
If he doesn't want to go to the Browns, then there's no deal with the Browns because they could trade him to the Browns and he can.
But that's because the Browns won't do it. No team's going to acquire him
unless he signs.
Correct.
Right.
But that's
so
not
if
Brandon.
He doesn't want to sign in Cleveland, then there's no deal with Cleveland.
Under contract is my whole point. The 49ers, and in fact, if it is bothering Kyle so much that Brandon is there hanging out, tell him to leave. I got kicked out of practice when I was in school. Get off my field.
Yeah.
Now, he doesn't do that because this is adults. These are adults.
Exactly. And we don't even know where Brandon is at the facility.
No, but obviously at times he's out on the field. He was out on the field
in meetings and whatnot. Yeah.
And he's in meetings. But the point is the 49ers still have every right to do that. They won't because, A, they're going to try to treat him and all their guys like adults. But, B, for whatever reason, they've assessed this as now this annoyance, this distraction or whatever is not what we want. Believe you me, if they truly thought in their heart of hearts that Brandon Aiyuk was imperative to winning, this wouldn't be happening. So somewhere, no matter how much they love him, no matter how much we love him, no matter how much his numbers are great, somewhere deep in Kyle Shanahan's DNA, he feels he can win without him, or else he'd be signed.
Well, that's the arrogance of Kyle Shanahan.
And that's fair.
I love the arrogance of Kyle Shanahan, and if you want your head coach to have that level of arrogance, if you want to take that as a negative term, that's up to you to take that as a negative term, but he's very self-confident in the laminated play sheet and in the players that they have outside of Brandon Aiyuk. So, yeah, you get to a point where at some point the scales tip and you realize that the distraction and the headache that maybe is being caused is not worth it, or maybe the deal is just so far from being done and Brandon Aiyuk is going to make life miserable for the whole year, then you decide that you have to take a different course of action.
And that's why this thing, in my opinion, is so unfortunate, because I don't think there's going to be much of a win here. And I think that both sides are going to end up suffering. I don't know so much in the long term, but in the short term, I feel strongly about that. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number, presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. It's Willard and Dibbs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about Abundant Life weight loss and the journey that I've been on, and it's been a fantastic ride for me, down 20.
Buffalo or Cincinnati as examples. They haven't broken through. They haven't won the whole thing, but they've got their elite quarterback. He's paid, and they're a threat. Every single year, they're a threat. And to me, that's what you're going for. You're going for sustainability and relevance all the time. I reject this idea that the Niners just need to be right now this year or damn it. Like what? No.
It doesn't have to be.
He's 23.
It doesn't have to be right now this year or damn it. But you're gonna get into a spot where one of your best players is not going to be on your team because you couldn't get a contract done. That's not good. That's not maximizing the window that you're all in.
Or you get him done on an extension and 3 other very key players are no longer on your team.
Well, that's going to be the case anyway. So if you sign him to an extension, then Debo's, all we talked about was it's going to be Debo or Brandon at the end of the year. And and the team knows it, which is why they drafted 2 wide receivers. So they took 2 receivers knowing that they're going to get these guys on a rookie deal, and the older guys who are expensive, well, that's just the cost of being a really good team and having guys that you pay a lot of money to. At some point, you can't pay everyone.
Right,
so that's going to happen no matter what.
Well, but it doesn't have to be Debo. Like, it does not have to be Debo.
It doesn't have to be Brandon unless you decide that you don't want to sign him.
I don't think that you can put $60 million into your wide receiver room. And I picked Debo.
Yeah, well, that's changed.
I mean, it is absolutely changed.
We'd all picked Brandon, and I don't know if I would take Debo, especially considering the age and, his tendency to get hurt.
I hear you. It's scary as hell, but I picked Debo.
Yeah, I would pick Brandon, and I would have picked Brandon, and the team now is at a spot where it doesn't feel like they're picking Brandon in any way, even to play on a 5th-year option.
They're picking Debo.
Right, and he's
being an adult.
But you're not picking both. Yeah, that's from Mike Silver. The thing about you not picking both is what I think Tim Kawakami was alluding to when he said, teams around the league would look at this and say, you can't go all in when you're letting your first-round guy walk in August.
Well,
and I agree with him.
Again, the August part of this, I'm in full agreement. But the idea that if the 49ers are truly legit contenders, they have to sign Aiyuk to 5 more years at the expense of a bunch of other players, and we don't know their names right now. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. You can't just sign him because you want to win this year. Like, I am all for short-term thinking, but my God, that's a little much for me. That's a little much to make it all about Brandon and this year or else. Like, I don't think you can think that way.
Well, I don't think that it does you any real good to think the other way, which is, well, we'll just trade him for a guard and a first-round pick or whatever you get back. It's not going to be a receiver who's as good as Brandon Aiyuk or better. So now you're going to weaken your team this year, and then you're going to get to next year, and you got a 30-year-old Debo who's making 28 or whatever, and so you're going to have to make decisions on these guys anyway, whether you sign Aiyuk or not.
It happens every year. My point is that I completely would have done this in April, and I don't think anybody would have had the same reaction.
I thought he was getting traded in April.
And the only way I'm agreeing with you is the fact that this is in August. But the idea that just like this A to B that people do of Brandon's good, so give extension.
It's what the Niners have signaled to us they've always done.
But except for exceptions like DeForest Buckner, and Brandon is the next one.
But that got handled in February. So when you get past April and you get to May, June, and July.
Agreed on that front.
So what are we doing here, guys?
Agreed on that front.
I mean, we're in a spot now where there is no pivot. Your only pivot is to go to other receivers you have in the room. Because I don't think that you're going to get Amari Cooper in a trade with Cleveland.
Probably
and I don't think that Pittsburgh's going to give you George Pickens. And I don't think that Washington's going to give you Terry McLaurin. So your solution is probably going to have to be in the building if you part ways with Brandon Aiyuk.
Yeah, I mean, look.
And that's not a good pivot.
They did draft receivers.
Yeah.
And none of them are shaped like Debo, by the way. They're shaped like Aiyuk.
No one's shaped like Debo.
No, but they're like, if you ask who I think those they drafted your replacement, they drafted Brandon's replacement.
Of course.
Not Debo's. I would love to have an ear inside the room of all those rumors back before the draft. Oh, we might trade either one of them. I don't buy that for a second.
Well, the Debo part came really late, almost on day 2 of the draft.
And remember, he said he had been promised he wasn't going anywhere.
Yeah.
I think that's all smokescreen crap. I don't think this team thought about trading Debo for 1 second.
And that might have been to assuage or soothe Brandon Aiyuk's ego because it was all about Brandon. Will the Niners trade Brandon?
Or is it to play the return game with whoever you're talking to? Might be Brandon, might be Debo. We're talking to 27 teams. You know, like you try to I don't know. But I don't believe that they were thinking about trading Debo at all. Let's go to Gene. Gene will go next. Let's go to Connor in San Leandro. Hi, Connor. What are you doing?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I'm driving home from work early, actually, and I really love this conversation.
Thanks, man.
I always love the conversations you guys drive. So, yeah, look, I think a lot of people are asking, well, what's Brandon Aiyuk's leverage? And I think that Kawakami quote is exactly it. It's that this Parag Marathe stuff has a shelf life. It's the fact that if Ricky Pearsall turns out to be a bust, no one's going to remember all of this stuff about the cap and what we could do next year and all that other stuff. They're going to be thinking about the fact that there's this brinksmanship going on behind closed doors that's led by another spreadsheet guy in the Bay Area that's not actually serving the team or getting us to the Super Bowl. And I specifically think with Parag Marathe, like, I'm wondering how much does he make and why aren't we talking about that? And to me, that's Aiyuk's leverage. He could turn this into a distraction and cost you week 1, week 2, week 3, and as we saw last year, those weeks start to add up. Look, we're seeing Brandon Aiyuk's leverage right now. I really hope that they buckle. I hope that they sign him, and I hope that we get a Super Bowl because of it.
Thanks, Connor. I'll say this. Couple things on that. It's clear to me at this point that Shanahan has arrived at a spot where he's like, we're doing this. We're going to get out ahead of this. Because what everyone's worried about is, dude, is he going to get up to week 1? And then, like, I'm still sitting here and we're still playing stalemate. And Kyle's like, we're not doing it. We're not doing it. We're not going to September. Get him out of here. So it's sort of like.
I feel like it's like we're not even getting to Saturday.
Yeah, like it's cut your losses time, right? If it goes that way. Now, the Parag thing, Parag's like an offensive lineman. You only going to hear his name when you're ready to get mad at him.
That's a good comp.
I want you to keep that in mind because Parag has been awesome for the San Francisco 49ers. The fact that he's got this reputation of win the deal, you, the fan, have won because of that repeatedly. That's why the roster looks the way it looks. That's why the Niners, outside of D Ford, maybe a couple other situations, very rarely are they stuck under a mountain of crappy money because of the way they have structured their contracts and the job that Parag has done. He is a very shrewd negotiator. And maybe the jig is up. Maybe Nick Bosa showed that Parag was licking the Oreo. You know what I mean? Like maybe they showed the tell. That's very possible. Or maybe there's just too many good players on the team all at once. All of that stuff. But keep that in mind. I know that Parag's name is out there a lot this week, and now all of a sudden it's like, well, there's Parag guy. Look at all the people on the roster, all the guys they've taken care of. That was Parag too. So,
yeah, ask Kyle Juszczyk how he feels about Parag.
Listen,
having to restructure and take less, and he's not thrilled about it.
Right, but and I'm sure plenty of guys have not been thrilled. What company has employees who are all running around being like, I love the company. They paid me exactly what I wanted.
Parag's whole, got to win the deal thing, it may be coming back to haunt him a little bit.
Tiresome, sure.
And if it burns you on this one, and you go out there and you don't win as many football games, he's going to be somebody who is blamed.
No doubt.
Because this
deservedly.
Right. And this is a deal that should have gotten done a long time ago. And, whatever happened, and I said this in the beginning of free agency, it behooves them to do this early because when these other deals start coming in, and I didn't think they'd come in quite that hot, and forget Justin Jefferson because that's just ridiculously.
Nobody's asking for Justin money.
No, but I won't even count him in the resetting of the market because his number is so far and beyond the pale. But the other contracts came in a lot hotter than the Niners probably would have thought. And so Parag's win the deal, hard line. We're going to grind you all the way into August. Well, it blew up in your face and now it backfired. And now we're talking about trade destinations for a guy that doesn't want to be traded deep down. And they don't want to trade.
Yeah, real quick on the Justin thing. First of all, he's the best receiver in the game, and his timing was absolutely perfect, and they chose him over Kirk Cousins. So how perfect is it that Justin Jefferson needs a new deal right as the Vikings are resetting their quarterback number? They drafted J.J. McCarthy. So now that means the whole life of the deal that Justin just signed,
rookie QB,
comes at a time where you're not paying a QB.
Good call.
So believe me, if the Niners had drafted a QB this year, Brandon Aiyuk would be on the field.
If this was Brock Purdy's rookie year, yeah.
Of course.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
And timing is a lot in all these deals, but, Parag knew coming out of the Super Bowl, you knew what you had to get done, and the biggest one you had to get done was Brandon Aiyuk, and here we sit, and not only is it not done, it feels like it's broken to the point where it won't get done, and now we're only talking about not if he's going to get paid, but who will pay him,
right?
And it won't be the Niners. So it just is a little bit, and you're right about Parag and all the deals, and you should also give credit to Jed York for
sure.
coming up with the money to make these restructures actually happen, because a lot of it is cash on the table, and then players will restructure because they get paid up front, and yet Aiyuk sees all these different things, and McCaffrey gets his Halloween candy, and Debo gets a truckload, and Bosa resets the market, and he's sitting here thinking, they say they don't want me.
Yeah.
They say they don't want me.
They say they don't want me.
Man.
I mean, at the core of all of this, we can sit here and say the Niners misplayed it, or they're not all in, or whatever. We can say all of this stuff. All of this is the result, in my opinion, of the fact that the Niners have done a really good job. We got to look at this roster, and so now it becomes overwhelming because everybody wants theirs, and everybody's got big name value, and that's a problem for sure. But I don't think there's really anyone in the front. You can't be like, well, the Niners front office is just a big clown show. We're here because they've got oodles of good players.
Right.
Which
players
means they're drafting.
They want to keep and pay.
It means they're developing. It means they're nailing trades. It means they're nailing free agency. It's all of that. So somewhere in there, tucked into this, has got to be some credit.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Credit.
Yeah.
If you want to add up wins and losses, they don't have a lot of losses in the front office spreadsheet.
No.
But this is a big one. If you lose Brandon Aiyuk
in August,
in a year, in August, when you are fancying yourself as a Super Bowl favorite in a franchise that hasn't won in 3 decades, and this is the way you're going to go into the season, that's a bad one.
Agreed. Gene,
if it happens.
Yeah. Gene in Oakland. Hi, Gene. What are you doing?
I'm at the dog park.
Hi, fellas. Yeah, I am at the dog park, actually. I got my wife throwing the ball, so, she's stepping in for me.
Oh, good.
All right, hey, listen. Yeah. Hey, the only thing, once again, I've said this over and over, that makes sense to me is that he signs, and they'll have a contract, done by, I'm thinking, 7 to 10 days, all right? Because this is what happens every time. It's what happened with the other 4 big contracts, and anything else just doesn't make sense. You've already gone through all the other options. You're not going to get Pickens from Pittsburgh, and that's the only trade that would make sense for us. You're not going to get Amari. Well, you might get Amari Cooper from Cleveland, but that's more money and a step down. Devontae Adams isn't leaving the Raiders. I think they're going through all this trade stuff just to basically just to show that none of this is going to work for Aiyuk. So,
Gene, your optimism is very stubborn. Has anyone ever told you that?
Well, I think in this case it's pragmatism because nothing else makes sense.
Well, I might agree with you. I looked at this the very same way, but when you compared this to other negotiations and you said, hey, this will work out because this is the way it always goes, I don't think any of the other ones ever sounded and felt like this. This is absolutely unprecedented that a 49er homegrown star is being given permission to negotiate with other teams in August. That's never happened before, Gene.
Yeah, but once again, all the other options make less sense, including Aiyuk really much less of a chance to win a Super Bowl. I mean, I don't know. I'm scratching my head over this. I still think they're going to get it done. They'll sit down. They'll hammer it out. They'll come to compromise, and it'll get done.
Yeah, Gene, thanks.
Yeah. I would have bought that call last week, but, Gene, it just doesn't feel like that is even a thought on either side. If there's been no conversation of note since May, and, Shanahan is this annoyed and Aiyuk is looking to be traded and they're shopping for other destinations, the last thing that I foresee is the two sides sitting down at the table and trying to figure out how to find middle ground.
Feels like it would be surprising at this point.
Feels like that ship has sailed.
I hope that he is right, but that feels a little overly optimistic, and that's coming from the biggest optimist who's ever lived.
You're very optimistic, and I think the only other scenario that could happen is, the Pittsburgh trade the Niners don't want to do, and the New England deal Aiyuk doesn't want to take, and the Cleveland one doesn't work out. And you start to get, Washington, they're not going to give the Niners enough. So you go through all four of these scenarios, and they don't want to do an extension. So maybe he has to just swallow hard and actually play football on the fifth-year option. I do think that there's still a chance that happens.
Well,
do you think there's already so much water under the bridge?
Maybe. I just don't know. Okay. If this has gotten to the point, you remember, we mentioned Mike Silver earlier calling it a war of wills. If that's what this is, because Kyle said today, we haven't talked since May. All right, so if you haven't talked since May, we're all sitting here talking about a contract negotiation nobody's negotiating. Who the hell's negotiating? Nobody's even talking to each other. All you're doing is ticking each other off. That's not negotiating. That's not contract talks. That's who can yell F you the loudest. So if that's what we're doing, well, now we've got a very, very different reality and a different conversation about what's going on. And that's where the idea of just play on the fifth-year option becomes scary. Because, yes, the Niners could treat Brandon like one of their kids. Get your butt in the wide receiver room, grab your pads, and get out there. And if he's like, no, fine, you go to your room. You stay there. And then we just sit. And the Niners play football games, and Brandon loses millions and millions of dollars.
Well, he gets paid this year.
Right. Well, we'll see, potentially.
Yeah.
Does he suit up?
Well, all he has to do is show up.
Yeah,
he can suit up.
He's got to. Well, but if he shows up and suits up, the Niners will put him out there.
Well,
and if he dogs it, then he's really losing millions because there's no other NFL team that's going to pay him after that kind of behavior.
Yeah, it's less likely.
So it's this war of wills that's going on.
That's right.
Okay, well, if that's what's going on, then it just at a certain point becomes like, how long do we want to just sit here and have this fight? And at what point does it become a net negative when the season starts?
Well, I think it's already there.
And I think Kyle might agree.
And that's where, you talk about a net negative, and the 49ers will practice tomorrow. And after the practice, I don't think he's scheduled to talk. I'll have to check my email. But, no matter when he's supposed to talk again, the questions will come up. No, tomorrow's a Nick Sorensen and then Chris Furster on Thursday. So Shanny's clear until after the game on Saturday, but every time he is required to step to the microphone, the questions will be about Brandon Aiyuk more than they will be about, hey, how about that third down play today?
Possibly.
Mike in Santa Clara, weigh in. Hey, Mike, thanks for calling Willard and Dibs. What's up?
Thanks, guys. Great to hear from you again. So I have to disagree with the last two callers, especially. Trent Williams is the number one option out of the two. I think Aiyuk just, look, he has no leverage whatsoever. Trent, you have the best left tackle in the game. And I said it even yesterday on Steiny and Guru, how is Brock Purdy going to be able to throw the damn ball if he doesn't have his blind side protected? You need to take care of the quarterback, especially when you're trying to sign. If he's going to be ready for a new contract, he needs to be the one that needs to be taken care of. And you know what? If Aiyuk doesn't want to play, you know what? That's on him. If he doesn't want to play, or if he ends up slacking on his playing production, that's going to cost him, like you said, Willard, just millions and millions of dollars. So he has no leverage whatsoever. If he doesn't want to go to the Patriots, oh, I'm sorry. You know what? Cry about it more, you big baby. Seriously. At the same time, it's for real. You know what? You're playing in the NFL. You're making millions of dollars. Make it happen, okay? You want your money? Then prove it. And I know he had a great season, one season. That's it. And so, I mean,
Mike, I do.
It's been 3 seasons, Mike. He's been pretty damn consistent.
I do want to say that some of the hypotheticals we've talked about earlier, we don't know to be reality. I don't know that Brandon Aiyuk has said no to the New England Patriots. He's reportedly still weighing options. So, you know, I get a little uncomfortable with the whole calling him a big baby thing. This is what I said. There's a lot of ifs, thens involved in way. And thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. If Brandon Aiyuk got to a point where he's demanding a trade and the 49ers have a trade in place and the team that is acquiring Brandon is willing to meet his stated financial goal and Brandon says no, then if all of those things were true, then I would say, Brandon, you're not doing this in good faith. You're trying to force free agency when you're not a free agent, and that's not fair. That's not okay. Wouldn't call him a big baby. If he wants his money, go for the money. But yes, if you're under contract with an employer, they won't meet your financial goals. You ask for them to send you somewhere else that will meet your financial goals. Then you go where you go. Like Brandon basically is essentially saying, I want to go where I want to go. And damn the compensation that you get in return. It's like, well, hold on a second.
That's not the way this works.
That's not the way this works.
But he does have a certain amount of power. You can call it leverage. You can call it whatever you want. But he has the ability to exercise his right to either sign or not sign, regardless of what the money is. New England could offer more money than Pittsburgh, and he can just not want to go to New England because he sees the quarterback situation and he sees the fact that that team's not very good, and so he can just let it be known that he won't sign an extension with that team. And now you can call him whatever you want to call him. It's ultimately his career, and he has to make the decisions that he thinks are best for himself. And so, you know, maybe it isn't just money that is the big determinant. And if it is, I want to go to this one team or maybe 2 teams and go play with my buddy in Washington. That may not work for the Niners.
Yeah.
You know, I'm sure they're trying to make this work for both sides. If they are set like, okay, we're going to have to trade Brandon Aiyuk, this is just not going to work here. The Niners' number one job, their number one goal is to win the trade and try to get as much back as they can. Their second goal would be to let him go somewhere where he can be happiest, because that's what you're trying to do. But first and foremost,
probably was what they were trying to do.
Get the compensation.
I don't think that they don't feel motivated to me to be like, well, let's make sure Brandon ends up somewhere that he likes. I don't think they care about that at all.
Well, their first goal is always going to be to get the best possible trade compensation. Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. But obviously, the acquiring team is going to need Brandon to agree to sign, or else there's no point. There's no deal.
There's no deal.
You know, I mean, the latest report out there is that the Steelers are back in, but make no mistake, the reason the Steelers are not already done is because whatever they've offered the Niners has been, in the Niners' eyes, nothing special. So that's a no. You know, you could also look at it this way. Let's say everybody's desires don't get met. There's no spot that both satisfies Brandon and the Niners. All right?
No deal.
What happens? Who loses?
Well, they all lose. Because
do they?
Well, Brandon
does Brandon grab
stuck.
the number 11 jersey and get on the field?
That's what he does.
Okay.
And I don't know what he does to go about. Now, TJ Hushmanzada, his personal coach, told us that he's going to play ball. He's going to get out there and he's going to play. If worst comes to worst, BA's going to play football. He's going to go out there and put his helmet on and play football and get $800,000 a game or whatever the number is. It's right about that, 800 and change. And he'll go out there and ball out. And, what does it do to the locker room? What does it do to the wide receiver room? What does it do to a lot of things? Does Brandon Aiyuk act differently? Does he show frustration when he's not getting the ball as much as he'd like? And, it might cast a pall over the year. All eyes would be on Brandon and Kyle Shanahan just trying to see.
Yeah, you don't want that.
No, you don't.
You don't want that.
And you get into a situation where, he's subbed out for Ricky Pearsall and everyone, Brandon Aiyuk was not in there. They got in the red zone and he took out Aiyuk because he wants to keep Brandon down. He wants to keep Brandon's numbers down. He's he's out to get Brandon.
Like the Niners, I think, have prided themselves, I don't know this, but it has felt, at least from the outside, that during the Kyle Shanahan era, the locker room has been a very, very good place to be.
It's been incredible.
Like everybody, even Nick Bosa. Nick Bosa, I guess, spoke today, and they asked him, hey, when you were in your little holdout thing going on last year, did you ever think that you were going to be traded? He was like, yes. And his mother told us that right when it ended last year.
No, come on.
No, you did, right after the omelets.
Oh, yikes.
Exactly. So anyway.
How do you have those so ready?
I know, that was wild.
That's creepy.
Anyway, Nick was like, yes, it got really crazy in the end. But his larger point was, but I'm really glad it didn't go that way because this is an awesome place to be. This is where I want to be.
So I'm ecstatic about that.
Okay, so even when you've got players who are like, I love all my teammates, I love that we're good, I love the coaching staff, they may be privately upset at the front office upstairs. Those guys think they win every deal. Bleep those guys. And they're probably high-fiving Bosa. Bosa's like, I busted their system. And every player's like, yeah, we're doing it next year. And here we go. But at the end of all of this, like it's a good place to be. And people look like they're getting along and pushing in the same direction. Kyle doesn't want someone in the locker room who's pushing in the wrong direction. And that's the problem here.
Yeah, that is the problem. And right now, just by his very presence in the locker room, it is a pall that's hanging over the team because they all see that Brandon Aiyuk is there. And they know that he's healthy, and they know why he's there and why he's not playing. And you never want to count another person's pockets. You never want to talk about somebody else's money. But you're out there busting your hump and sweating and doing drills, and you've got this guy in street clothes just kind of chilling. There's got to be a little bit of resentment in the room. It's human nature.
I would think, yeah. Derek and San Mateo next up. Hi, Derek. What are you doing?
I'm enjoying the conversation. I hate the situation because I love Niners and DA, but this sucks. But it makes for great radio, right? So
I'll say, I guess. You tell me.
It makes for great radio. I think Brandon Aiyuk is just being way too dramatic, and then way too prideful. Because I think that, when you ask any major league player in any sport, what do you want to do when you get here? They're like, I want to win championships. And Brandon Aiyuk is on a team that has the best chance to win a Super Bowl. And he's entertaining the thought of being traded to the Patriots? Or, excuse me? Just for more money. And I don't know. There's a lot of other factors. Sure, maybe he'll be happier, I guess. But you're losing out on the best opportunity for you to win a championship. And that is crazy to me. Absolutely crazy. You can make a lot of money on a team that's never going to win. And, hello, Devontae Adams? Hello?
Yeah, but Devontae Adams is somebody making, upwards of $28 million a year. Like Derek, and thank you very much. Players always say they want to win championships. They do. But think what you're asking Brandon to do there. Now, that's where I'll side with Brandon. You're like, hey, you could make $14 million and go for a championship. Or the other thing is someone with a young family you can be guaranteed $65 million and probably make well over $100 to go play and not play for a championship, at least not right away. What would you choose?
Right.
I'll go play for the fourth place company in the market if they want to quintuple my dollars.
And guarantee you lifetime riches.
And by the way, my job carries with it the threat of my career being over on every single play?
Exactly.
Come on, man.
It's unfair to ask these guys to do that. Now, when Tom Brady takes less as a 35-year-old and also, incidentally, as the second highest earner in his own household.
Right.
So the $14 million that he was making was dwarfed by what Giselle was making. I make way more than you, Tommy. That's my Giselle.
I know it's your Giselle.
Yeah, nobody likes it but me. I don't even need to see the two.
I don't think people in the sports world have heard Giselle enough to know if your impression is good or not.
It's
I
better than
don't
two,
know. It sounds like a little old housekeeper. I don't know. I don't hear Giselle talk a lot.
Yeah.
I don't think men hear Giselle
ever.
I think they see her.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Not so much anymore, though.
Correct. Let's go to Alan in Marin. Hi, Alan. You're next up. What's good?
Hey,
Hey, guys, semi-regular caller. You probably don't remember, but I called you guys a couple months ago right before the draft, and I said you were triggered, Willard, because at the time, the conventional wisdom was leverage was pretty even on between Aiyuk's position and the 49ers position. I got to say, man, you were completely right then. I don't know how you were right, probably because fair amount of homerism, not so much objectivity. But
always.
You bust the clocks right twice a day, brother. The bottom line, though, is Aiyuk should fire Ryan Williams because the Niners not only called their bluff, but whatever leverage they might have had in April and May is completely gone. It was gone the day of the draft or the day after the draft, and now he literally has no choice but to play this year. And I'm with Dibs. I think there's a good chance he's going to play this year. He's a fool if he doesn't. If this turns into a multi-game holdout where he starts forfeiting game checks, that's not only going to be bad for his wallet, but it's going to be terrible for his reputation and just how he's viewed on the team. Arguably the toughest position to get into camp late and learn and get up to speed is that quarterback-wide receiver relationship. So he needs to get his butt into camp ASAP, play on his very, very, I'm not going to say CS, and you can use CS, that acronym for what you want. It's not a CS contract year he's playing off of. $14 million is nothing to sneeze at, but if he balls out and has the same year he did last year, he'll get $30 million from somebody. He's not going to get that.
He'll probably get 33
Chicken
right next
salad
year.
is what he was talking about.
Alan,
Chicken
thanks.
salad. Thank you, Alan.
Do you have to be a homer?
I do. I do. So that's
I like Alan praising you and then immediately taking a shot at you.
Yeah, that was a backdoor compliment if I've ever
It's
heard
a
one
Roger
before.
Federer is what we call it.
It's totally fine.
It's a Roger Federer.
Anyway,
It's a backhanded compliment.
I like more on this coming up. We got some more phone calls to take. We'll get to you, but I'd imagine how ticked off Kyle Shanahan must be. Because they're again, the 49ers still hold all the cards. Brandon can crater his career if the Niners just go, no, not trading you. But they're still going to trade him anyway. That's how mad they are. 888-957-9570. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? It's Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What was on the menu? 7 steaks? 2 whole chickens?
I went and got a giant Wagyu steak for him.
So I'm ecstatic about that.
On 95.7 The Game.
Amari Cooper is trending on Twitter.
Uh-oh. What does that mean?
This means a lot of people are talking about Amari Cooper.
Thanks, Mark.
That's, by the way,
I knew what it meant.
Yeah, no, but it's
more of an open-ended.
That's how you'd like, if
for
you'd
you
like
to give me some context.
Well, I mean, if you'd
Dibs,
like,
I'll tell you what. It's Doc Mockford. Just random. Hashtag random.
Mary Kay Cabot tweeted 3 hours ago video of Amari catching passes.
Okay.
And wrote, Browns Amari Cooper catching passes in the wake of trade rumors involving Brandon Aiyuk. That's how you trend on Twitter. If you'd like, by the way, I'd like to tell all the other NFL teams out there this year, if you would like the media to come to your practice, there's one way to do it. You can involve your team in a rumor involving the 49ers. That's how you can be on the news. Other than that, this is the first thing I've heard from the Browns and the Patriots all year long.
Pretty much.
Does Deshaun Watson look good? Having a good camp. I know Nick Chubb's not ready yet. Anything else? Well, we got this report. Amari Cooper is here. He is here, and he is waiting to be traded to the 49ers for Brandon Aiyuk. All right, thank you. Back to you.
Totally. Not
crazy,
much going
man.
on.
Crazy. They are the
Thanks.
They're the entire NFL news cycle right now. Let's go to Daryl in Milpitas. Hey, Daryl, thanks for calling Willie and Dibby. What's up?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
Just a couple of things. So I just want to say, everyone's on BA's back around, he's a baby, suck it up, XYZ. But I don't see the same energy when Bosa was holding out for his contract until the first game of the year. Everyone's, on his back and whatnot. So I want to say, keep that same energy. And then, also just a reminder of the receivers Netflix thing that we watch. Debo was getting hurt quite a bit, last year, in and out of games or missing games or whatnot. So taking away, a good threat like BA, that kind of scares me as a secondary Niners fan. And I don't want to see him go, but just remember, have the same energy for all the players that hold out and just keep it winning.
Well, Daryl, I think you have some very interesting points. Thanks for calling. But I would say that, no, we don't. The same energy does not go to every holdout because not every holdout's the same. And it sounds to me, again, you can feel however you want to feel about this. It appears that Kyle Shanahan is less bothered by people who hold out by staying home. I don't think he's bothered by Trent Williams right now. I don't think he was bothered by Nick Bosa last year. But
I think the only thing that bothers him is having to answer questions about it constantly.
But this is
that's
different.
Just part of the business.
Brandon has been under everybody's nose the whole summer. Remember now, this started at exit interviews where all his people started throwing emojis on Instagram. Like, the team has just lost the Super Bowl. Everybody's in an awful mood. Everybody's got angst, anger, anxiety, all the A's.
Nice.
And Brandon's in the parking lot at Levi's with his girl being like, now that's the end of that. See ya. I got to think that probably didn't sit well with people in the organization. Now, you can be mad about that if you want. You can call it unfair. Nick Bosa went into a holdout, and we never heard a thing. I'm not saying there's one way to do it. You can do it however you want to do it. But Nick Bosa's holdout, we didn't know the numbers.
No, we didn't. He was in his mom and dad's house.
There was no social media. Dude's eating omelets, working out.
That's all.
Brandon's throwing BS signs up on Instagram. He's
Money talks and BS walks.
Levi Stadium gate screaming, let me in. Going on podcast, hanging out with Jaden Daniels all over the place. He's a hold-in. He shows up. He's walking around on the field at camp. So, different. That's going to get more energy because he's in our face more. We see him more. We hear him more.
Yeah, and that's all. He's holding in, which is different than holding out. And when you hold in, you're always going to be around. And so the coach is reminded by your very presence that you're there. So everyone is different. And I don't think that, I personally know that we're not name calling Brandon Aiyuk. And, ultimately, he has the right and the choice to do what he thinks is best for his career. And if he thinks that, doing the things that he's done, he and his agent probably have a game plan on how they wanted to get this contract done. And I don't know if their game plan has changed. I don't know if their ask, how much money they wanted, has changed. What I do know is it's August and there's been no progress of late on a deal. So I don't think that Brandon is going to get what he initially would want from the 49ers. It doesn't seem like that is still a possibility.
That does not seem like a possibility. It would have happened by now. But I don't always know. We have conversations for 4 hours. I don't know how it always comes off. I'm not like Team Niners here or Team Aiyuk. I'm not against the way Brandon's handling this. Brandon's allowed to go get what Brandon wants. I think the 49ers totally miscalculated this. I think that this is a negative on both sides. I don't think anybody nailed this. The Niners didn't nail this. If this is the way they wanted it to go, you do it in April. You don't do this in August. That's a total miscalculation on their part. I'm surprised that that Brandon has kind of used whatever buttons he can try to push to force what it sounds like is about to happen, but that hasn't even happened yet. If he ends up in New England and makes $4 million more than he would have made here, I would.
Maybe that makes him happy.
Maybe that makes you happy. Great.
Yeah.
Then you get to do that. I would, if I were an advisory role, I would suggest against it, but that's me. Yeah. And I don't really know what and when he was offered. Again,
and I don't know what makes him tick. Maybe being as high as he can on that average annual value wide receiver list, maybe that's really important to him. And he can't stomach the possibility of making less than Michael Pittman Jr. or Jalen Waddle or all these other guys that he thinks he's better than. Maybe that's so important to him that he can't possibly stomach the reality of that, of settling for $24 million a year.
Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, a lot of people that we watch play sports, that kind of stuff gets in the way for some people. Like, I know plenty of people. Obviously, we've all heard them on the air here at 95.7 The Game over the last year and a half, watching Klay Thompson. At a certain point, it became bothersome to people that he's so sensitive. But he's sensitive. I don't think that's like a bad characteristic in people. It doesn't always play well in professional sports because everybody's supposed to be so macho.
Totally.
It doesn't play well. It comes off as like it feels weak and all of that, but it's actually a characteristic that in regular life is usually a pretty good thing. I do think Brandon is more sensitive than maybe Debo or Fred Warner or George Kittle or Nick Bosa. We've even heard that all offseason. Brandon is taking this personally. Some people compartmentalize, some can't. I have no issue with anything that he's doing and trying to get what he wants. But I'm free to have the opinion that I think both sides are going to lose.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
I don't know what he really wants, what his end game is, so I can't say if he's going to lose or not. If he wants every last dollar and he wants to be somewhere else, then maybe he ends up winning. And if the Niners want to have the best team they can possibly have, then you keep Brandon Aiyuk. And so if that's no longer possible based on how negotiations have gone and where they are here on August 6th, and they end up losing Brandon Aiyuk, they trade Brandon Aiyuk, well then, the 49ers lose that part of it.
It's funny, too, because don't you think, like, in pro sports, we're used to the idea that, like, we don't care about your politics. We don't care about some of your background. If you can help us win, if you're the best player, boom. Well, we're watching now, twice this year, players we know well who have achieved great things in this city basically be let go or moved, at least potentially, by their teams because of their attitude. Like, in the end, the Warriors moved on from Klay because he was just, like, he was too angry. There was too much going on behind the scenes. They're like, this has become just a negative experience for him, for us.
Yeah, I don't know if we're at that point with Brandon Aiyuk.
Now, I mean, I would argue that if we all agree he makes the Niners best by being here and he's under contract, that then the 49ers would keep him unless they felt like this attitude has reached a point where they no longer like having him around.
Yeah, maybe it's, just him having to stomach the idea of playing on a fifth-year option. And if that is him having a bad attitude, well, then that's a lot of players in the NFL. And I don't fault him for not wanting to play on a fifth-year option.
No, neither do I. But I'm assessing that this is their assessment. Because if they thought that, well, dude, we don't care what his attitude is. He's the best player for us. Great, then keep him. Keep him.
Yeah, and they might end up doing that.
They might. Feels unlikely.
Well, fifth-year option is still a good fallback plan for them. If none of these trades are tenable for the 49ers, they can just, have him come back and play.
Yeah, absolutely.
Come play football.
What do you got coming up here in a minute, Grandy? What are you doing?
If anyone missed Kyle Shanahan's full comments from training or from Santa Clara earlier today, you'll hear that. You'll hear you guys on the crossover with Stanley and Guru as well.
Okay. Yeah. There it is. That's the best of the game today. And it's with Mark Grandy. And it's brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Who knows? I mean, you think he's still on the team when we get here tomorrow?
Yes.
I do too.
Yes.
I don't know why.
I just don't. Kyle said something today in closing about he doesn't see the urgency. I think we feel a lot more urgency than the 49ers do.
Well, maybe he meant like the urgency of getting whoever that wide receiver is going to be ready to roll. I didn't know what he meant.
That'll happen anyway.
Well,
I thought he meant like getting resolution on this Aiyuk thing.
Well,
whatever.
Right. Yeah. You want to do it again tomorrow?
Only if we talk about Brandon Aiyuk.
Okay, I'm in.
All right, me too.
For Dibs, for Grandy,
nice.
For Lucas, for Carter, for everybody, for all of you. I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.